Datuk Seri Amiruddin bin Syari, Datuk Menteri Besar Selangor, Yang Excellency Ouyang Yijing, Chinese Ambassador to Malaysia, Yang Berhormat Deng Jiangqing Datuk, State Executive Council for Industries and Trade, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Wang Han Liang, our Life Honorary President of MCCC, Lu Guoxiang, Organizing Chairman of MCEC 2021, and Brian Chong, Organizing Chairman of MCYEC 2021. Tan Sri, Datuk Sri, Dato, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, of course not forgetting the media, a very good morning to everybody here. 我谨代表马来西亚中国总商会，谢谢所有。
On behalf of Malaysia-China Chamber of Commerce Industry, and I would like to thank all the supporters and partners for making this 11th MCC Entrepreneur Conference and the second MCCC Young Entrepreneur Forum. And I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to the global elite for participating in online and offline conferences, including all the
In 2020, we have not thought that this will be a protracted challenge, even though the pandemic has led to lockdown of countries and suspension of social and economic activities, which greatly impacted the global economy and people's livelihood, governments, and also people all over. But we are all trying to actively look through the border closures and lockdown restriction with the help of advanced technology, moving businesses, meetings, trade, exhibitions online. This only reflects our resilience in face of adversity, but also our ability to transform challenges into opportunities. The best example is this year, our MCCC annual event. Last year, we and our organizer, Fujian Provincial Government of Commerce, we shifted to the crowd conferencing in response to pandemic and encouraging the number of participants reach a record high, 16,000 to be exact. This year, we decided to continue holding the conference both virtually and physically, focusing on RCEP, key prospect and challenge as a team. Based in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, activities of the conferences will be broadcast live on local and foreign online platforms, allowing those who cannot attend in person to participate virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, on 2nd November this year, actually, the 10 countries participating in RCEP agreement have formally submitted their approval to the Secretary General of ASEAN. In other words, RCEP will come into force in these 10 countries from next year. And our government also promised to complete the approval process of RCEP in mid-December this year. We hope Malaysia will actively implement its promise for RCEP to take effect as soon as possible, so as to help our local enterprises expand their business in a post-pandemic era by grasping the abundance of opportunities in this huge market. We really need this push. MCCC believes that the effective implementation of RCEP will not only effectively boost the confidence of all parties in economic growth and improve the level of regional integration in East Asia, but also effectively promote the integration of regional industrial chain, supply chain, and value chain. In addition, coupled with the development trend in Belt and Road Initiative, economic and trade cooperation between Malaysia and China will become closer, much more intense, In fact, the results show that even during the COVID time, the bilateral trade of Malaysia and China has increased. And we are creating a more conducive environment to achieve these mutual benefiting and win-win results, and in turn make greater contribution to the common development and prosperity of this region. After most of the population have been vaccinated with 2 doses of COVID-19 vaccine in Malaysia, our government and also many countries and regions have already reopened economic and social activities, classifying the COVID-19 pandemic as an endemic and allow peoples to coexist with the virus. Malaysia also began to reopen almost all our economic fields. Of course, we conditioned with SOP, and in October, and our government and enterprises also actively promoting our economic recovery. With the accelerated pace of global vaccination, governments of various countries are gradually relaxing border restrictions, including taking measures to welcome travelers who have completed 2 doses of vaccine. Our government enterprise should lay down and share resources for post-pandemic economic recovery. The competitive advantages of Malaysia's investment environment are mainly reflected in 5 main aspects. Firstly, its superior geographical location, strategically in the heart of ASEAN, make it a springboard for businesses to enter ASEAN market and also later to expand to Australia, New Zealand, as well as Middle East. Solid economic foundation and favorable growth prospect of this country. We also have abundance of raw material resources, and we have a high quality of human resources. And finally, we have a very harmonious national environment and relatively stable political situation. These are all advantages to attract foreign capital, especially investment from China. China's achievement in digital development and high technology have always been at the forefront. And Chinese e-commerce platforms are now at a very mature stage. For traditional enterprise in Malaysia, there are about to or have entered the digital transformation. We can learn from a marketing strategy of China e-commerce industry, especially in live marketing, to improve our competitiveness and service quality in emerging markets. One of the key events of Malaysia-China Young Entrepreneur Conference, MCYEC, today and this afternoon actually, is digital transformation. Professionals in relevant fields are invited to share with participants on ways to lay out and develop business locally with cloud computing, means to carry out marketing with online celebrities, and methods to measure effectiveness of these new market strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are in an ever-changing era, intertwined with an unprecedented pandemic situation, the uncertain factors of global development have elevated. Whenever science and technology, they improve global productivity, then innovative thinking and new business models will be created. Entrepreneurial opportunities are only available to those who are prepared. Now Malaysia is vigorously promoting the digital economy. The application of science and technology also has potential to improve the efficiency on service of traditional industry, improve quality of products, and also open up new business opportunities for local enterprise. Malaysia and China are forging ahead on their own track of development. Malaysia has launched various supporting measures for economic revitalization during the pandemic, injected funds into the market, and tried to protect the economy. At the same time, the 12th Malaysian Plan launched this year, September, and the Budget 2020 launched at end of October have set out the direction for promoting economic recovery and revitalization of these countries as a whole. Malaysia and China share a long-standing friendship relation and are highly complementary with their development needs. They are natural partners. I believe that with the joint effort of Malaysia and China overcoming COVID-19, we will usher in a new development with mutual benefiting and pragmatic cooperation and continuous promotion of economic and trade exchanges between the two countries. 最后，我代表马中总商会，要谢谢。
So finally, Malaysia and China are on the right. Malaysia and China have a long history of the friendly relationship, are natural partners with a high degree of convergence in development needs. We believe as Malaysia and China work together to overcome a new epidemic, new development will ensure under the mutual benefits. So thank you very much.
那马中总商会连续多年用心举办马中企业家大会，必能够让马中企业家从中获得更多的合作机会。与此同时呢，此次大会也获得了中方大力支持，马中友好合作将进一步巩固商议。接下来，让我们掌声欢迎中国驻马特命全权大使欧阳玉靖阁下致辞。This conference has once again received support from Embassy of People's Republic of China in Malaysia. Let's give a big round of applause to our guest of honor, Your Excellency 欧阳玉靖。
尊敬的雪兰莪州务大臣纳杜斯里阿米鲁丁先生，
Yang Dipertuan Datuk Seri Abdullah bin Shafi, Chief Minister of Selangor, Datuk Tan Yew Shin, President of MCC, Mr. Loko Xiang, Organizing Chairman of MCEC, and all guests join us today here online. And ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. It gives me much pleasure to be invited to present over the opening ceremony of the 11th Malaysian-China Entrepreneurial Conference and the second Malaysian-China Young Entrepreneur Conference organized by the Malaysia MCC. And the Malaysia-China Entrepreneur Conference has been successfully held for 10 consecutive sessions and have become a platform of practical promotion of the economy and trade exchange between China and Malaysia. And I've been in Malaysia for almost a year, and I'm particularly impressed with the country's persistence, enthusiasm in and positive anticipations for promoting and development of the relation between China and Malaysia in all aspects. Unfortunately, the pandemic has really limited the organization of the various physical exhibition and exchange between the two countries. However, this does not mean that the exchange and the cooperation between Chinese and Malaysian entrepreneurs have stopped, and nor does it mean that our economy and the trade exchange have stalled. On the contrary, the new normal and the pandemic has also given a burst to a new areas of the bilateral cooperation. We have also carried out a flexible and diverse cloud exchange in various fields and levels to maintain the active economy and trade, people-to-people and culture exchange. Recently, the Embassy of the People's Republic of China in Malaysia has joined hands with the Malaysian government and agencies, Chinese banks, overseas Chinese associations and Chamber of Commerce to hold 3 online matchmaking meetings on cross-border cooperation between Chinese and Malaysian enterprises. The number of Chinese enterprises participating in the meeting reached a new high, and Malaysian enterprises also actively signed up for the MITIs, showing strong interest in cross-border cooperations. This highlights that China and Malaysia still maintain an active economy and trade cooperations and exchanges in the face of the challenge under the pandemic. And since the establishment of the diplomatic relation 47 years ago, China and Malaysia has continuously deepened political mutual trust, made steady progress in economies and trade cooperation, while the people forming closer cultural exchanges and stronger friendship. At the present, the two countries are working together to tide over the pandemic, to recover the economies and promote national prosperity. The bilateral trade volume between China and Malaysia and China's main non-financial investment in Malaysia continue to maintain rapid growth. According to the statistics, from the January to September this year, it increased by 33.8% and 63.6% respectively. China has been the largest trading partner of Malaysia for 12 consecutive years and the largest source of foreign investment in Malaysian manufacturing industry for 5 consecutive years. China and Malaysia have always focused on deepening cooperations in many fields, and two sides have achieved fruitful cooperations in the establishment of industry parks, infrastructure, equipment, manufacturing, information, communication, digital economy, and other fields. I firmly believe with the economic recovery and development after the pandemic, the China-Malaysia cooperations in bilateral economy, trade, investment, and other fields will usher in the new round of development climax. Under the Belt and Road Initiative, and the two countries will continue to deepen the strategic doctrine and foster new cooperation's momentum, create a new area for collaboration, and continuously heightening bilateral economy and trade. This year marks the 20th anniversary of the China actions to WTO. China has developed into the world's second largest economy, the largest trading countries in goods, and the largest foreign capital absorbing countries. China economy and world economy has achieved mutual benefit and win-win result. At the same time, the signing of RCEP provides a new input for the economic development for the Asia Pacific region, in giving birth to a new fields, new models, and it plays a very important roles in enhancing economic recoveries after the pandemic. China will continue to open the outside world at the high level, share China's opportunity with the other. So China for sure will continue to open to the outside world and high level, share China's opportunity with the other countries in the world, and build community of the common destiny of mankind. The door of China is a more attractive investment environment, and all those reflect China's sincere desire to take initiative to open its market to the world and promote world economy recovery. China will continue to stimulate its huge domestic market potential and share more opportunities for China's development with the other countries in the world, including Malaysia. China and Malaysia should continue to work together to firmly promote trade and investment, liberations of the facilitations, and jointly build an open world economy. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Malay proverbs goes, it's indeed the vivid proverb of the long-standing friendly China-Malaysia relationship as an important node of the 20th century maritime Silk Road. Malaysia is strategically located in a favorable business environment. It is an important bridge and window concerning Asian market, and China-Malaysia trade cooperations will continue to promote China-ASEAN collaborations. We will willing to actively share the experience of the opening up and development with Malaysia, continue to deepen the practical cooperations, continue to strengthen the strategic docking and cooperation planning to facilitate both economic recovery and social development of the two countries in the post-pandemic era. Let's turn the crisis of the pandemic into the opportunity to promote and deepen the quality of bilateral relationship to cooperation across law field. Lastly, I would like to wish this matchmaking event a complete success, and I would like to take this opportunity to wish all of you a good health and prosperity. Thank you.
是的，就如这句马来谚语“切水不断 ，air dijenjang tidak akan putus”，来形容马中友好关系的最佳写照。非常感谢欧阳大使给予的勉励 ，Thank you, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Chief Minister of Selangor, Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Sri Amiruddin to deliver his officiating speech. 下面有请雪兰莪州州务大臣拿督斯里阿米鲁丁致开幕词，掌声欢迎。
Thank you, MC. Assalamualaikum and very good morning. Thank you for the very warm welcome. Yang berhormat Datuk Teng Chang Kim, Selangor State Executive Councillor for Industry and Trade. Your Excellency, Ouyang Eugene, the People Republic of China Ambassador to Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Datuk Tan Yu Sing, President of Malaysia-China Chamber of Commerce, MCCC. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you who have joined us from far and near, and welcome to the 11th Malaysia-China Entrepreneur Conference, come the second Malaysia-China Young Entrepreneur Conference, MCEC and MCYEC 2021. And Dato' Tan just briefed me. Now, we also followed by 100,000 participants around the world, from China, from Malaysia, and we are very happy with the successful event. Congratulations, Dato', and the organizer of the event. One highlight of our partnership was the Malaysia-China Entrepreneur Conference, or MCEC 2020, which was held last year. A joint effort between MCCC and Fujian Department of Commerce. This virtual event managed to achieve 16.5 thousand viewers during its live stream, as well as reaching millions of views in the day after. This is an excellent achievement that has raised the profile of our country in international shares, and I wish to commend all who were involved. This year's conference is special as it is the second time it coincides with the Selangor International Business Summit 2021 after the SIBS in 2019. Selangor International Business Summit is a state annual summit in line with the vision of Selangor to be ASEAN premier smart states by year 2025. Besides making Selangor the first smart state in Southeast Asia, the people of Selangor are ready to make the fullest use of the opportunities and ways to life technology can offer. Earlier, the state has put in place a plan for Selangor to be region's first smart state in 2016, and that idea was help Selangor adapt with the pressing needs of COVID-19 through digitalization. I believe it is wise to accelerate this plan so that Selangor not only has the infrastructure needed to be recognized as the Southeast Asia first smart state, and the people of Selangor are ready to make the fullest use of the opportunities and ways of life technology can offer. Since 2009, China has become Malaysia's largest trading partner, accounting for 18.6% of the total trade in 2020. Within the same year, our country export to China grew by 11.1%, amounting 37.77 billion US dollar. Vice versa, China was also Malaysia's biggest import source, recording 21.5% of total import. In terms of investment, China has also solidified itself as Malaysia's #1 investor for the past 5 years, with a total value 4.41 billion US dollar investment in 2020 alone. China is also very important to the state of Selangor. When we talk about foreign direct investment, since 2015, China remained as one of the top investing countries into Selangor in the approved manufacturing sector, amounting to more than 6 billion ringgit Malaysia. Selangor is also the most developed state in Malaysia and has contributed 24.3% to the national gross domestic product, or GDP, in 2020. A large number of businesses and manufacturers are based in Selangor, and there is a huge potential and room for improvement in the Selangor-China relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, the only way to achieve mutual benefits and win-win strategy for all of us is to show unity and cooperation in the face of challenges by helping each other instead of competing in the Red Sea. The theme of this conference, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, Key Prospect and Challenge, is just in time as we are in the post-pandemic period and actively boosting the recovery of economic. It is well advised that all enterprises should make the necessary preparation to welcome the RCEP market, which covers 2.2 billion people and 26.2 trillion US dollar of global outputs. The pandemic has shown us the importance of digitalization, especially for the traditional businesses. Through this year MCEC and MCYEC conference, I hope everyone present physically or virtually will benefit from the sharing by the experts coming from various sectors, including government representatives, industry leaders, researchers, and entrepreneurs. Finally, I would like to wish all of you a fruitful and enjoyable conference. Thank you, and see you next year, of course.
Thank you, Yang Amat Berhormat, for that wonderful speech. Yang Amat Berhormat, would you please kindly remain on stage? 是的，那我们接下来将会进行简单而隆重的开幕仪式，有请以下几位嘉宾上台。Next, ladies and gentlemen, it is the grand opening ceremony. Please welcome the following guests on stage. 我们有请欧阳玉靖大使阁下 His Excellency 欧阳玉靖 Chinese Ambassador to Malaysia, 拿督陈有信 Dato Tan Yu Sing, 雪州行政议员拿督邓章钦 Yang Berhormat Dato Teng Chang Kim, 拿督黄汉良 Dato Bong Hon Leong, 卢国祥先生 Mr. Lu Kok Siong, and last but not least, 张博元先生 Mr. Brian Chong. 是的，马中企业家大会之所以精彩呀，就是因为马中总商会每年呢都会邀请两国政企精英为与会者带来最新的趋势。那我们现在呢，用最热烈的掌声，有请开幕嘉宾为大会主持开幕礼。Please put your hands on the button. 是的，请嘉宾们将手掌放置在按钮上。And on the count of 5, please press the button. Okay? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 是的，谢谢台上嘉宾与我们见证这历史性的一刻。我宣布第11届马中企业家大会暨第2届马中青年企业家论坛正式开始。Thank you for being with us for witnessing this historic moment, ladies and gentlemen. And now I declare that the 11th Malaysia-China Entrepreneurs Conference, the second Malaysia-China Young Entrepreneurs Conference, officially started. Now, I would like to welcome Datuk Tan Yu Sing to present a token of appreciation to our guest of honor, Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Sri Amin Nordin. 我们有请拿督陈永信会长颁发纪念品，给予我们的贵宾雪兰莪州务大臣拿督斯里阿米鲁丁。Thank you very much to Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Sri Amin Nordin for gracing our event this morning. 再来，我们也邀请拿督陈永信会长的颁发纪念品，给予我们另一位贵宾，中国驻马特命全权大使欧阳玉靖阁下。And we would also like to welcome Dr. Tan Yu Sing to present a token of appreciation to His Excellency Ou Yang Yujing. Thank you very much. Thank you so much to Ou Yang Yujing 大使阁下。谢谢中国一直对我们马来西亚在政经企业各方面的支持，以及我们希望有进一步深化的合作。是的，谢谢。Thank you very much. 谢谢我们台上的各位贵宾。Thank you so much to our distinguished guests. And would you please kindly take a seat? 各位来宾，我们很荣幸呢，除了有来自马来西亚现场嘉宾的祝福，也有海外支持单位的祝贺视频。让我们把目光投到移到我们的投影幕上。Although our overseas supporting organizations cannot attend the conference physically, we are nevertheless honored to have their blessings by congratulatory videos. Let's watch the video from Fujian Provincial Department of Commerce of Jiangsu Province and Zhanjiang Bureau of Commerce.
大家好，我是福建省商务厅厅长吴仁祥，我仅代表福建省商务厅对11届马中企业家大会暨第2届马中青年企业家论坛的成功举办表示热烈的祝贺。2019年，我们组团赴马来西亚吉隆坡，结果了。
to Malaysia, and we have concluded the 10th MCCC, and in 2020 we have overcome the challenges of the pandemic and we change it into our opportunity. We use it on online and offline to have concluded our 10th Malaysia-China Entrepreneurs Conference, and we have 165,000 audience. With the Belt and Road Initiative deepening, the Fujian province and Malaysia has come into the fast lane. In 2021, the first 3 seasons, Fujian and Malaysia have achieved 54.1 billion of trade amount, which is an increase of 67.3%, higher than Fujian province and other countries. And our bilateral investment has also increased this year. In the 11th Malaysia-China Entrepreneurs Conference, it is again organized in Malaysia. I sincerely hope all our entrepreneurs and friends would explore more opportunities in this event, and I welcome everybody to come to Fujian yourself to interact with us. We hope to be able to cooperate with our Malaysian entrepreneurs to work together hand in hand. Let us build our dream together and let us turn into a new leaf in Fujian and Malaysia's trade bilateral relationship. I once again congratulate the 11th MCEC and the 2nd MCYEC, a great success. Thank you very much. On behalf of Jiangsu Province of Commerce, I congratulate the MCEC 2021 and MCYEC 2021. I am thankful to MCCC in promoting the Jiangsu Province and Malaysia. I would like to thank for their effort. And the 8th MCEC was held in Jiangsu, and this has already helped the Jiangsu Province and Malaysia to establish better relationship ties. Jiangsu is a great economic province. Malaysia is a very important trade partner with Jiangsu. Malaysia has become Jiangsu's biggest trade partner and also the greatest country to import our commodities. I hope that we can go through the RCEP to establish better bilateral trade relationship and to increase our cooperation. Finally, I would like to wish this event a success. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are gathering here for the grand opening of the 11th Malaysia-China Entrepreneurs Conference and the 2nd Malaysia-China Young Entrepreneurs Conference. On behalf of Zhanjiang Municipal Bureau of Commerce, I would like to extend my warm congratulations to the conference. And I'll take this opportunity to express my high respect and heartfelt thanks to the people of Malaysia from all walks of life who have been caring for us. Zhanjiang is the subcenter city of Guangdong Province and National Comprehensive Transportation Hub City, facing Hainan Island, the largest free trade port in China. Zhanjiang enjoys rich geographical and beautiful scenery. We are celebrating the important development pole of the coastal economy. With the RCEP coming soon, the investment and trade between Malaysia and China will become more active, and the bilateral exchanges and cooperation will be further enhanced. I hope that we can continue to focus on the overall economic and social development of the two countries, work together for mutual benefit relationship to the win-win development for both sides. Finally, I wish the conference a complete success. Welcome to Zhanjiang. Yes, we would like to thank our friends from Fujian, Zhanjiang, and also Chengdu. And in China, they are now watching us, and we have more than 100,000 of viewers viewing us.
Without further delay, let's watch the recorded keynote speech of Minister in Prime Minister's Department, Economy, Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Mustafa Mohamed.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, selamat pagi. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizers, the Malaysia-China Chamber of Commerce, or MCCC, for inviting me to say a few words this morning. Let me also congratulate the MCCC for hosting this year's Malaysia-China Entrepreneur Conference, which has been running for the past 11 years, as well as the 2nd Malaysia-China Young Entrepreneurs Conference, MCYEC. Ladies and gentlemen, I will begin the speech with my favorite story, which I recall every time I talk about China. The China of today is a far cry of my first impressions of China when I first visited the country in the year 1985. China then had poor infrastructure, its economy was undeveloped, and many of its people suffered from poverty. There were bicycles and mouse suits everywhere. Today, China is a very different story. China today is one of the world's leading centers of technology. It has an entrepreneurial spirit that can compete even with the best in the world. and it is a very important source of investment for Malaysia. The country's infrastructure too is among the best in the world. The governments of Malaysia and China and the peoples of the two countries have always enjoyed very close ties ever since we established diplomatic relations in 1974. However, even before then, the peoples from our two countries have always been trading with each other. The MCCC, therefore, plays a very important role as a bridge for Malaysians to connect to China. Ladies and gentlemen, in the wake of globalization and growing interconnections, this year's conference theme, RCEP, is the biggest trade deal in the world. The 15 countries within RCEP generate almost 30% of global GDP. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia has always been business friendly. We have a number of leading Chinese companies investing in Malaysia, and we will welcome more to join them in investing in our country. These companies recognize that Malaysia provides a conducive environment for business communities all across the world. Furthermore, we are strategically located in the middle of ASEAN and have reliably served as a gateway to the ASEAN market for thousands of international companies. Ladies and gentlemen, RCEP provides a great opportunity for Malaysian MSMEs to tap into the Chinese market and generate more exports for Malaysia. MSMEs must meet this challenge with confidence and innovation. It is my hope that this conference will facilitate access and enable MSMEs to acquire know-how on how best to seize the opportunities of RCEP. Ladies and gentlemen, both the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, or RCEP, and the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, CPTPP, are important FTAs for the world. As it stands, Malaysia hopes to ratify the RCEP early next year. Meanwhile, the cost-benefit analysis of CTPP will hopefully be finalized in the near future. In closing, let me once again thank MCCC for organizing this conference and all the participants for attending. Thank you and all the best. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Mustafa Mohamed. Thank you very much. 是的，接下来呢，我们透过连线邀请中国海南国际经济发展局韩胜建局长为我们做主旨演讲，有请韩局长。
Your Excellency，
中国驻马来西亚特命全权大使欧阳玉金阁下，雪兰莪州务大臣拿督斯里阿摩里丁，马中总商会拿督陈有信，以及工委会主席卢国祥，女士们、先生们，大家早上好。那么我仅代表海南国际经济发展局，欢迎各位来到我们这一个由马中总商会所举办的马中企业家大会。我相信今天的会议将会是一个很好的平台，让两国的企业家们以及这一个年轻的企业家们能够探索更多的这一个 RCEP 的
Trade and Economic Relations. And thank you so much for providing us to make a brief introduction of what is Hainan Free Trade Port and what kinds of opportunity we would provide to the bilateral young entrepreneur circles. So as you all know that, China is nowadays speeding up the process of Hainan Free Trade Port. And at the opening ceremony, of the 4th China International Import Expo, President Xi Jinping mentioned Hainan Free Trade Port two times. First, he mentioned that China has issued the negative list of cross-border service trade of Hainan Free Trade Port. And then he also mentioned that China will conduct a high-level opening pressure test in Hainan Free Trade Port. And if we consider the RCEP background, we think, that we have some advantage under the RCEP background. First, the time window advantage for zero tariff policy. As you all know that, under the RCEP, nowadays we have more members to join, including Japan, Korea, Australia, and New Zealand. But still, for the between China and other countries, especially the new members, we still have a timetable to reduce the tariff into the zero level. For example, between China and Japan, China promised we would like to reduce about 45% of the Japanese goods to reduce the tax to zero level within 10 years. But nowadays, in Hainan, all the Japanese products can enter into Hainan duty-free market with zero tariff policy. And also after the year of 2025, all the products can enter into Hainan without any duty. And second, about the negative list of cross-border service. In the RCEP framework, all the parties agreed that all the countries would adopt a negative list service management within 6 years. I mean, if we start the beginning from next year, we still need 6 years to reach this goal. But here in Hainan, as President Xi mentioned, that we also nowadays we start the negative list management in the service sector. And third, but not the last, Hainan is becoming a gateway between China and Indonesia, Indian Ocean and the Pacific regions. We think that if we consider the location of Hainan and Malaysia, so we can hand in hand and set up a bridge and platform for all the parties in the region. And now I would like to give a very brief introduction of what is Hainan Free Trade Port. And we are, aligned with the high-level global economic trade rules to build Hainan Free Trade Port into the most opening up place in China. And we are speeding up the process of international tourism and consumption destination. And we have timetable. First, before the year of 2025, whole island will becoming a bonded area. At that time, all the goods if coming into Hainan province, it could enjoy a zero tariff policy. And also we need 10 years, that is to say before the year of 2035, we are going to be one of the most opening up free trade ports in the world. And also after 15 years, we hope that, we are becoming the most opening up free trade port in the world. That's very ambitious objectives. And this June, very important to Chile, we have issued a law called Hainan Free Trade Port Law. So that means, the Chinese government, especially, set up a law for a region which will provide a long-term, stable and sustainable guarantee for all the global business, of course, including Malaysia business circles. And we also have a very special tax arrangement. First, zero tariffs. I just said that, after the year of 2025, all the goods, not only Malaysia, Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand, all the countries, the majority of the goods when entering into Hainan Free Trade Port, it could enjoy a zero tariff. And second, all the companies, all the business in Hainan can enjoy a low corporate income tax of 15%. And third, about the preferential personal income tax. Here in Hainan, we have a policy of no more than 15%. So if compared with the other provinces in China, it is up to 45%. And fourth, we have the value-added policy. That is to say, if the import products, if they have the value added by over 30%, so when these goods come into the other provinces of mainland China, it could be tax exempted. And fifth, we have the ODI tax exemption. That means, for the Chinese companies, if they do overseas investment, so all the profits when coming back into China, it could be tax exempted. So Hainan is becoming a very important hub for the Chinese companies to do investment in the other countries, of course, including Malaysia. And besides tax arrangement, we also have what we call a 6 open arrangement. First, free trade, and second, free investment, and third, free capital flow, fourth, free visa, fifth, free transportation, either in the sea transportation or the air transportation, and last, free data flow. And for the free visa, nowadays, we have a special visa-free entry policy. For the around 60 countries, we allow them to come into Hainan without any visas, of course, including the country of Malaysia. And we are focusing on some key industries like tourism, modern services, high-tech, and tropical high-production agriculture. We think that, we have a good cooperation potential between Malaysia and Hainan. And that's, just now I just give a brief introduction of the Hainan Free Trade Policy. Now I would like to show you some good pictures of what is Hainan. First, location. You can see from the map, we are, at the latitude of North 18 Golden Tourism Belt. So we are, if you look at the map, we are between the mainland China and ASEAN countries. So we believe that we have more connections or more potentials between China and Malaysia. And second, excellent climate. We think that we have shared as Malaysia, we also have the very good climate. The temperature is very comfortable, around between 22 to 25 degrees, and very small temperature range, a lot of sunshine, coconut beaches. And also, we have, the best air quality in China, and also a lot of forest areas. And we also have rich tourism resources. We show you some pictures. You can see the Haikou Bay, and this is the Sanya Haitan Bay. A lot of international tourism, they're coming here to have their holidays. And besides Haikou, Sanya, we also have the Wenchang coconut forest. And very importantly, we have the Wuzi mountain. It is the only, tropical mountain areas in China. And nowadays, more and more tourism come to Hainan, not only to stay in hotel, but also they do a lot of sports like surfing, snorkeling, sailboarding, golfing, cycling, even skydiving. And, a lot of people come here by cruise, and a lot of tourism go out by yacht. And about the transportation. So now, we have the 3 international airports, including Haikou, Sanya, and Boao. And during the first half of this year, we are happy to see that we have 43 million tourists. Of course, all these tourists, they're coming from the other provinces of China. But we believe that after the pandemic, more and more foreign tourism coming. We also welcome all the business entrepreneurs and tourists from Malaysia to come to Hainan to share the sunshine. And also around the island, we have the railway, high-speed railway transportation. And we are building the world's most beautiful round island tourism road. And also we have a lot of, very good hotels, more than 160 high-end hotels. And these days, Hainan is becoming the duty-free shopping paradise in the world. So all the international brands, they are coming because, we have a new duty-free policies and more duty-free stores, and the sales of the duty-free is increasing every year. So we believe it is also creating a good potential, a good platform for the Malaysia high-end and premium products. And also we have a lot of events at Expo. First, this May, we have a great honor to host the first China International Consumer Products Expo, which is also the national level, just to focus on high-end products. So we are very happy. We have a lot of international brands, in the high-end brand, they are participate in this expo. And we are very happy to see that, some Malaysia companies and brand to participate in the first expo. Mainly they are the Malaysia bird nest products. So also they have achieved a lot, more than expected from the expo. And we are very happy to see that, Malaysia, they have confirmed that they will officially organize, the high-end Malaysia quality products to participate next year's expo. And besides expo, every year, as you know, we have Boao Forum, and we have Miss World, also Hainan International Film Festival. So we hope that, all the Malaysia young entrepreneurs can come here to participate in the Hainan International Expo, and also the Boao Forum. And last, I would like to say that I believe we have a lot of cooperation potentials between Hainan and Malaysia, especially between the young entrepreneur business circles. And first, I think we welcome all of you to participate in the Hainan Expo. And secondly, we are also creating a huge market for the Malaysia products, those made-in products. We are promoting the import. So we hope like bird nest can appear more and more frequently as in the duty-free market. And third, for my bureau, Hainan IEDB, we are going to provide a one-stop service to all the Malaysia business circles, especially to those young entrepreneurs. So any information if you need, or any help you need to promote the relation between Hainan and Malaysia, please feel free to contact us through this telephone number, 4008 and 413-413. And also we have our emails. We will give this PPT to all, share this PPT to all the participants. And last, I wish today's meeting a good success. Thank you so much.
谢谢韩局长。Well, thank you very much to Mr. Han Shengjian, the Director General of Hainan Provincial Bureau of International Economic Development (IEDB). Well, 是的，我们都知道呢，建设海南自贸港呢，海南将会成为中国最大的自由贸易区。那作为东南亚地区最重要的经济体之一的马来西亚呢，也将会成为中国“一带一路”倡议下有力响应的地区之一。所以呢，可以预见的就是在这个 RCEP 的推动之下呢，海南自贸港和马来西亚有望强联手，在这个框架之下进行深度合作，以实现双方在推动高质量发展上呢闯出新路子，也同时也一同在构建新发展格局中呢展现新作为的。好，那我们也知道呢，马来西亚呢，其实在这个东盟国家中呢，是占据了天时地利的地理优势。今后呢，我们也希望呢，能够加强和在这个中国海南自贸港在金融在科技在文化旅游或者是跨境电商等多领域的多面合作，优势互补。好，那接下来呢，我们很荣幸就邀请到了前国际贸易及工业部副部长YB 王建民博士以其经济学的专业为我们解析 RCEP。王博士呢是伦敦政治经济学院的经济学学士以及英国剑桥大学经济学硕士。Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to invite former Deputy Minister of International Trade and Industry, Yang Berhad Dr. Ong Kian Ming, to analyze RCEP. Yang Berhad has a degree in economics from London School of Economics and a master's degree in economics from Cambridge University.
谢谢文，不要忘记我还是有个博士杜克大学的博士。
是的，博士。
Don't forget I have PhD degrees.
Before I begin my salutations, I'm sure that after seeing the presentation just now, all of us are waiting to go to 海南岛。我看我们真是有一个愿望要去海南岛对不对Excellent presentation just now by Mr. Han Shengjian. Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Seri Amiruddin bin Syari, Menteri Besar Selangor. We see each other again. His Excellency Ouyang Yijing, Ambassador of the People's Republic of China to Malaysia. Welcome to Malaysia. I think this is the first time we're meeting. Very pleased to meet you. Dato' Tan Yu Sing, President of the Malaysia-China Chamber of Commerce, MCCC. Mr. Lu Kok Sing, Organizing Chairman of the Malaysian-China Entrepreneurs Conference. Dato' Teng Chang Kim, Exco, Investment and also Industries and Trade. Dato' Ban Han Liang, Lifetime Advisor to the MCCC. Mr. Han Shengjian, Director General of the Hainan Provincial Bureau of International Economic Development, or IDEB. Not forgetting, of course, Brian Chong, our young man in charge of the Malaysian-China Youth Entrepreneur Conference, the second one that's being held today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, selamat pagi and a good morning to all. 大家早上好。谢谢。It is indeed my honor to address all of you who are gathered here today at the Kuala Lumpur Convention Center and those who are watching online from China and also other parts of Malaysia. I'm sure that we are all looking forward to the day that we can gather in one place together, whether it is in Malaysia or in China, to interact face to face. I myself have had very good memories of my official trips to China when I was the Deputy Minister of International Trade and Industry. In fact, in my 20 months as Deputy Minister, I visited China a total of 6 times, to Nanning, to Qingzhou, to Xiamen, to Nanjing, to Shanghai, to Beijing, to Suzhou, to Shenzhen, and Guangzhou. It is the country that I visited most during my time as Deputy Minister of International Trade and Industry. And this is testament of the value we place on our trade and investment relationship with China. But for now, we will have to meet virtually, and we have to thank technological innovations that has enabled us to have this hybrid conference. 我只是有一点遗憾的，是因为我的家乡是莆田。
Only a little bit sorry because my hometown is in Fujian, As the Deputy Minister, I didn't really have the opportunity when there, but I really hope I still have opportunity to meet again in mainland China, and definitely to make my dream come true, which is I return to my real hometown in China.
Need to share a few thoughts today on the economic impact of free trade agreements, such as the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, and also I want to share a bit of my thoughts on the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement on the Trans-Pacific Partnership, or the CPTPP. The importance of the flow of goods and services in the global supply chain has been made more apparent by the COVID-19 pandemic. As an example, the disruption in the supply of different products, such as semiconductor chips, have affected the production of many goods, ranging from cars to consumer goods. These disruptions in the supply chain makes it even more clear for the need to have proper rules and regulations governing free trade in the global economy. At the same time, these disruptions also present a unique opportunity for government and companies to show concrete examples to the larger public of the benefits of the free movement of goods and services across borders, which are facilitated by free trade agreements. This is why I have entitled my address today as Communicating and Realizing the Shared Benefits of Free Trade Agreements, or FTAs. There are five points I would like to make on communicating and realizing the shared benefits of free trade agreements. I will refer to the RCEP FTA as a reference point for those shared benefits. Firstly, the government needs to explain the technical details of FTAs, such as the RCEP, to the business community, so that entrepreneurs such as yourselves can use this information to expand your trade in goods and services to existing as well as new markets overseas. FTAs, as you all know, are very technical in nature, and most business people, and sometimes even government officials, will not have the experience to understand the technical language in these documents. This is why it is important for government officials from relevant industries, from relevant ministries, such as the Ministry of International Trade and Industry, MITI, my former ministry, in Malaysia, to explain these FTAs in language which can be easily understood by the business community. For example, one of the key benefits of the RCEP is the simplification of the rules of origin, or ROO, of manufactured products. Those of you who have to export goods overseas, especially the manufactured products, you will know that you need to get an ROO from MITI if you want to send these goods to any of the FTA countries where we have already existing FTAs, including to China. This aspect of RCEP means that as long as the contents of a product comes from anywhere within the 15 RCEP countries, it can be exported to any one of these 15 countries without it can be exported anywhere within the RCEP countries. It can be exported without any changes in the formulation of the product. For example, the ingredients of a shampoo that is made in Malaysia can come from Thailand, Japan, and New Zealand, and can be exported to China using a common tariff for this product within the RCEP FTA. I'm sure that there are many other benefits of the RCEP FTA to the business community, which is why there needs to be many more briefings conducted by government to all of you, so that you can increase your understanding of this FTA and find out how you can benefit from it. That is the first point, explaining the technical details of the RCEP or FTA. Secondly, the business community needs to share best practices among yourselves on how to align your business strategies in order to penetrate existing and new markets based on the interpretation of different FTA rules and regulations in different countries within RCEP. Even after government ministries like MITI explains the technical details of RCEP to the business community, it may not be easy to translate this knowledge on paper into actual business practices in terms of penetrating new markets. This is where associations such as the MCCC can play an effective role. I've seen how many members of the MCCC, including many of those who are seated in this room, have shared knowledge and best practices among yourselves when going into the large and complicated market in China, for example. I'm sure that there are also organizations in China which can help the business community there to enter into the new markets in the RCEP countries, including Malaysia. And we saw a very good example in the presentation just now from the representative from the Hainan province. Just as how government ministries such as MITI should share technical know-how with the business community, the business community should also share with each other the business of know-how of how to align your business strategies using opportunities provided by the RCEP. If there is something good, as the saying goes, we should not be afraid to share it so that the overall business pie can grow. This will result in all of us being able to enjoy a shared and common prosperity. That is the second point of sharing business know-how among the business community. Thirdly, the business community needs to find effective and trustworthy partners within the FTA countries so that win-win business initiatives and partnerships can be created to enhance business opportunities. For example, in a large market like China, it would be very risky for many of the SMEs in Malaysia to go into this market alone and unsupported. It would be much better as a business strategy to look for trustworthy partners in China that can work with Malaysian SMEs in order to grow businesses together in China for Malaysian products and services. Of course, the nature of these businesses and also partnerships can expand beyond RCEP countries. I'll give you an example. Recently, I heard a businessman in Malaysia talk about an example of how a Japanese company sends its raw Wagyu quality beef to Malaysia to be processed and then certified as halal for export into the Middle Eastern market, where the Jakim Halal logo is widely recognized and accepted. And then I encourage all of you here today to look for such win-win opportunities within RCEP countries and also outside RCEP countries. Fourthly, the government and business community needs to showcase how previous FTAs have benefited the country's economy in the creation of jobs, in the increase of innovation and healthy competition, and also in the increase of good quality FDI. The benefits of FTAs usually take some time before they can be seen and felt in a country's economy. For example, the China-ASEAN FTA was signed in 2010, but it did not immediately result in a significant increase in trade as well as FDI between China and ASEAN. But now, more than 10 years later, China is the largest or the second largest trading partner for most of the countries in ASEAN. Many Chinese companies have started to invest in ASEAN in the past 5 years, including in Malaysia, and many more are looking for investment opportunities in ASEAN, including and especially Malaysia, and of course, Selangor remains the most attractive investment destination in Malaysia. I have to say this because the Menteri Besar is sitting here, and I'm also a member of Parliament for Selangor. We give Menteri Besar a hand of support for attracting so many good quality investments into Selangor over the past few years. Without this public communication on the larger benefits of FTAs, which are spread out over a long period of time, the members of the public in countries like Malaysia would not know and cannot feel the benefits of these FTAs. Without the public knowledge of these benefits, the public support for current as well as future FTAs, including RCEP and CPTPP, may not be very high. This is something that we need to change, the public perception of the benefits of these FTAs. Fifthly, and lastly, governments need to assure the public that government policies are in place to help those who may be negatively affected in the short term by FTAs. We cannot deny that there will be some companies and individuals that will lose out from FTAs, especially those which cannot compete directly with products and services from overseas. But if the government can help those affected countries and individuals to transition and to upskill to other better businesses and job opportunities in the medium and long term, the negative effects of these FTAs can be significantly reduced. For example, I know of companies in my own constituency which used to produce sports shoes or sneakers. But because of global competition, many of them have shifted their business strategy to producing safety shoes for a niche market. as well as coming up with their own brands of office shoes for domestic as well as the export market. In all of the 5 points which I've if all of the 5 points which have presented can be properly implemented, the benefits of FTAs such as RCEP as well as CPTPP will be felt by all, governments, the business community, as well as the members of public. Here, I just want to take a few minutes to share a few thoughts on the CPTPP. The CPTPP represents the future direction of FTAs, which are currently and will be negotiated between trading nations as well as regional entities such as the European Union. Future FTAs will not just cover trade in goods and services, but encompass other aspects of economic activity, including increasing the standards of transparency and openness on areas such as government procurement, increasing the standards by which workers, especially foreign workers, are being treated by companies, and the regulatory environment in which these companies operate in. And then thirdly, enhancing the intellectual property, especially in the production and trade in the service sector. These are areas in which all trading nations should aim to strengthen within the framework of the domestic laws and regulations. But FTAs such as the CPTPP can help speed up the process of reform within individual countries, including in Malaysia. In the long run, adherence to better standards in these areas will benefit all of the countries involved. For example, China as a country is leading the charge in terms of patent registration on many innovative products and services. Many Chinese technology companies are among the most innovative in the world and has a lot of intellectual property assets to protect. Most people with a smartphone, or maybe young kids, would know of TikTok, owned by ByteDance, a Chinese company. And even if you don't use the app yourself, and I'm quite sure most people here don't use TikTok, maybe it would be good for us to again connect with the younger people using this app and also exercise using some of their dances. By strengthening such standards, using the push from FTAs such as the CPTPP, countries like Malaysia and China will be more competitive and resilient in the long run. One final note on the CPTPP. Malaysia should welcome the application of all countries, by all countries and economies who want to join the CPTPP, including China, the United Kingdom, and also a few other countries and economies. But Malaysia also has to first ratify the CPTPP by amending a number of domestic laws and regulations so that we are in adherence to the rules spelled out by the government. Without Malaysia ratifying the CPTPP, we cannot influence the terms and conditions by which other countries make their application into the CPTPP. For example, this would apply if, let's say, the United States were to want to rejoin the CPTPP, which it left during the start of the Trump presidency in 2016. It would be in Malaysia's interest to have a seat at the negotiating table to influence the terms and conditions under which countries and economies apply for entry into the CPTPP for the benefit of the government, the business community, and finally, the members of the public. Once again, I would like to thank you for this opportunity, for allowing me to share a few thoughts on this very important topic. Thank you very much, Mr. Lu, for giving me homework to do on Friday and Saturday. 非常感谢欧阳居星. First time meeting you today is my pleasure. Thank you very much, Dato' Tan, for allowing me to share a few words and thoughts. 谢谢. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yang Berhad. Dr. Ong Kemen, would you please kindly remain on stage? And now I would like to invite Dato' Tan Yusing to the stage to present a token of appreciation to Yang Berhad. 是的，我们有请陈友信会长呢为 YB 王建民博士颁发纪念品。谢谢 YB 王建民博士为我们发表了非常精辟的见解。也谢谢陈会长给我们颁发这个纪念品。现在有请我们两位贵宾回到座位上。 Well, ladies and gentlemen, well, it's time for us to say goodbye to both our guests of honor for today. We would like to announce the departure of our guest of honor, Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Seri Amiruddin bin Syarif, Datuk Menteri Besar Selangor, Syarikat州大臣 Datuk Seri Amiruddin, and His Excellency Ouyang Yujing, Chinese Ambassador to Malaysia. 也要谢谢中国驻马来西亚特命全权大使欧阳玉靖阁下今天的莅临。这两位贵宾的莅临，的确让我们今天的这个大会呢增色不少。谢谢你们。Thank you very much to both our guests of honor for joining our event this morning, and your presence indeed have graced our morning very much. 是的，各位来宾，现在呢，大会将会小休片刻，我们请会场的来宾呢到场外去享用茶点，然后呢，在15分钟之后呢，请您回到我们的现场来。Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break for 15 minutes. Would you please kindly step out of this hall to enjoy some light refreshment, and we would like to welcome you back to the hall after 15 minutes as we will resume our event after this. Thank you very much for your cooperation. We should have a good light meal after this. Thank you very much.
"马来西亚中国总商会，简称马中总商会，成立于1990年，是一个非官方、非盈利、多元种族的独立民间商业团体，为马中两国企业家提供多渠道流动平台，创造合作多赢，提升国家经济和企业发展的高度。
马中总商会创会的前辈一开始就给我们这个商会很清楚的定位，它是设计马来西亚各族的商家有兴趣到中国经贸和投资的一个团队。未来的两国的一个发展的新动力，必然是来自高科技，包括于人才的培养。
马中总商会青年团是在2003年4月份成立，并在2018年我们改名为青年企业家委员会青企会，以更贴近企业家的形象。作为青年的商业平台，青企会也通过举办各种各样的活动，让他们装备好自己，迎接更多的商机。
我觉得21世纪女企业家通过这个平台走出马来西亚，然后走入全中国。我们不只是要学习如何做一个成功的女企业家，更重要的是我们要如何成为一个更有价值的女企业家。
作为连接民营企业与政府资源的平台，马中总商会成立至今，一直与两国政府机要部门保持紧密联系，以确保能为马中企业家提供资源对接、项目对接和海外对接的机会，推动并实施走向国际的拓展策略。作为一个国际交流平台，总会加上全马9个分会的专业团队，多年来成功让中国数以万计的资方与本地政要商家达成合作。
MCCC being a focused China-Malaysia trade organization, it opens up a new avenue for us to look at trading with China. China is a country that we cannot ignore. It's humongous and the trade opportunities are big.
不仅让有族企业家亲身体验马中商贸的盛况，也让中国方见识到国际津津乐道的马来西亚多元文化，加深与本地商企合作的信心。为了实际了解中国经济盛况，我们开设了投资中国与投资大马课程，举办“一带一路”英语论坛，并盛大举办了马中建交45周年庆典，庆祝马中之间永续的经贸往来与不移的文化情感，继续推动经济改革持续高速成长。中国的发展速度与商业活力持续增强，是全球觊觎的市场。马来西亚 则以健康稳定的时局与经济以及多元文化取胜。
3, 2, 1。
对于马中总商会未来的发展，马中总商会一定要尽量的有个机制来够授权给我们的各个委员会、各州的州分会，让他们有这个领域、有这个舞台去表现他们各自的才华。这一点是我们这个总商会会成功的一个要素。
无论何种企业，想要开拓海外市场，投奔最好的资源，就必须选择一个强大、灵活、先进的平台，才能达到事半功倍的效果。
每位企业家都期盼能克服所有的挑战，以体验成功的滋味儿，并展望业务快速达至高峰。Vynn 与您共同迈进，提供全面化的银行服务，并助您达到企业目标。
来西亚中国总商会，简称马中总商会，成立于1990年，是一个非官方、非盈利、多元种族的独立民间商业团体，为马中两国企业家提供多渠道流动平台，创造合作多赢，提升国家经济和企业发展的高度。
马中总商会创会的前辈一开始就给我们这个商会很清楚的定位，它是设计马来西亚各族的商家有兴趣到中国经贸和投资的一个团队。未来的两国的一个发展的新动力，必然是来自高科技，包括于人才的培养。
马中总商会青年团是在2003年4月份成立，并在2018年我们改名为青年企业家委员会青企会，以更贴近企业家的形象。作为青年的商业平台，青企会也通过举办各种各样的活动，让他们装备好自己，迎接更多的商机。
我觉得21世纪女企业家通过这个平台走出马来西亚，然后走入全中国。我们不只是要学习如何做一个成功的女企业家，更重要的是我们要如何成为一个更有价值的女企业家。
作为连接民营企业与政府资源的平台，马中总商会成立至今，一直与两国政府机要部门保持紧密联系，以确保能为马中企业家提供资源对接、项目对接和海外对接的机会，推动并实施走向国际的拓展策略。作为一个国际交流平台，总会加上全马9个分会的专业团队，多年来成功让中国数以万计的资方与本地政要商家达成合作。
MCCC being a focused China-Malaysia trade organization, it opens up a new avenue for us to look at trading with China. China is a country that we cannot ignore. It's humongous and the trade opportunities are big.
不仅让有族企业家亲身体验马中商贸的盛况，也让中国方见识到国际津津乐道的马来西亚多元文化，加深与本地商企合作的信心。为了实际了解中国经济盛况，我们开设了投资中国与投资大马课程，举办“一带一路”英语论坛，并盛大举办了马中建交45周年庆典，庆祝马中之间永续的经贸往来与不移的文化情感，继续推动经济改革持续高速成长。中国的发展速度与商业活力持续增强，是全球觊觎的市场。马来西亚则以健康稳定的时局与经济以及多元文化取胜。
3, 2, 1。
对于马中总商会未来的发展，马中总商会一定要尽量的有个机制来够授权给我们的各个委员会、各州的州分会，让他们有这个领域、有这个舞台去表现他们各自的才华。这一点是我们这个总商会会成功的一个要素。
无论何种企业，想要开拓海外市场，投奔最好的资源，就必须选择一个强大、灵活、先进的平台，才能达到事半功倍的效果。
每位企业家都期盼能克服所有的挑战，以体验成功的滋味，并展望业务快速达至高峰。Vynn Bank 与您共同迈进，提供全面化的银行服务，并助您达到企业目标。
马来西亚中国总商会，简称马中总商会，成立于1990年，是一个非官方、非盈利、多元种族的独立民间商业团体，为马中两国企业家提供多渠道流动平台，创造合作多赢，提升国家经济和企业发展的高度。
马中总商会创会的前辈一开始就给我们这个商会很清楚的定位，它是设计马来西亚各族的商家有兴趣到中国经贸和投资的一个团队。未来的两国的一个发展的新动力，必然是来自高科技。 包括于人才的培养。
马中总商会青年团是在2003年4月份成立，并在2018年我们改名为青年企业家委员会青企会，以更贴近企业家的形象。作为青年的商业平台，青企会也通过举办各种各样的活动，让他们装备好自己，迎接更多的商机。
我觉得21世纪女企业家通过这个平台走出马来西亚，然后走入全中国。我们不只是要学习如何做一个成功的女企业家，更重要的是我们要如何成为一个更有价值的女企业家。
作为连接民营企业与政府资源的平台，马中总商会成立至今，一直与两国政府机要部门保持紧密联系，以确保能为马中企业家提供资源对接、项目对接和海外对接的机会，推动并实施走向国际的拓展策略。作为一个国际交流平台，总会加上全马9个分会的专业团队，多年来成功让中国数以万计的资方与本地政要商家达成合作。
MCCC being a focused China-Malaysia trade organization, it opens up a new avenue for us to look at trading with China. China is a country that we cannot ignore. It's humongous and the trade opportunities are big.
不仅让有族企业家亲身体验马中商贸的盛况，也让中国方见识到国际津津乐道的马来西亚多元文化，加深与本地商企合作的信心。为了实际了解中国经济盛况，我们开设了投资中国与投资大马课程，举办“一带一路”英语论坛，并盛大举办了马中建交45周年庆典，庆祝马中之间永续的经贸往来与不移的文化情感，继续推动经济改革持续高速成长。中国的发展速度与商业活力持续增强，是全球觊觎的市场。马来西亚则以健康稳定的时局与经济以及多元文化取胜。
3, 2, 1。
对于马中总商会未来的发展，马中总商会一定要尽量的有个机制来够授权给我们的各个委员会、各州的州分会，让他们有这个领域、有这个舞台去表现他们各自的才华。这一点是我们这个总商会会成功的一个要素。
无论何种企业，想要开拓海外市场，投奔最好的资源，就必须选择一个强大、灵活、先进的平台，才能达到事半功倍的效果。
每位企业家都期盼能克服所有的挑战，以体验成功的滋味儿，并展望业务快速达至高峰。Vynn Bank 与您共同迈进，提供全面化的银行服务，并助您达到企业目标。
是的，各位来宾，我们接下来我们的这个其他项目呢，马上就要开始了，所以有请在场外的来宾呢，如果您已经享用了这个茶点之后呢，请您回到我们的场内，我们马上就要进行我们下一部分的项目了，我们马上就要进行我们下一部分的活动，谢谢您的合作。Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to resume the next session of our forum, our conference for today. So we would like to invite those who are still having a bit of chit-chat outside. Would you please kindly return to the hall as we will continue our next session of our conference shortly. Thank you for your cooperation.
“
是的，欢迎回来。那我们现在呢，有国际贸易及工业部秘书长拿督洛麦哈金阿里为我们述说政府推动 RCEP、RCEP 的努力，以及如何协助企业走向国际市场。Next, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Secretary General of Ministry of International Trade and Industry, Datuk Lokman Hakim bin Ali, to brief us the government's efforts on rectifying RCEP, which enable local industries to expand into the international market.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam keluarga Malaysia dan salam sejahtera. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, allow me to record my sincere appreciation to Yang Berbahagia Datuk Tan Yu Sing, President of Malaysia-China Chamber of Commerce, for the kind invitation extended to me to deliver the keynote speech at this conference. Indeed, I am pleased to be here today and highly encouraged by the concerted efforts undertaken by MCCC to enhance the understanding regarding free trade agreements, especially among young entrepreneurs. The theme of the conference, RCEP Agreement Key Prospect and Challenge, is timely and apt as Malaysia is currently expediting our domestic efforts towards ratifying this FTA, which will be the largest in the world and expected to come into force in January 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a momentous event when the RCEP was signed on 15 November last year. This mega pact spans across 15 countries, namely all ASEAN member states, Australia, China, Japan, South Korea, and New Zealand. I am pleased to inform that we are currently working hard in amending several laws that relates to intellectual property rights for RCEP to be ratified. We expect that the work to be completed by end of this December this year. I wish to take a moment to reflect on the significance of this agreement for Malaysia. First, RCEP offers preferential market access to approximately 2.2 billion people, which is equivalent to a third of the world's population. Malaysian exporters will now have the opportunity to sell their products and services at an advantage in these RCEP countries. In addition, the agreement provides options for manufacturers and exporters to source raw materials from RCEP countries, which will likely enhance their competitiveness and improve their chances at penetrating the global market. Second, according to the World Bank, this FTA represents close to 25.8 trillion US dollars, or 29.4% of the world's GDP. This is proof of the strong economic standing of the RCEP countries and consequently their contribution to the global economy. Third, the agreement will streamline and amalgamate the ASEAN FTAs with its dialogue partners, or the ASEAN +1 FTAs, into a single regional trade agreement contributing significantly towards resilient regional value chains. And fourth, RCEP promotes elements such as greater transparency, information sharing, trade facilitation, economic cooperation, standardization of rules and technical regulations, as well as conformity assessment procedures, all of which are of crucial importance to our businesses, particularly small and medium enterprises. Ladies and gentlemen, being a developing country with a small domestic market of approximately 32 million people, Malaysia has always been a firm believer of free, fair, and open trade, anchored upon the rules-based multilateral trading system. We have also placed a specific emphasis on the need to cultivate an enabling global ecosystem that promotes progressive liberalization efforts which bring tangible benefits to developing countries such as Malaysia. I also wish to take this opportunity to underscore that free trade agreements will continue to be an important component of our economic recovery efforts, as we recognize the central role of such agreement in enabling Malaysian exporters to gain better market access opportunities in third countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to take this opportunity to urge you, especially the young entrepreneurs here, to effectively utilize the many platforms and tools availed by the government, including FTAs such as this RCEP agreement, to further integrate into the global supply chain and enhance the competition of your businesses. Last but not least, I also wish to reiterate that MITI will continue to engage with all our stakeholders in charting the way forward for Malaysia's economic agenda. We will work collaboratively with trade and industry associations, as well as chambers of commerce, such as MCCC, to continue to foster a business-friendly environment that is favorable to entrepreneurs, such as all of you here today. In concluding, I wish all of you the very best. Have a fruitful conference ahead. Thank you and have a good conference.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lokman. 谢谢拿督洛曼哈金阿里。是的，各位来宾，那我们刚才有提到了哈，我们今天呢是再一次是以这个 hybrid 的 format 呢 hybrid 的方式呢来进行我们线上线下的论坛。那我们到目前为止，我们可以发现到呢，就是我们其实线上已经有超过10万人次在观赏了。所以我们刚才可以看到的就是，我们那个你可以看到线上我们 print screen 的那边 ，print screen 那边是有6万人次哈。其实最高人数呢，我们是有超过10万人次，因为我们有多个平台现在是同场直播的。在这里要谢谢在线上同步跟我们一起观赏这次直播的朋友，包括来自全球，尤其是来自中国的朋友，谢谢你们的支持。好，各位来宾，我们也知道呢，本届大会呢是以 RCEP 前景展望以及挑战为主题。那大会除了邀请政企精英分享经贸课题，也邀请各领域的大咖来和我们谈商论道。Well, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year is RCEP, a key prospect and challenge. So we have invited government and business leaders to share on the investment policies and benefits as well as their insightful experiences with participants. 那接下来的专题论坛呢，我们环绕着4项议题来展开讨论，包括贸易和投资、物流和交通、大健康以及文旅还有农业科技。Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is the thematic discussion which focuses on 4 topics: trade and investment, logistics and transportation, comprehensive health and cultural tourism, and Agrotech. So the first session will be on trade and investment. And we are pleased to invite on stage Mr. Harry Rusmana Irawan, Minister Councillor Economic Embassy of the Republic of Indonesia to Malaysia, Mr. Neil Fu, the Chief Strategist of NCT Alliance Berhad, Dato Ong Chong Yi, the Regional Chief Representative of Anbound Think Tank, and our moderator, Dato Tan Yibun, on the stage. Well, we would like to have our panelists as well as our moderator to come on stage. And Dato Tan Yibun, and I shall now pass the floor to you, Dato Tan.
Good morning. Oh, sorry, we're still in morning. The first sessions of this forum will have 3 speakers with us. May allow me to give you a very brief and short introduction about them. Our first speaker will be Mr. Harry Rusmana Irawan. He is currently the Indonesian Minister Councillor to Malaysia in charge of economic affairs. Mr. Irawan had held this position since 2019. He is a seasoned diplomat with many years of overseas posting, including posting to ASEAN and also the Embassy of Republic of Indonesia in Romania, also the head of Eastern Europe Affairs, and also the first Secretary of Permanent Missions of Indonesia to the United Nations. The second guest speaker today is Mr. Neil Fu. He has more than 27 years of business experience in various sectors, and then he is also a chairman, directors, and chief strategist for a number of listed companies. He is now the group chairman of MCCM Holding Berhad, and also a chief strategist for NCT Alliance Berhad. He is at the same time also occupied the position of investment director of Nova Plus Technology Berhad. He is also the chairman of the editorial committee of the Malaysian IPO Yearbook 2022, and he has so far authored 6 books in English and Chinese, with the latest topic being "The Sky is the AI Limit." Our third speaker for the day will be Dato Ong Chong Yi. Dato Ong Chong Yi has his Master of Business Administration from University of Malaya, and also he is currently the Regional Chief Representative of ASEAN Anbound Think Tank. He was formerly also the CEO of PKFZ, Portland Free Trade Zone, and also the President of China Malaysia Qingzhou Industrial Park. So they will talk about separate topics. I think let me invite Mr. Harry now to the rostrum to start your speech. Thank you. Let's give him a big hand of applause.
Thank you, moderator. Assalamualaikum and good morning to everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the MCCC for inviting the Embassy of the Republic of Indonesia, and of course to myself to present here and to share with you a brief information on the development of Indonesia's economic bilateral relations with China, which I will focus on the current and future main areas of cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, the bilateral relations between Indonesia and China have been very stable and is growing stronger from time to time. So we have quite strong bilateral mechanisms established since the very beginning of our diplomatic relations in 1950. There are milestones throughout our journey in maintaining and developing our bilateral relations. One of the most important was in 2005, when Indonesia and China moved up our level of bilateral cooperation through a joint declarations on strategic partnerships. This strategic partnership focused on several aspects, including more exchange of high-level visits, improving cooperation on economy, security, and disaster relief, and also promoting relations between China and the ASEAN and the cooperation in East Asia, as well as improving cooperation among developing nations. Last year, we celebrated the 70th anniversary of our bilateral relation. That was an important opportunity for both countries to further strengthen our strategic partnership. At that very moment, we also agreed on the importance of regional economic integration and intensifying cooperation in ongoing talks on Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP or RCEP agreement. Regarding the current bilateral economic cooperation status, China remains Indonesia's largest trading partner, with two-way trade valued at $71.4 billion in 2020. China is also the second largest foreign investor in our country, with total investment having reached a value of $4.8 billion last year. In addition, for the first half of 2021, our total bilateral trade with China reached $53.5 billion, an increase of 50.3% compared to the same period of last year. Our export to China were recorded at $26.2 billion, growing 51.4%, while the value of Indonesia's import from China also increased 49.3% to $27.3 billion. Currently, we, Indonesia and China, are planning to triple bilateral trade to $100 billion over the next 3 years. We are in the process of turning the bilateral economic and trade cooperation agreement signed in 2011 into a trade and investment framework agreement. Not less important is that Indonesia and China have been developing good cooperation in infrastructure projects. China has been taking a very active roles in the development of multiple infrastructure projects in Indonesia, particularly in the utilities, transportation, industry, and tourism. As you may aware, since September 2015, we have been undergoing Jakarta-Bandung high-speed railway project in cooperation with China that is planned to begin its operation to public, hopefully next year. Developments have also moved forward on the financial sector. So following the agreement between China and Indonesia in promoting the use of Chinese yuan in their transactions last year, Bank Indonesia has also reported that technical requirement related to the local currency settlement has been completed. Bank Indonesia has also conducted socialization efforts to ensure that ministries and business players are familiarized with the settlement. The purpose of the implementations of this LCS, or local currency settlement, is to encourage the use of local currency in the settlement of bilateral trade, transactions, and investment, as well as to increase the use of local currency and reduce both nations' dependence on the US dollar. This development, for us, marks a key milestone in strengthening bilateral financial relations between our country, Indonesia, and China. Next is, in the midst of a pandemic situation, the bilateral cooperation have also witnessed several positive developments. One of them is on the provisions of COVID-19 vaccines. To date, the pharmaceutical companies Sinovac and Sinopharm has exported vaccine to Indonesia in 16 batches, amounting to 6.2 million ready-to-use vaccines and 115.5 million doses of semi-finished vaccines. China was also the largest supplier of medical equipment to Indonesia during the period of May to July 2021. This equipment included PCR test kits, rapid test kits and ventilators. Touching a little bit about vaccination status in our country, Indonesia, to date, total vaccination given has reached 217 million doses. 62.59% of the population has received the first dose, while the second dose have reached 40.24%. The government is trying hard to achieve vaccination target of 80% of our total population by the end of this year, which is in number, the number is around 280 million people to be inoculated by the end of this year. Well, I would like to take this opportunity to also share with you an important development in doing business in Indonesia, which is the enactment of the new law on job creation, which is can be considered also as our response to the new regional comprehensive economic partnerships. This new law on job creation was ratified by President Joko Widodo on November 2, 2020 and came into force on that date. The aim of this new law is to boost the investment and create jobs by streamlining regulations and simplifying the licensing process to improve the case of doing business in Indonesia. The new law focuses in strengthening the backbone of Indonesia's economy, such as job creation, cooperatives, micro, small, and medium enterprises, as well as investment. To achieve this objective, this new law introduces new systems for improving the investment and business ecosystem, adjust some aspects of employment, and also modify various regulations to provide ease of doing business and business licensing. Detailed information on this new law is widely available. You may access the websites of the Ministry of Investment of Indonesia, or formerly known as BKPM, for further information. Next, move on to the future focuses. In early June, Indonesia and China held a high-level meeting in Yunnan to discuss a number of areas of cooperation, including trade, health, investment, and maritime affairs. The meeting resulted in a number of important agreements on making Indonesia a regional hub for COVID-19 vaccine production, constructing a factory for pharmaceutical raw materials, and bolstering research and development on herbal medicines. We also agreed to cooperate on clinical trials, commercial purchases, production, and the transfer of vaccine technology in an effort to assist Indonesia not only in dealing with the pandemic, but also in building regional vaccine production centers. These are among the future priorities of our bilateral cooperations. Another potential area is cooperation with a number of Chinese companies for the supply of additional necessary medical equipment to Indonesia. And also we agreed to increase infrastructure and maritime projects with a specific focus on Indonesia's less developed eastern island. So I would like to end this presentation by once again thanking the MCCC for inviting us. Indeed, economic activities have been quite affected by the pandemic for almost 2 years. This has been really hard times for all of us, but we are very optimistic that next year we will have a much better situations, and this event, I believe, is one of the good signs. And of course, the Embassy of Republic Indonesia is at your disposal to assist you in your business in Indonesia. I thank you so much. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Mr. Harry. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Neil Fu, the Chief Strategist for NCT Alliance Berhad, to share his view presentation on Smart Selangor.
Thank you, our Dato Tan, the moderator, and Dato Yu Xing and Goh Xiang Hui Zhang, and also our fellow teams here, Dato Sri Yap and Dato Jo and the team. 大家早上好. I would share my presentation in Mandarin on the RCEP 4IR 新科技产业。这个就像我们这个。
as we just say, as was stated in my slideshow, RCEP, is a new high technology industry. So with the development of the RCEP, for this region, just as mentioned within this book, you see, the new technology and industry that will influence the future. I guess all of you are familiar with this book. So talking about the big data, blockchain, brain science, and this particular technology looks like it's very far we cannot touch. However, to us, this is definitely will be the leaders in the future. The RCEP, especially for the Southeast Asia, +1, +2, +5. So I remember a few years ago, I had the first book. I also mentioned about the ASEAN +3. So today we already developed it into either currently come true. ASEAN +5. We have 600 million people. So since we have plus a lot of different countries, we are more expert, have analyzed to see a lot of opportunities for us. To me, the most obvious is our EV. So EV is these automatic cars, vehicles. So pertaining to the traditional automobile manufacturing, regardless in Malaysia or Indonesia, Vietnam or Thailand or Singapore, so there's a trend here. So in every country, in terms of the development plan, the EV, it is there. So as just our Indonesian leader also mentioned about digitalization, especially Indonesia play a very important role in nickels mining. So it is to see the electronic vehicles power supply, so pertaining to the battery development. So indeed, the electronic vehicle, the most important pertaining to this industry is the semiconductor chips. We have discovered, during this pandemic, for the past 2 years of the development, in the middle of last year, we have witnessed, because of the lockdown of Malaysia, and we have discovered, of course, we have discovered the chip shortage. It's just because Malaysia has provided 31%, and we, as a Malaysia, we have such a wonderful chip producer who have influenced the world so much. It is located in Penang, and since Mr. Lin Changyu's initiative until now, and now already become the E&E chips manufacturing important role player. So I really hope. So because in Malaysia we have 5 years, have a 5 years plan. We also mentioned about 4IR, or see the fourth industrial revolution. So in the same time, during the first chapter, so of course it's continue in our semiconductor development. So this is what, as a Malaysia, as a leader in this industry, is our core value. Let's mention about MIDIDA. I used to work in the Malaysia government office in charge of Malaysia Investment Development Authority, also including, so I used to contact of China, a lot of opportunity to share opinion with them. Let me introduce a little bit about MIDIDA. So we have a very comprehensive, during the RCEP actually, we can collaborate each other. So from this chart actually, you can a lot of supporting policies are ready, refinancing and invest again and again. So for the pioneer status, we have a lot of, reduce of the taxations, MSC sisters. For example, you are doing electronics, semiconductor, you're doing the 4IR industry, you all can receive this benefit of it. The other thing is about free trade zone. It is we also have this supporting policies already. Also high tech, exporting companies. For example, the factories in mainland China, you can put your factories here. You also can receive some benefits. Also digitalization and RR4. So later on, I will show smart Selangor's the Industrial Revolution 4.09 pillars of the smart technology to demonstrate this policy. And also we have the semiconductors. We also have a green, what you call the AI is cold chain logistics, green environment management, environment construction. Also, especially in China, they are leading roles in terms of this. The other thing about is the company's regional hub. So a company from China, if you can allocate the company in Malaysia, we also have a policy to support that. You need to capitalize with it. The other thing is the R&D and incubators and commercialization and whatnot. So the other thing will be we will bring in a lot of high-end talents from the world to Malaysia, and MIDIDA also have a policy doing that. So this is the reason. So this is what happened in last month actually. NCT Alliance Berhad, our particular team, we are working together with MIDIDA. We are developing cases, for the R&D research. R&D Berhad is a very famous development company. So this is very familiar. Is located in Genting, Thailand. They have a hotel facility and an apartment condominium facility as well. So this year they have planned it. They they designed the first ever in Malaysia. Number was called Smart. It is called Selangor Smart Industry Park. So the Selangor, they'll say you must be an NIP powered MIP. So it's the management system. It's just like in our house, we have AI to control everything. So we are using AI to control that. So this particular project actually will be happen in Selangor Golden Triangle. It's the latest area called Kuala Langgar. So most importantly, we need to, because we are coming into the 4IR, we're not only chanting the slogans, okay? It's automation is very important. We need to produce a better. So a lot of people in Malaysia only maintaining to the middle range of the income. We need to go higher. So this is the entire Smart Selangor 4.0 project. Maybe, ladies and gentlemen, you asked me a question online. Maybe we have some friend from China. We have this question as well. Well, if following Germany's standard, we have, RI 4.0, they have 9 pillars of the smart technology. If you can do it very well, definitely you will become top. We're talking about the big data and then IoTs. Those are the, so China is the number one pertaining to big data and IoT. So now we come to 3D printing and cyber security and autonomous robots, just like transformers. As if those are the very high tech and very far away. However, Malaysia has already have those system providers. So already providing us a service as well. We also have the simulation. Also comes to this called augmented reality. Metaverse redefine the new concept of VR. So it already comes to our life in Malaysia. Also comes to the system integration and cloud computing. So those are the 9 pillars of smart technology. is to see why we are doing this smart industry park. Not only giving you a daydreaming, okay? It's real. Now comes to Selangor Smart City. Most important, let me introduce the location features. So Selangor is located in the west of Malaysia, so we are located here. It's core center of this geographical area. Now comes to this golden triangle area. So in Selangor, it's very, very important. So among Selangor, this golden triangle is the most important area, and this particular project is again this red dot color, is most of the important because very near, only 11 kilometers to the airport, KIA. We also have this major 6. So our Kololanga Industrial Park also located here, and now is bird flu. Sorry, this is. So from this particular map, you can see, you can notice Alibaba's. So when I was working in the government of authorities, well, the digitalization center is right here, and this particular industry is very important. It is located not only doing so because it's right next to the airport, they have an advantage of doing cross-border e-commerce. So the Alibaba has already activated this whole area. It is to make a lot of huge quantity of goods. They put it here. Let me see. Oh, well, the cross-border e-commerce, okay? Again, to send it again to the Southeast Asia. This is the benefit of it. So in this region, actually, currently we have a main road who are ready, is 40 meters wide, main road under construction. So this is again to prove the government support. So this is generally, the bird's view understanding of this entire industry park. So from two ends, we have a lot of different sizes of the factories. So especially for China companies, in terms of semiconductors, manufacturing. So we welcome all those clients comes here. So the core value is that pertaining to those smart technology, comes here. We can discuss again. So within, within the area of is 3 kilometers cubic. So you can invest here. And for example, pertaining to those smart logistics, we also have, the upstream and downstream semiconductor industry player also can come here as well. At the same time, we also have this AI. Well, the benefit of here is that we have a lot of foreign workers or local workers. They are scattering everywhere in this country. So in terms of management, you see, currently we don't really have an AI system to manage that. And for all those workers, so we are going to, because we are recruiting all those high-end, actually mid-range and high-end workers from all over the world. We have more than 10,000 people comes under this management. So pertaining to the industry park, we also have some like retailers system already. So let me share again. Most importantly, the R 4.0 human resource center. Since we have, because we need high-end talent, and also we need to collaborate with China to foster more talents pertaining to AR 4.0 industry. At the same time, we also do our business incubators. We have a lot of startups. I want to become a supplier in this field. Then how can we do R&D? Can we, make my product in the market? So they also have this smart medical center as well. So those what we mean about smart center. We have also mentioned about the whole area. we also, visited a few ministers in Malaysia. Since we are very close to the KLIA, and we have this digitalization hubs, so we need to make a good use of it, especially with WTC. So just like Jack Ma from Alibaba, the cross-border e-commerce. So this is a new concept, also including, and recently we are talking about coaching, all pertaining to those high-end technology development. So we have already gotten the Malaysia government approval from all aspects. So we already started negotiating. The Selangor government also arranged. They're going to give us support comprehensively and also provide a lot of facilities. So not only this, okay. We also have the electronic vehicle power center already, also located in our industry park. So last meeting, let me back and share with you. So for the entire project, this is the top views of this plan in terms of AI management. So right next to the industry park, we will have all the semiconductors, manufacturing companies are here, right next to it. And also within our system, in terms of management, we're able to manage 8,000 of people. So this is to show we're using the AI system to management, the face recognition system. This is the designs, interior designs on the. We're getting support from Selangor's government, also including the local newspaper, media. So this is a very important project within this golden triangle area. We also receive a lot of support and to tell us how to make a good use of the system. So not only this, and we also organize a lot of the 4IR system provider consortium. And so anytime if you need our service, you can come here. Most importantly, any strategy, you see, so those are our food. You need to go first, also including our Malaysia. We have a lot of banks supporting, international bank. So also we have a China bank as well. The China construction banks, the ICBC banks are ready also. They're all supporting spot industry project in Malaysia. So I hope all the friends from Malaysia and China as well comes here. Visit here. Maybe you can live here and doing a business here as well. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. Let me say that. So maybe 2 days ago, being received the invitation because the earlier speaker, because I have some health issue. If today I have done a mistake, please, I apologize first. So today, my topic will only revolve on RCEP's future prospect and opportunity. Maybe some ideas of sharing and all that. RCEP happened so within this 8 years of development, also including Japan and Australia, and also including, so only 15 different countries to come to agreement. So the number 4, the government leaders having the meeting. After the meeting, so the 15 countries officially signed agreement for this RCEP agreement. So that comes to the RCEP. So officially, when the RCEP comes to the implementation, they definitely need the all different countries to work together. And also they have a lot of Vietnam and then Vietnam and the other 6 countries join in. Japan, New Zealand, Australia, China also joins in already officially to apply. And according to the agreement, RCEP actually the 1st of January, February in next year will happen. Of course, in Malaysia, we're still in the process. Okay, I really hope maybe will happen during the due time. So this signals, I mean, because ASEAN have the 22 the 2.2 billion of people. You see, this is 1/3 of the population, and also the GDP is also very big. And also it has high potential in terms of the business development. So actually, as the Malaysia, we have already connected to those non-ASEAN country, develop a free trade agreement, also including they call ASEAN-Japan Comprehensive Economic Partnership, and also the ASEAN-China FTAs. That happened in 1st of January 2011. Also ASEAN-Korea and ASEAN-Australia. So after all those policies implemented, and it's very, very important for all of us. So after 10 years of the China-ASEAN FTA, so the China-ASEAN trade doubled from USD 292.8 billions in 2010. So that is doubled. So China's annual investment to ASEAN increases from the USD 3.6 billion in 2010 to USD 9.1 billion in 2019. So that comes to 5.7. So now the cumulatively is already surpassed. So China as the partnership of, we already signed agreement with all of them, and why we again to sign another agreement with them. So next I will explain to you the benefit from the micro perspective to analyze further. So first of all, the RCEP is a modern agreement. So currently we have the RC+1. We have topping up another new modern trend as well, including e-commerce, SME development potential, and regional value chain. So potential to complete. So the agreement will definitely to push forward the e-commerce development. So the e-commerce in terms of cross-border management, so to reduce tax, and also the clearance between different countries, custom as well. Then secondly, it's a comprehensive FTA because it's not only cover a lot of range, also enhance the competency policy as well. Regarding about the in terms of e-commerce, also new government prosecution, all that. They also have another feature. So new area of e-commerce as well, even the government procurement as well. So those are the new chapters. Okay. So thirdly, ICP is a high quality agreement as well. They have few policies to touch, to surpass the RC+1, to supporting all those countries, regional supply chains. So they also come up with a new guideline to further expand the collaboration between the countries. So again, they also have the mutual beneficial. So pertaining to the collaborations, for all those members, they have certain requirements as well. So all those countries from the mutual communication channel, they can resolve the dispute. At the same time, all the members who get involved, they can have a mutual benefit. Also including, very important point is that within 6 hours, they have a speedy delivery and for the speedy clearance. RC4 is a very comprehensive agreement because all the members from RCEP, also including Japan and Australia, also including Laos and Vietnam and Brunei as well. Since we have considered, we have understand, the economic development from different countries, Also in Vietnam and different countries have very resilient policies. Therefore, we can so finally to have a win-win situation. But when you listen to this, it looks like very complicated. However, it's pretty simple. Well, definitely have a lot of advantages and benefits. So next one, let me talk about the benefits from those micro perspective, how the RCEP agreement can bring some future benefit. As our past deputy minister have been telling you, extensive cumulative rules of origins, because they allow all those 15 countries pertaining to raw material. The value ingredients are there, so therefore can help a lot of factories in Malaysia, for them to qualify the rules and regulations. For example, let's say if in Japan, if under the ASEAN regulation, if you're doing export to Japan, have a zero taxation. The ingredients actually 40% must be coming from Japan or other members country, maybe from China or the other non-ASEAN country, and not being counted. However, RCEP's the original country is very considerable. So within these 15 countries, regardless of where they were included, and also the certification of those also were plus those 5 different countries as well. So in the past, like if you go to Australia and Japan or North South Korea, you need to individually apply the license. So after RCEP is in plan, so one certificate can fix all the issues, can save more time. Secondly, pertaining to the digital trade environment, so we have a lot of cross-border policies also to speed up the whole process. So not only to further to bring up all the industrial development, also can make a local consumer to receive the goods faster. So this is about this digital trade. Thirdly, a greater opportunity for legal professionals. So within this agreement, we have a lot of rules and regulations. There have a lot of intellectual property, not securing the entrepreneurs what they call rights. Therefore, so because of the regional development, expanded further, so they have a lot of service like consultation services needed. So therefore, they can provide a lot of the business opportunity consultation. Therefore, give them a new opportunity. Fourthly, is the new area in terms of digitalization. Definitely will help our Malaysia digitalization economy development as well, as Mr. Leong mentioned about. So definitely can help those high-end player comes into Malaysia. In terms of digitalization, not only can further enhance big data, AI development, blockchain technology, and also will help the Malaysia to provide new talent have more opportunity as well. Next step, in order for our Malaysian industry to have a more benefit, let me have some suggestions as well. First of all, making a good use of the for example, in North Korea or South Korea and Japan, they have a high technology development. If you can capitalize the technology, for example, you can have the certificate, electronic certificate origins. So therefore, all the companies, without going out, they can obtain the certificate as well. Also, the same platform and system they can provide to the custom. So not only can save more time and costs, and also avoid some fraudulent story happen. Secondly, in terms of the certificate, so I suggest Malaysian government to denominate, the zero low taxation So therefore, you can encourage a lot of foreign investors comes in from platform. They can purchase big stuff. Well, in terms of e-commerce player, if you ask them to send, speedy express, so they can only enjoy for the air services, not from the sea. So we suggest government can also open up the sea freight as well. Thirdly, I suggest Malaysia business services clusters. They can form a business services clusters. So therefore, they can provide regional services as a one-stop solution. And thirdly, in Malaysia, have a lot of associations. They can work hand in hand together with the government. So RCEP export and volume, for example, so they can make it all happen in Malaysia. So because we can see, in China, for example, in Nanning, it is because they have organized a lot of volume and export. Therefore, they have a further development. We can take that as a model as well. So in general, the RCEP development are unlimited. So if this agreement will be successfully implemented, of course, our like MCCs play very important roles. So therefore, as uncertainty out of this pandemic, so all those countries need to capitalize this platform. So communicate further, they can depend on our collaboration. Therefore, you can redesign our industry, and therefore you can actualize our win-win situation. So that's my presentation. Thank you. Thank you. So okay, let's just go a quickly Q&A session.
Put for all the questions to you all. Mr. Harry, one of the questions asked is that RCEP or RCEP emphasize on openness and free trade and free travel, including reducing red tapes in import, export, and travel of business personnel. However, due to the current pandemic, is the goal still realistic? Given that different countries have taken very different methods in their respective quarantine policies, do you feel that the implementation of RCEP should be delayed until things are more settled?
All right. Thank you for the question. So, with relation to the pandemic situation, so we believe that the pandemic has elevated the demand of digital trade of goods and services. So we believe that the digital economy will be the area that will be focused on by ASEAN and its dialogue partners. RCEP or RCEP has a chapter of e-commerce to regulate and embracing the increasing trend of digital economy. So therefore, I do not think that RCEP requires some form of amendment or delay in the implementation due to the pandemics, since it has already has a chapter about e-commerce and that can assist countries in handling digital versions of international trade and in goods or services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harry. Next question is to Fu Zhexun 先生。傅先生，刚才我们从你的演讲中，我们
From the topic you have just delivered, so potential smart industry, you have a lot of plan. So no doubt about it. So the classic development cannot satisfy the new need. So the new potentials in your eyes, okay, whether you're focused on local companies or the overseas company. So this smart industry, what are the attractions for foreigners? Well, it is local and domestic, international, we welcome them all, also including, for example, the semiconductors area, regardless of anchor players. Those are the major the institution while they're coming. So all those SMEs, they were supporting the service. Definitely they will come together. It's ecosystem development as well. It's the entire system, moves into our smart industry. The other thing pertaining to China, for example, China has already already become a, middle and high-end player. But if you have another branch company who located in Malaysia as the regional hub in ASEAN country, therefore can enable, quickly to implement in Malaysia, and also can go to Europe country as well. So pertaining to this, actually, not only the government policy, also our smart industry is a number one in Malaysia, also the ASEAN, number one in ASEAN country as well. So this, because we are taking the opportunity from those the 4IR. Thank you, Mr. Fu. Next two questions addressed to Nadong Junyi. The first question is, in India, last minute they have come RCEP. Well, to Malaysia maybe it's a big loss here. Well, India is a big country, no doubt about it. However, the withdrawal from this RCEP, it is sorry for us as well. Due to open business plan, reduce a lot of tariff and all and on. But pertaining to the economic development, maybe especially for the agriculture development, plastic production and whatnot, have a lot of, in terms of protection policies, and India cannot play a role here. However, it's sorry, but I really hope RCEP's door is always open to India. Later maybe it comes in again. Well, it's possible. But to Malaysia, the lucky thing for Malaysia is that we're collaborating with India, not only ASEAN. We also have this bilateral relationship with India as well. So in reality, it's a big hit to us as well. But for all those countries have no relationship with the RCEP relationship with India, therefore have a big impact. Thank you. So final questions. So it's an English question.
Tariff and non-tariff barriers. How do you think RCEP could help enhance cooperation among the member countries?
Okay, once the RCEP is implemented, there will be many annual meetings organized by the government officials, from the senior official level up to the country leader level. And also many working groups will also be set up to monitor and to enhance the implementation process of RCEP. And besides that, we can also expect at the private sector, like MCCC, there will be more interactions through business fora, conferences, expo, etc. So through this type of frequent communications and frequent meeting and deepened communications, we can gradually overcome misperception among the members and foster greater business opportunities among ourselves. Yeah.
Thank you. 各位，因为时间的问题呢，我们今天无。
Due to the time restraint, we cannot open to the public for more questions. So this is the first round of the session, and we can just wrap up here. So once again, I will thank you, the panels. Thank you, our Dato. Thank you, Mr. Harry.
I'd like to invite now the organizing chairman, Mr. Lu Kok-seong, to be on stage to present a token of appreciation to our panelists. We would like to invite Mr. Lu Kok-seong to come on stage. 是的，我们现在呢邀请企业家大会工委会主席卢国祥先生为我们的嘉宾呢颁发纪念品。We would like to present token of appreciation to Mr. Harry Rusmana Irawan. To Mr. Harry Rusman Irawan for the insightful sharing just now. And we would also like to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Neil Fu.吴策群先生刚才给我们这么精彩的一个演说，给我们做了一个这么精彩的分享。Thank you very much, Mr. Neil Fu. And last but not least, we would like to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Ong Chong-yi for giving us some insights on how the RCEP, RCEP actually represent them in the future. 是谢谢 Dr. Ong Chong-yi 给予我们这么精彩的一个演说，一个分享。And thank you very much, Mr. Lu. Thank you so much to our three panelists. Thank you very much to Mr. Harry Rusmana Irawan, thank you very much to Mr. Neil Fu, and thank you Dato Ong Chong-yi. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please give our moderator Dato Tan Yibun and also our panelists a big round of applause. Thank you very much. And we would like to invite our panelists to kindly return to your seats. And thank you very much to Mr. Lu. But we have Dato Tan Yibun. Would you please kindly remain on stage as we are going to proceed for the next session, and we will love you, Dato, to be with us, to be the moderator once again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for the next session, we will cover logistic and transportation, comprehensive health and cultural tourism, and Agrotech. So we are pleased to welcome first Mr. Tiong Teck Lin, the CEO of GDEX Berhad, to come on stage. And also we would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Daniel Yi Abdullah, the Vice President of Malaysia International Durian Industry Development Association, to come on stage. 还有就是我们远在中国的线上主讲嘉宾，中国旅游研究院院长、文化和旅游数据中心戴斌院长。Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to please give a big round of applause to our panelists for the next session. Mr. Tiong Teck Lin, CEO of GDEX Berhad, and Mr. Muhammad Daniel Yi Abdullah, the Vice President of Malaysia International Durian Industry Development Association, as well as our another guest who are in China right now, 戴斌院长。好，接下来我们就把时间交给 Dato Tan Yibun。谢谢陈以文先生。
谢谢主持人，请容我介。
Yeah, can you allow me to introduce our speaker today? The first one is Mr. Tiong.
NECO, which is Associations of the Express Company of Malaysia. And he is also the president of the AMC, Malaysian Express Carrier. Mr. Tiong acquired GD Express in 2005. And then he started his career as an engineer. And we all, for most of the Malaysians, we all know that how active GDEX is nowadays. I think you all receive a lot of parcels from GDEX on a daily basis. And it is becoming a very formidable name in local express industry. The next speaker will be Mr. Daniel. Daniel 先生呢，本身是马来西亚国际榴莲产业发展合会的。
He is the Vice President of Malaysia International Durian, President of Malaysia International Durian Industry Development Association, and he has also taken part in many agricultural activities, and he is the ambassador of our Malaysia tourism, promoting Malaysian tourism to a lot of countries. He is also senior advisors to a few private companies, especially in agriculture and logistics, with very rich experience. He has been appointed as a counselor in the Malaysian Embassy in China, in Beijing, in the agricultural sector. And we also have President of China Tourism Academy, Mr. Tai Bin. And he is also part of the president of the academy. He has taken part in many large projects in the country, especially in terms of policy making. And he has been awarded Creativity Awards by the United Nations. And he has a lot of new thoughts about tourism economy, and tourism thoughts with 21 books written. And he has also written 500 essays on tourism and professional essays. And let us listen to...
Go to the rostrum. You can just share it from your place. Yeah.
Hello. Good morning to the MCCC President, Mr. Tan Yu Sing, MCEC Organizing Chairman, Mr. Lu Kok Siong, and all the distinguished guests. Actually, today I chose the topic, catalyzing supply chain and logistics with RCEP. Why I say catalyzing? Because logistics is already very vibrant. As all of you have known during the MCO, how the logistics, especially the last mile company, struggle to deliver your parcels. So first of all, I'll apologize if there's any of the members from MX late in delivering your parcels. Very sorry. So a little bit about Association of Express Carrier in Malaysia. Our members actually are made up of all basically the last mile delivery company. We have FedEx, DHL, UPS, and many of the companies from China as well. SF Express, ZTO, some of the best is already all in Malaysia. From Japan, we have Yamato Express and things like that. So the thing is about this RCEP, I believe it will bring a lot more goodness because the access from the whole world, and especially the 20 billion people from all the various countries that involved in RCEP, will actually able to communicate and doing business with each other with more ease. So that is the big picture, and I think it definitely will bring a lot of goodness to the people and to the countries as well. So the key focus area for the supply chain, I think actually quite a lot of companies already study on this aspect of it. I would just share a study by this KPMG. If you really look at there are many aspects of what things that can be actually in the focus. We can just hold on a minute. Let's see. Okay, the key focus area, you can actually look at evaluating the current supply chain network. That means to do that, a lot of digitization, a lot of AIs and whatever may need to bring in to ensure that the network, the supply chain will be much seamless. Trade facilitation, especially the countries, have to be more active. For example, how the customs can clear in, how the regulators can communicate, because without that, I think it's going to be very, very slow. You know, people expect with RCEP, things should move much faster. So these are all the type of strategies that may need to be in place. Especially, I think there will be a lot more consolidation, because the logistics is not just about the logistics, how the insurance need to be purchased, how the goods need to be paid. So these integrations may involve other ecosystems within the logistic to serve the community within the what you call countries in the RCEP community as well. So in terms of the trade facilitation and everything, I think it will be needed to do much more. For example, our association MX, we actually decided to actually hire a much bigger team, for example, to get our own Secretary General to engage with all the agencies in Malaysia as well as possible into other countries so that we can get all things facilitated. We cannot just expect the government to do all that part of that. So I think just like the example of what they call the Chamber of Commerce, Malaysia and China is doing now, the association have to be doing as much as that to help the fellow members of the business community for China and for the regional countries as well. And I think Malaysia, especially with the one that is actually very, I would say, forward-thinking, especially this, I think Malaysia is one of the only country that really opened up for last-mile delivery, you know, to be welcome from every country. I think definitely that is the first. So with that, I hope that Malaysian, the Chinese companies will actually see how to work together to establish and prosper each other through collaborating. Malaysia could be a regional center for a lot of Chinese companies because I think Malaysian companies are also working very, very closely with all the ASEAN counterparts. For example, for GDEX, we are actually working, we have a setup in Indonesia. We actually help the Indonesian companies to get it listed on Malaysian Jakarta Stock Exchange as well. So I think this type of collaboration will be very, very meaningful with the RCEP. So maybe I can go to the prospect, you know, catalyzing and greater sophistication in the logistics service will open up opportunity in a much bigger way, because we cannot only look at logistics as a logistic, but logistics as how to solve the problems of all businesses, be it insurance, be it financing. We can connect to a bank, we can connect the telcos. These are the things that I think the logistics company have to be ready. And logistics company have to be ready to partner those companies from, for example, from China as well. We are actually working very closely with, for example, SF, with China, with all that, so that those companies, those product services from China can come into Malaysia and hopefully to the region as well. And digitization of the logistics is to facilitate the, what they call the processes is equally important. So how the logistic company can actually integrate the processes with all the other businesses so that it can go seamlessly is equally important. So our think that there's a lot of opportunity here for business to upgrade your digitization roadmap to ensure that you can actually satisfy with the current requirement and also to the, what they call the requirement of RCEP. It's such a wonderful thing. You're 2 over billion community, and there's something to look at. But of course, to go into that, you may actually need a lot of homework and a lot of pressure, but it's worth it. Yeah. Okay, growing demand for the logistics, of course, everybody knows that, you know, shipping freight to US gone 5 times, 3 times. You know, these are the challenges. It shows how much opportunity is there in logistics. As the trade starts to prosper, those are the areas that I think there will be a lot of opportunity for those in Malaysia and the region as well. So increased business activities. You just imagine, you know, for example, just now I think the YB on coming talk about shampoo, you know, how to have a better shampoo so that it can integrate and sell to 2 billion old people, not only 30 million people in Malaysia. The prospect is enormous, but how are we going to get there? Of course, there is a lot of understanding to get partners from various countries to actually talk to the, for example, Matrade in Malaysia, you know, how to help that out. So there's a lot of excitement in every area. There's a prospect of RCEP as well. And what are the challenges? The challenges, there's a lot of headwinds. For example, my industry, you know, opened up, I think, something like 5, 6, 10 years ago. Then the influx of the new players coming in. A Malaysian company, I was the president, I got a lot of this issue. People say, Mr. President, this big company is sell half our price, now how are we going to do that? You know, they put $1 billion to expand so that to take over all our businesses. How are the things? So the headwinds were definitely coming in. So I think it's also about time to really review how the collaboration can work so that it will not be the headwinds for all industries. When the headwinds for all industry happens, then I think there will be backlash against RCEP. You know, countries will go very sort of hostile against each other, as what you can see the US and the China trade. So hopefully the RCEP countries won't have a hostile environment towards each other. You know, things are good, but there are things are also equally challenged as well. So I think we have to look at the challenges and see how to become it as an opportunity. I really look at all these challenges is an opportunity to collaborate as well. So maybe I think that's what I think these are all the challenges. The challenges, of course, in every country, there are very unfamiliar rules. Like Indonesia have equal unfamiliar rules for me when I first go to Indonesia, because why? Last mile logistics is actually a negative list. I cannot have a controlling stake in Indonesia. So over time, I think just now when I actually note that Indonesia is already changing the law for job creation. I'm excited, you know, maybe something will change in Indonesia. So I think every country got some good points and also got some negative points. But I think as a business, we should be very patient. The opportunity is a lot. The negative points will go away. With the RCEP, I think the common goal is, enrich the whole community. I think I believe in that prospect. Of course, there are some pain, you know, the challenges, the trouble when you go to another country. I think those will be overcome. One of the ways is that you can engage good advisors in those countries, good legal advisors, good business advisors, etc. So I think that can be overcome from a little bit of experience that I have. So, of course, there are other small things like right now, everybody know lack of cargo space by ship, by air, everywhere is lacking. So those are some of the areas. But I think these are very temporary anyway. So I think the thing is about this RCEP, I can give a little bit of a recommendation. So it's how to work together, the partnerships, both local and international. Even for let's say for GDEX, we have to really learn how to work with other local players as well. So instead of trying to disrupt each other, try to kill each other, or things like that. Or establish, for the regulators, I think especially friendlier law to enhance the partnerships. I think one of the good example, like for example, Indonesia, how to have a job creation law. I mean, it's very progressive, you know. So I think the prospect of the RCEP is enormous. I'm really looking forward to actually work with every potential business opportunity, partnerships, and as well as the regulators to make this RCEP a good reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tiong. May I invite our next speaker, Daniel. Daniel 先生，来跟我们分享一下他对于农业科技这方面的看法。Daniel。
谢谢主持人。中国同胞们，大家好。
Our Chinese friends, a very good afternoon. For Malay friends, Assalamualaikum. For our scientific, agricultural scientific in Malaysia, you can see this is MIDIDA food factory. Our demand for food is increasing year on year because of our increase in population. We anticipate in year 2050 the world population will reach 10 billion and the demand for food would increase by 60%. We need to have an innovative way and creative way to increase our production of food. Besides that, what we need is to have precision agriculture so that the land may be utilized to the optimum. And also, or what is needed for the we use a biopesticide. We need to use biological control of pests. For example, what I have shown in front, Malaysia, the first frozen food to China is our frozen whole fruit of durian, which is exported to Shanghai. What I want to discuss is our AI utilization in agriculture. What do we need to develop on this? And also big data management and analysis, mechanical and automation, R&D, and also transfer and our logistic. AI agriculture, which means we need to have a agriculture IoT. We can anticipate when we want to buy things, food in China, because previously I was in China, I anticipate, and some senior people, they have already learned how to use IoT to purchase agricultural products because their grandchildren would have taught them how to use the system. Therefore, they are more prone to make the purchase through IoT, and also they want to have the agricultural park, which is to have the core technology of agriculture to be used on the agricultural park, so that for a layperson to practice agriculture, what he needs, the SOP, is contained within. In the agricultural park, we need to have an AI agricultural park. And finally, the agricultural trade platform. We need to focus on the agricultural trade platform. For example, the durian production chain to be on the international committee, and so that we can have very transparent trade. The agricultural platform, what are the advantages? What is important is that it must be very transparent, and it is on real time, and it is big data analysis, and it should be optimizing the profit and also our inventory. How much stock of durian do we have, and also what is our expectation in the next season? What is the next durian season before it arrives? What is the quantity that we can supply to the world and in the Chinese market? Besides this, we also need to have the international brand, the quality assurance, which is to say that what is our international standard of our durian, and also its all of the procedures. The big data management and analysis, what is important is to analyze. The analysis is our Malaysian, what is our temperature, what is our moist, and what is the density of our agriculture. What is the density? And we need to anticipate our yield. With all the agricultural farms data, we will be able to analyze greater and wider management practice. And of course, previously, our agricultural products, the trend, the every month, the yield, and also the trading volume on the world platform, the trend. Besides this, now we are more on mechanization and also automation. What is important is we are using drone for our fertilizing and also our chemical fertilizer via drone. We also need to collect our data. Whenever this drone has flew over, we need to have a data, you know, like for this season, the rice, is it healthy or is it infested or is it infected by virus? So big data collection. And we need to use the digital camera. For example, we need to have this camera to supervise, to monitor the workers whenever they can reach. Did they use fertilization correctly, or was it the right amount? We need to have the data. Besides this, we also need to have robotics and also irrigation system. Irrigation system is also very important because we need to use the water. Without water, the plants cannot have photosynthesis process. And we also need to have the IoT sensor. The sensor in China is produced in China. Therefore, we use the Chinese technology and our Malaysian geographical topography to use the sensor so that we will know that, you know, if it is rainy days, we do not need to irrigate the farm, to water the farm. Next is the R&D and transfer of technology, and we are cooperating with a institute and university to do cross R&D. We need to have a new development. We also have cross R&D with other countries. For example, China Agricultural University, to have diagonal R&D so that we will transfer their technology into our local practitioners. We are also collaborating with high technology agriculture company. This is going to increase our competitive edge and also to increase our workers' technology. And besides, we are also using online application and platform to transfer the technologies to the farmers. And on logistic from the production until it reaches our consumer. And what we need is we need to have a new transportation means so that we can deliver the goods. Besides, we also need to have our frozen technology and its production chain, and also our halal chain, because our halal certification is recognized by the international market. We will also need to speedily have contact with our consumer. This is a very great edge of ours. All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Daniel. Okay, this is our final speaker on this in this morning, which is Director Tai. Director Tai Bin, President of China Tourism Academy. And over to you, Mr. Tai. Thank you. Very good afternoon to you. And Malaysia is one of our very important destination of tourism. China and Malaysia are important tourism source markets and international tourism destination for each other, and have broad public opinion, foundation of people being close and hearts being connected. And two-way tourist exchanges between China and Malaysia grew to the average annual rate of 5.8%, and China arrivals to Malaysia grew an average rate of 9.9%. In 2019, Chinese arrivals to Malaysia reached a recorded 3.114 million and tourism spending exceeded 3.6 billion USD. Malaysian tourists to China were 1.384 million with tourism spending of nearly 2 billion USD. The satisfaction level of Malaysian tourists visited China in 2019 was 81.73, ranking 13 among global source countries. Tourist University acknowledged that Chinese residents are friendly, which ranked first among its sub-index with a score of 89.06. And benefiting from the mutual political trust, cultural exchanges, and geographical proximity between the two countries, investment, trade, and economic exchanges between China and Malaysia have become more frequent. In the past year, despite the impact of the COVID-19, trade between China and Malaysia still increased by 5.7% year-on-year to 131.16 billion USD. China's export to Malaysia were 56.43 billion USD, accounting for more than 1/5 of Malaysia's total imports. China's imports from Malaysia were 74.73 billion USD, occupied nearly 1/6 of Malaysia's total exports. China's trade deficit with Malaysia was 18.3 billion USD, of which trade in tourism services contributes nearly 9% to the deficit in terms of investment areas. And tourism has the industrial attributes of expanding consumption, increasing employment, and boosting economic growth, as well as the cultural attribute of improving quality, enhancing understanding, and satisfying people's needs for a better life. And the tourists are more and more in demand of quality. On May 15, 2019, President Xi Jinping attending the Conference on Dialogue of Asian Civilization and delivered a keynote speech. There is no more direct way to stimulate people's innovate and creative energy than to walk into different civilizations and discover the strength of others to inspire their own thinking. China is willing to implement an Asian tourism promotion plan with other countries and contribute more to promote the economic development of Asia and enhance people's friendship. In order to achieve this, China, Malaysia, Asia, and many regions, they have already have desired results. Due to the pandemic, the world and the Asian tourism has came into a winter. However, they remain the confidence to create and prosper. According to our Malaysian Tourism Department, the tourists to Malaysia is 4 million, and it has account to 18.3 billion, which is a decrease. And in China, the tourism has also come to a halt. Despite the decrease of tourists into Malaysia, people are continuing to quest for better tourism. Airline companies, hotels, and also a lot of companies in the eco chain, they have a better desire to revive the tourism industry. No matter it's a professional think tank, association, investment agencies, they have been giving more attention to the pandemic prevention. And in addition to public policy issues, And a lot of people, they are willing to even pay $1 million USD to learn about when China is going to open up its border. Our experts said next year would be a better. In addition to public policy issues such as visas, custom, immigration, security, and vaccine passport, the industry has strengthened its research of tourist market size, consumption structure, and consumer behavior, as well as the niche market development and market research based on a study, cruise, spa, recreation, and also the creation of other tourism spots. The recovery, prosperity, and sustainable development of tourism relies on institutional innovation in the public sector and also calls for investment, trade, and business cooperation from the private sector. RCEP is significantly higher than their respective 10+1 levels. On the basis of World Trade Organization commitments, China has added 22 new sectors and raises the level of commitments in 37 sectors in the areas of construction, engineering, tourism, finance, transportation, and logistics, which are of concern to China. The member countries have also pledged to provide greater market access. It can be expected that RCEP will bring brand new opportunities for cultural exchanges and tourism cooperation between China and Malaysia, including visa on arrival and visa exemption, and so that the tourists to both countries would enjoy greater convenience. And more than 90% of the tourism products will be providing tourism shopping more choices. And the integrated and transparent tourism regulations will decrease a lot of confidence deficit, and this is going to decrease the deficit. And we can also see that China and Malaysia also promise to provide the company workers, the spouse, and also family members of the business tourism to have a better period of stay in the respective countries and to have convenience in trading and business. And this information is based on the open information by the Chinese government. Therefore, we have the promise of the government, and we also need to have the implementation by the RCEP and also its perfection. Therefore, we hope China and Malaysia will be further deepen cultural exchanges and tourism cooperation and continue to consolidate each other as important tourist sources and destinations. China and Malaysia can also make joint effort with ASEAN and other RCEP member countries to develop multi-destination transnational tourism itineraries for the global market. And I see that our Malaysia promotional video, we can see that our university graduates has brought to us a lot of new ideas and also things. And the government cooperation on tourism, we also must move from the official tourism to private tourism. We need to have better visa system and also shopping system. China has been from the earlier the trading troops. It has changed to self tourism, and also a free and easy type of tourism, and to offer more experience. Whether or not we are able to have a better visa system under RCEP, whether or not we can have business or leisure tourism to do better, and China or Malaysia and other countries under the RCEP, whether or not we can have better collaboration to have a more international tourism. This is something that we need to ponder to create a better network of tourism in ASEAN, and to have the maritime Silk Route under the Belt and Road system to establish more network. And we also need to have Malaysia and China should further expand cooperation at local and city level to effectively speed up the decision-making process and reduce travel costs for outbound travel. And Sabah, Penang, the Mulu Hill Park, the Langkawi, and also our Twin Towers are very, very famous, just like Beijing, Shanghai, Shenzhen, and also the Forbidden City, Pingmayong, the Guangzhou Tower, and also the Terracotta Warriors. All these are very famous tourism spots in Malaysia. And we have a better and better system. We need to put our city and spots of tourism to more cities and to more international markets. In China tourism market, advertisement and also our road shows are very important, so that they can have the PR activities with the residents. In order to receive more international tourists, we need to have a better flights, more frequent flights to accommodate. I hope China and Malaysia can have better also ecotourism, so that can further ecotourism product and recreation tourism products to cater tourist requests for safety and health. People's travel patterns, decision-making mechanisms, and consumption structures will change significantly, with economy, health, and family becoming increasingly important in traveling motivation and destination choice. Our mode of operation and our promotion must also change, and people's way of tourism and consumerism and behavior is also changing. It needs to be healthy, it needs to be ecological friendly, and the tourism promoter must have blue water, we have sands, sky. They also need to have good food and also a lot of recreational activities. In future, those who are able to adapt to fulfill these criteria, then only they will win among the race. These are the very, very important criteria. Finally, I hope China and Malaysia will further promote project investment, entrepreneurial innovation, movement of natural person, digital transformation of MSMEs in the tourism sector, as well as cooperation in education, technology, data, and think tanks. It will be our common responsibilities to strengthen the exchange and cooperation between public and private institutions, expand the sharing of cases of data, and the exchange of professionals. And we are in the transformation of digitalization. We actually feel that SME to tourism and trade, they are playing a very important and irreplaceable part in the tourism sector. And this is also very important, and it is also a very key and critical aspect of the bilateral trade. We want to have a better common responsibility to strengthen the exchange of cooperation between public and private institutions. And our data bank, we are willing to exchange data with Malaysia. We want to work hand in hand to revive the tourism industry for China and Malaysia, so that we can enjoy a brighter tomorrow. Thank you very much. And coming up next, we are on the Q&A session, And Mr. Tiong, one of the
in ASEAN, given the different legal systems and everything, how long do you think it will take for all this, for compromise to be made before the RCEP can be fully implemented?
To me, if let's say eventually when the total integration of RCEP, if it is done in 10 to 20 years, I'm happy actually. But why we say that this is taking time? I mean, sometimes even in a country, let's say for example, service tax in Malaysia alone, let's say express, we are charging 6%. But when you go to platform, it's 0%. Logistics, 0. Even within country, after 5 years, you still cannot resolve that within a country. Not to say about the whole region. So different countries have different laws. Like for example, Indonesia, the opportunity is so much, But then, for example, it's a negative list. So one of the way that we go in actually as a partner. So in fact, 4-5 years ago for GDEX, we actually go in, we partner one small company and how to help them to grow very fast. So today they are one of the top 5 or 10 companies in Indonesia. They are listed in Jakarta Stock Exchange as well. So I think even though you have what they call bottlenecks or all that, but there are certain areas you can work, you work first, you see. You don't expect it to be smooth. So even our relations with SAP Express, our integration from Malaysia to Indonesia is still not done. So I think every area is a challenge, But the thing is, I think we should take that. It's already having a big opportunity because why? All the governments in these 14, 15 countries already committed to say, hey, let's do something together. That is already a big plus. So how long, to me, it doesn't matter. If you solve one problem, it's a bonus. If you solve another problem, it's a big bonus. So I think if we 10, 20 years to be a total integration, I think we should actually give ourselves a round of applause. Have to thank all the ministers to all that, to do that together. So I think as a participation of the business, our expectation also don't be too high. Otherwise, we get very sad every day, you see. We should be very happy every day, when these things are going. Thank you.
That means, in other words, say they're moving in small steps.
Yeah, making more steps. Don't expect things to immediately lay down for you. You see. Don't expect the government to do that for you. The association have to do more. Yeah, things like that. The operator have to do even more than the associations. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Tiong. Daniel, 有些问题想要请教你一下。
Daniel, we would like to ask you some questions. A lot of people say the open concept of RCEP may cause that the agricultural product will enter Malaysia in a very low price, and that would pose a threat to our agricultural sector. What do you think about this? In my opinion, because Malaysia's government is focusing on the upper middle level of the products in Malaysia. In Malaysia or in overseas, Malaysia's products is better quality. We have the traceability and the transparent production. This is able to provide consumers confidence, and it will be also promoting the rich products of the rich to a higher level. Besides that, the country's agriculture sector is not staying at a 1.0. Actually, we are phasing to the platform agriculture, platform output, platform export, and we are also combining with the big health focus, and or maybe we can say that the organic, to be more close to the nature, and the downstream would have the halal products. It is very flexible, and it has very explosive, I would say. Thank you. And another question, it is not deniable that Malaysia is a very good geographical area in Malaysia because we have very fertilized soil. However, the RCEP policy would it cause the Malaysian agricultural land to hike in the land price? Yes, to a certain regional land price, I think it will hike. For example, Malaysian the Raup durian orchards, the price has increased to 200,000 to 500,000, and the hike is very, very great. And this has caused Malaysia, the landowners in Malaysia, to have entered to another level. Okay, because Mr. Tai has another meeting and he is unable to take care of our Q&A session, but his colleague is here. But until now, China has already given, visa-free for Singaporean, but to Malaysian, we still need to have the Malaysian. And we call upon Mr. Tai, in order to increase our communications and integration, please urge the government to provide visa-free for Malaysian tourists. And if this can be done, I think this is going to increase the tourism activities between the two countries, and Malaysia will be easier and more convenient to visit China. And we would like to thank all our speakers.
演说也特别感谢人在中国的戴斌院长参与大会，为我们提供了非常丰富的信息。好，那我们再次呢，请卢国祥先生上台来赠送纪念品给我们的分享嘉宾。有请卢国祥先生。Yes, we would like to invite Mr. Lu Guoxiang to come on stage to present token of appreciation to Mr. Tiong Teck Lin, the CEO of GDEX Berhad. Mr. Tiong, for giving us a bit of the very informative sharing on the logistic industry. Thank you very much, Mr. Tiong. And we would like to invite Mr. Lu to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Muhammad Daniel Yi Abdullah. 非常谢谢Muhammad Daniel Yi Abdullah 先生呢，给我们带来了非常透彻的一个分享哈，告诉我们其实这个农业哈，在未来的这个发展。至于戴斌院长的纪念品呢，我们大会将会邮寄给戴院长。那这个时候我们也要有请卢国祥先生颁发纪念品及我们的 moderator 就是Dato' Dan Yibun. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please give Dato' Dan Yibun a big round of applause for being the moderator and conducting the two forums and make it really insightful and very enjoyable. Thank you very much, Dato' Dan Yibun. Thank you so much. And now we would like to invite all our guests, our guest panelists as well as moderator and Mr. Lu to have a group photo. 我们马上进行一张大合照，拍一张大合照。Thank you very much. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. Please give our moderator, our panelist, and Mr. Lu a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a short break. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a short break because a refreshment and a light lunch will be served at level 4, room 406 to 410. 是的，我们马上就要进入这个午休的时段，请在场的各位嘉宾前往4楼用餐，就是406房间406到410房间用餐。那1点 待会儿1点45分呢，有请各位来宾回到我们的场内。我们接下来呢将会有其他，就是我们将会进行下一场的这个下午场，也就是马中青年企业家论坛。We're gonna have another session after the break, okay? And it's gonna be a very entertaining one. Well, so please stay tuned, enjoy your meal, and after come back to join us for a very refreshing and entertaining forum sessions after this, because we're going to have some KOLs coming by and telling us a lot of very, very entertaining as well as very enjoyable sharings on the technology industry. So 那我们稍后回来呢，就会有非常精彩的这个分享，就是 KOL， 就是一些好像这个年轻人的一些怎么说，一些年轻的一些网络上科技的趋势。所以有请各位来宾呢，稍后记得在1点45分呢回来我们的现场，我们这个场内。好，请各位去进行用您的午餐，我们待会儿再见。Bon appetit, see you later.
马来西亚中国总商会，简称马中总商会，成立于1990年，是一个非官方、非盈利、多元种族的独立民间商业团体，为马中两国企业家提供多渠道流动平台，创造合作多赢，提升国家经济和企业发展的高度。
马中总商会创会的前辈一开始就给我们这个商会很清楚的定位，它是设计马来西亚各族的商家有兴趣到中国经贸和投资的一个团队。未来的两国的一个发展的新动力，必然是来自高科技，包括于人才的培养。
马中总商会青年团是在2003年4月份成立，并在2018年我们改名为青年企业家委员会青企会，以更贴近企业家的形象。作为青年的商业平台，青企会也通过举办各种各样的活动，让他们装备好自己，迎接更多的商机。
我觉得21世纪女企业家通过这个平台走出马来西亚，然后走入全中国。我们不只是要学习如何做一个成功的女企业家，更重要的是我们要如何成为一个更有价值的女企业家。
作为连接民营企业与政府资源的平台，马中总商会成立至今，一直与两国政府机要部门保持紧密联系，以确保能为马中企业家提供资源对接、项目对接和海外对接的机会，推动并实施走向国际的拓展策略。作为一个国际交流平台，总会加上全马9个峰会的专业团队，多年来成功让中国数以万计的资方与本地政要商家达成合作。
MCCC being a focused China-Malaysia trade organization, it opens up a new avenue for us to look at trading with China. China is a country that we cannot ignore. It's humongous and the trade opportunities are big.
不仅让有族企业家亲身体验马中商贸的盛况，也让中国方见识到国际津津乐道的马来西亚多元文化，加深与本地商企合作的信心。为了实际了解中国经济盛况，我们开设了投资中国与投资大马课程，举办“一带一路”英语论坛，并盛大举办了马中建交45周年庆典，庆祝马中之间永续的经贸往来与不移的文化情感，继续推动经济改革持续高速成长。中国的发展速度与商业活力持续增强，是全球觊觎的市场。马来西亚则以健康稳定的时局与经济以及多元文化取胜。
3, 2, 1。
对于马中总商会未来的发展，马中总商会一定要尽量的有个机制来够授权给我们的各个委员会、各州的州分会，让他们有这个领域、有这个舞台去表现他们各自的才华。这一点是我们这个总商会会成功的一个要素。
无论何种企业，想要开拓海外市场，投奔最好的资源，就必须选择一个强大、灵活、先进的平台，才能达到事半功倍的效果。
每位企业家都期盼能克服所有的挑战，以体验成功的滋味，并展望业务快速达至高峰。Vynn 与您共同迈进，提供全面化的银行服务，并助您达到企业目标。
Selangor to this day remains a leading contributor to the national GDP. The state continues to attract high-quality direct investment in the manufacturing and service sectors, which is testament to the significant role Selangor plays in the growth of Malaysia's economy.
Selangor boasts geographical merits that work to businesses' advantage. This complemented with top-notch infrastructures, conducive business environment, and access to the biggest talent pool of skilled workforce in Malaysia, positioning Selangor as the most ideal destinations for investments.
Selangor, as a state, will focus on 5 core industry clusters that have been identified as the key drivers with the highest potential to promote economic growth. By establishing a strong industrial foundation, we want to create a more vibrant, complementing service sector summarized by our guiding principle, manufacturing-based but service-driven.
This will heavily impact the way we do businesses, especially ones within the 5 core clusters, namely food and beverages, electronics and electrical, machineries and equipment, life sciences, and transport equipment.
Selangor, as you know, is the most advanced state in Malaysia, and they have 2 airports, Subang and Sepang, and they have actually most developed infrastructure as well.
In Selangor itself, I think close to 55% of the total aerospace companies in Malaysia are represented in Selangor, and at the same time, there are about 30% of the total international aerospace companies represented in Selangor as well.
We have seen biotechnology development taking place in Malaysia. We have a very good talent pool in Selangor state. We see a number of talent coming in from other states. In this area as well, Selangor has got an upper hand.
And also the very capable staff that we are able to source here locally, speaking many different languages that can be utilized when we send them out throughout the region.
There are many supporting facilities like utility and electricity is very good for us, and also government authority in Selangor is very friendly to the business.
And we are right next to the port because 60% of our revenue comes from export. So this is a very, very strategic location for us. And today we export to over 40 countries around the world.
Invest Selangor is at the forefront of the mission to realize Selangor's aspirations as the economic powerhouse of Malaysia. We actively support industrial transformations by bridging investors as well as ventures to what Selangor has to offer as an investment destination.
Invest Selangor will continue to play a key role in promoting Selangor to potential investors from both the local and international business communities.
With Invest Selangor leading the charge, I have no doubt that Selangor will be the next global trade center in the same league as its counterparts across the globe.
是的，各位来宾，我们下午的这座谈会马上就要开始，有请各位来宾呢，现在回到座位上就坐。Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to resume our next session of the conference for this afternoon. So would you please kindly take your seats as we shall begin our next session of the conference shortly. Thank you very much. 是的，欢迎大会来宾和线上与会者回到现场。是各位来宾，下午场呢是马中总商会青企会策划的第2届马中青年企业家论坛。那今年的大会主题呢是环绕在创业以及数字化转型。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our afternoon session, the second Malaysia-China Young Entrepreneurs Conference, which is organized by MCCC Young Entrepreneurs Committee. MCYEC this year focuses on the entrepreneurship and digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to now call upon the chairman of MCYEC, Mr. Brian Chong, to deliver his speech. 现在我们邀请马中青年企业家论坛工委会主席张博元先生致开幕词，有请 Brian。
Thank you, MC. Dato' Tan Yu Sing, President MCCC, Mr. Lu Kok Siong, Chairman MCEC 2021. Good afternoon, everyone. 线上线下的朋友们，大家下午好。
Very good afternoon, everyone.
Attending many virtual events, from webinars, online opening ceremony, even to conferences. It feels good today to see everyone attending this event with the audience in front of me in KLCC Hall today. At the same time, we are broadcasted live to our friends in China. We hope that when the borders reopen, we will be able to see our dear friends from China soon. We are here today because we believe that young people are leaders of tomorrow. They will deliver forward effort to create a vibrant economy to the country. Yet, it is the young that have been among the hardest hit by the economic consequences due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As the chairman of MCYEC, I would like to convey 2 messages for all of us today. My first message is that now is the time to invest in young people. Now is the time, not sometimes in the future. My second message is now is the time to promote dialogues and understanding how we can help our young people to shine and unleash their potential. As they are just like diamonds, they need polishing before you can see the beauty of it. Yes, the challenges are many, but they are not something that cannot be solved. Together, we can overcome them if we can work together and double our effort to guarantee that all young children and people have the knowledge, skills, and opportunities to reach their fullest potential. Entrepreneurship is a unique field in which many of the most successful people are actually quite young and found their success in their early 20s, rather than decades later of climbing a corporate ladder. There are many reasons why young people are well suited to entrepreneur success, as long as they have the ambitions and confidence to move forward with their ideas. These young people are likely to continue to dominate this field. Entrepreneurship have their benefits, but they also mean more risks because pay and benefit are more uncertain. Especially for the self-employed, lots of people lost their job last year and may have started a business because they have no other choice. At the same time, we are very optimistic. This could be a start of a long-lasting trend, and one we should welcome. The nature of work is always changing. Technology makes gigs or contract work easier because it's easier to find customers and work for people far away. Of course, we can't be entrepreneur overnight. Hence, we have government agencies in Malaysia like Magic, Cradle Fund, venture capitalists like Vynn Capital and Kejora Capital that just set up their new fund in Malaysia to fund startups. All these ingredients will need to be in place to provide a general idea of how to start your own business with the right mindset in time. While names such as Li Jiaqi and Wei Ya may not mean much to the average global consumer, they wield astounding influences in the China market. As prominent key opinion leaders, KOLs, they are integral part of a phenomenon that transformed China's social media and marketing. As China's social media professionals, KOLs are true experts in standing out from the crowd, promoting and selling their products. In China, the surging of KOLs economy, also known to be 网红经济, will not stop here, and the trend has been picked up by the international market. This has also related to how our life have changed when it comes to consumption. We can get nearly everything by purchasing online, be it phone, food, insurance, even tickets at your fingertips. KOL help brands and products to reach out to the mass public via the virtual world. And so today, we have KOLs from both Malaysia and China to share more on the virtual world that they are currently in. In Malaysia-China Chamber of Commerce, most of our members, including those in Young Entrepreneur Committee, are small and medium-sized enterprises, has invested in modern technologies. In recent years, everyone can agree with me that most of us here don't have a single idea of what Zoom meeting is or Woof meeting is. But now all of us here are expert in using this digital tool. Sometimes even have a few devices and attending a few online meetings at the same time. According to the study by World Bank, only about 1 in 3 businesses in Malaysia have implemented digital transformation strategies, while less than 1 in 4 businesses have a dedicated digital strategy team. Malaysia has a high number of SMEs, but the digital adoption of SMEs in Malaysia is much lower as compared to largest company. We would like to encourage SMEs to use Malaysia-China Youth Entrepreneur Conference as a platform to raise awareness and learn about digital transformation together. It was already clear at the beginning of 2020, in order to be able to embrace the 4th industrial revolution, small and medium-sized businesses must react more quickly and develop digitalization strategy so we can catch up and innovate how we are doing the business moving forward. With that, once again, I would like to thank all of you here to attend this conference today, physically and virtually, and I hope that all of you will gain some knowledge, meet some new friends during this afternoon conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brian. 谢谢张博元先生。Thank you very much. 是的，全球疫情呢就牵起了很多新兴行业啊，也让各行业的业者呢不得不突破这个传统思维，或者是另觅出路，也或者是转型发展，以寻求新机遇。大会呢很荣幸的邀请到了创业和经营数字化业务的代表，为我们分享创业的经验和心得。Yes, ladies and gentlemen, COVID pandemic has created many uncertainties and accelerated many changes, and we are proud to have representative of creative and digital business to share with us their entrepreneurship in this afternoon. So we are pleased to welcome the manager of venture and partnership of Magic, Ms. MIDIDA Mazlan, to host the first panelist in this session to talk about entrepreneurship. Says we would like to invite on stage Ms. MIDIDA Mazlan, and also we would like to welcome our panelist, Mr. Victor Chua, founding and managing partner Vynn Capital, Mr. William Tu, CFO of Agroz Group, and Mr. C.K. Chang, the founder of Oxwhite, on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause. So, Ms. Dania, I shall pass the stage to you then.
Thank you, Mr. MC. A very good afternoon to all of you today, and we are so privileged to have our panel members from Vynn Capital, Agroz, and also Oxwhite with us this afternoon. So if I can just start, my name is MIDIDA Mazlan. You can call me Diana. I represent Magic as a corporate innovation in ventures partnership, and I engage a lot with the startups and also corporates for venture opportunities and market access opportunities. So very pleased to be with all of you here today. So today our discussion is revolving around entrepreneurship, and what it means that we're going to focus is on building business of tomorrow, on how entrepreneurs are leading the way into the future. So if I can just start, entrepreneurship is a journey, and a journey for a startup. They require funding, they require market access, talent support, and also sometimes support also from the government. So if I can just go down into the funding aspect of things, Victor, over here. So what do you think would be, the key driver in terms of a startup wanting to seek funding, and how does that actually benefit our economy?
Sorry, hi. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I think this is a very important event to me because this is the first ever physical session that I'm speaking at after 2 years. So enough about Zoom meetings, etc. I think to answer, Diana, your question, I think for any entrepreneurs who are going out there to try to build a reputation, build a brand, funding is definitely very important. Because from where I come from, we do think that funding is a way to empower entrepreneurship. As a bit of a background, Vynn Capital, we are an early stage VC firm. In Mandarin, we are a 创投. So we invest into early stage companies, invest into entrepreneurs when they are still in the midst of finding out what they are supposed to build. So we support entrepreneurs from day one. To the extent of what do I think it's essential for entrepreneurs to be successful? Obviously, funding is important, but more importantly is the ability to actually persuade funding to come to you. And this requires a long journey of network building and of course, personality that attracts support. We are one of the, I think, probably the only VC in Malaysia, born out of Malaysia, that has a unicorn. So one of our portfolio companies is Carsum. They're doing very well right now, and we are glad that we went in very early on. I think what we noticed from Eric, the founder, and the company, Carsum, is that they have the ability to start fundraising at the very, very early part of the business. And that has become one of the key success factors, because through funding, you get the support in terms of mentorship and network as well. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you. So apart from funding, if I can understand this correctly, so you also provide the mentorship support and also advise them on the other aspects as part of their growth strategies in growing the company. So since we're talking about investing over here, so if I can go to William, who is from Agroz Group, the CFO, and with your vast experience in not just building companies, but also investing in companies, so how do you evaluate business and investment risk strategies as part of the decision making?
Thank you, Madiana. Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm William Du. Today I'm representing Agroz Group. To answer the question, I think other than funding, as mentioned by Victor, the second, or actually the most important before funding is actually the management team. Right? I'm involved in 5 different startups last year. Right? When the borders closed, my business is significantly affected because we do financial services and we bring Malaysians to raise funding or to list overseas. All our projects are on hold because we can't even travel, right? So fortunate enough, I have good friends, so I'm invited to be involved in 4 or 5 different businesses. 2 already went down the drain, premature death before it even started, all right? 2 went off, 1 is still stuck in the middle, right? So from this observation, I noticed that the people behind the business is very important, right? If you take example, Agroz, right? The founder is a seasoned entrepreneur. He has done 2 IPOs. He has joined several telcos, and also he was a chief digital officer of MCMC before he started this. So his exposure is different, right? And he knows the right way to build a team and then to actually motivate the team as well, right? You have a team of people, you recruit someone, the next problem is how do you retain and motivate them to move forward, right? So I think to keep the management and to keep the people in a startup or in an entrepreneur-driven organization, okay, I think the management team is very, very important. That's what we look for before we get involved or invest. Thank you.
Right, so that sounds really exciting, and I think it's really key also to build, a strong management team apart from having a solid funding support and also mentorship support. So if I can just combine the inputs from Victor and also William over here and move to Oxwhite CK Chang, the founder. He founded Oxwhite in 2018, and since then up to now, CK. So what's the most exciting aspect of entrepreneurship for you? And with that in mind, what is the most challenging experience that you have had?
Thank you, Diana. I think for Oxwhite is to, at the early stage, if you don't know Oxwhite, I started with, pre-order business model, just to how to convince men at the time to pay 69 ringgit in advance to buy their shirt online. At the time, 99.9% of the 1,000 men that we surveyed, they don't buy shirts, formal shirts online that you are wearing today. And might as well to pay 3 months in advance, pay advance and deliver the shirt 3 months later. And I'm glad that we persevere. And today, from one single customer, 3 years on, we have 750,000 customers. These are the customers who choose to believe in us. And with that, I would say that we have grown from pre-order business model to ready stocks today. From a formal wear company to a lifestyle brand, we pivot along the way. So able to pivoting, and by looking at the trend and data, that helps the company survive and growth till today. So seems we've started from a very humble office by renting a terrace house. Today we have an office of our own, and having loans from banks, having loans from friends and family, and to able to have support from Affin Bank, and the banker was here to support us as well, Jason. So that a very significant milestone for us.
Right. Thank you so much for the sharing. So talking about pivots, so I also understood from learning through your website that you also advocate sustainable products and materials as part of your business approach over here. So what is your view on driving the sustainability value chain to the consumers of Malaysia and Asia? Because it is something which is in trend of today.
Yeah, Diana, it started not because of trend. It started because I think the willingness as a founder myself. 2 years ago, after watching The Game Changer in Netflix, I'm not sure if you watched it, I immediately decided I became a pescatarian. Not full vegetarian yet. Pescatarian means I skip red meat and white meat, no beef, no chicken, so all the dim sum, no longer my favorite, no longer my choice is to help the sustainability efforts, right? But also, I bring forward of that change into a lot of decision making as an owner of the company, to what can I do. So with that, we sell a lot of lifestyle product like t-shirts. So I don't want to be like one day we can, let's say, selling like 1 million t-shirts, but might as well I also produce 1 million of plastic bag that people do not want after they open the packaging. So with that, I told my team, let's do something sustainable. So we go and above and beyond introducing the recycled packaging. That were probably first here in each of our material that we produce. And that costs even 100 times more than the plastic. But then we went ahead. Be very conscious, I say, Diana, be very conscious as an owner, because there are so many shortcuts we can do to be part of sustainability. so many, right? We can skip costs and use a lower grade material. For us, we're starting from a packaging, but not only in the packaging, but also educating why we do what we do. That is also important. And also improve the material that we use. Because by improving the material, by paying slightly more in the manufacturing stage, we can definitely increase the lifespan of the product. That means prolong. It's not just wear and throw. So today's consumers, they would pay slightly. If you say Starbucks is expensive, they would go some cafe that pay even more because people value quality. Today, what we learn, the millennial consumers are they buy less, but they buy better. They buy less, they buy better. That's what Oxford is going forward to.
So thank you so much. I mean, that's very, very interesting to hear. I mean, the future of our economy is also driven by a lot of sustainability concepts and elements over here. So if I can just go to William. So if I can just ask your opinion, right, in the context of developing entrepreneurship itself in the future economy. So what do you see would be the key entrepreneurial skills required in terms of sustaining a business? Over here, CK mentioned about sustainability and also driven by the mindset change. So what is your opinion in terms of developing the future economy of entrepreneurship, and what skills are required to sustain a business?
Right, thanks for the question. And before I answer your question, I'm a big fan of Oxford. I actually bought the first white shirt, and then I said, oh, this is good material, easy ironing, so I bought another 5. Then MCO comes, I cannot even wear to office, right? Right, I think he's very right in sustainability, because I do watch Game Changer as well, and knowing that you have more vegetables in your meal now, please visit our farm, okay, where you can just plug and eat on the spot. Okay, sorry, a bit of salesman. Okay, this is entrepreneurship. So, whenever I got an opportunity to sell, okay, whichever business I'm involved in, all right. Sometimes I wear the farmer's hat. Sometimes I talk about energy, right? Sometimes I talk about investment, right? I think the key trait of entrepreneur is always grab the opportunity to speak out, right? Never reject or never say, oh, let me think about it. So whenever give you a chance, all right, to come on stage, for example, like today, all right, or even in virtual world, all right. So just grab that, because you never know, one of you in the audience, okay, might resonate with your opinion or with your views, and will reach out to you, okay, and do business, all right. I posted a lot of my activities online. I spam people, all right. One post caught my partner, all right, which I never met before. He was on LinkedIn with me for 6 years, right? And now we are starting a family office with him, right? So the first tranche is actually the pledge to invest 125 million US, right? And this would not be possible if I do not reach out, if I do not post or spam, right? A lot of people, some, even my schoolmate, I have a group of primary schoolmates, some I have not met for 30, 40 years, right? They actually told me off to say, William, can you stop spamming the group? Because I think if some of you are on my WhatsApp group or what, you probably receive tons of spams about our event, because I started a financial PR company, right? So we promote ECR projects. Victor is on my stage one time, all right, virtual stage, all right? So I think the key trait of entrepreneurs in this world now is take face, right? If you look at KOLs, if you look at the TikTok people, right? They just on their phone in front of them, okay? They can start to dance, they can start to promote, they sell things, right? I still remember the the seafood, right? Oh, take this crab, and this crab. So this is how people start selling, right? You see all kinds of live show at night, all right? Promoting stuff, right? And believe it or not, one of the KL that I met, okay, one session or 1 hour of selling different products generate at least 5 to 10,000 US per session, all right? So if you look at the power of social media and you look at how do you reach out to your customer, number one is, are you able to convey your message, Are you able to speak out, right, and take the initiative to reach out, right? I think that is the key entrepreneur trait, because a lot of people feel shy or feel ashamed of doing what they are doing, okay? So, but the world is changing now, right? Everything, before you even deliver anything, you get in front of the screen or get in front of the stage, right? And if you can't do it, get one partner to do that, right? Someone has to be the spokesperson for your company or your products, right? Okay, thank you very much. I think in terms of marketing, Oxford will probably be the leading expert in that, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. So from what I'm hearing, it's also about, in a way, new ways of doing business as part of a transformation. So business transformation, digital transformation is a key aspect over here. So let's hear maybe from, Victor. I mean, you have been investing in companies for so many, some time already. So what do you think would be, the foreseeable future when we're speaking about business transformation, digital transformation, and what do you see is going to happen in the future? Any key things that you see that would be really of interest to you in investing in these companies?
Yeah, I think the other way of rephrasing transformation is just more efficient way of doing the same things. Essentially, just to echo on the point that CK mentioned on sustainability. I mean, not exactly in that form. There are many ways to solve world problems, but issues like poverty, issues like hunger, I think from my point of view, those issues happen because we don't have an efficient supply chain. In fact, if we have a more efficient supply chain, you save a lot more in terms of raw material, you save a lot more in cost, you actually become more efficient in general. With a view on that, entrepreneurs who are good enough should set out to solve those problems. And I think essentially, that would be a long-term trend that I personally, or at least from Vynn Capital, when we go out there to invest, we would like to put more money in that direction. And one of the areas to look at is by empowering SMEs. SMEs are the largest players in any economy. Doesn't matter you're from China, you're from Malaysia, Indonesia, wherever you are. SMEs are the most important component of any economy. If you are trying to achieve greater efficiency, if you're trying to be more effective, the best way is to help the largest group of stakeholders. From my point of view, would be the SMEs. And I think just to echo what William mentioned, most of the time, for the same action that you do, you would yield different results. But if you continuously do it, by law of large numbers, the more often you do it, the better it is that you are getting at in solving it. So by having more SMEs going at it to increase efficiency for any ecosystem, that to me, I think, would be the key direction for at least for most investors. Because now we're talking about integrating Chinese or Chinese economy to Malaysian economy. And that can only be achieved if we have a much more integrated supply chain. If you're not trying to sell products from China to Malaysia, or you're trying to sell content from Malaysia to China, how do you figure out the distribution? Whether it's physical goods or virtual goods, be it NFTs or whatever it is important to figure out that flow. And to me, that's the future of investing.
I mean, talking about the future, and you speak about SMEs over here, so there's a big gap, I would say, an opportunity gap over here. So how can a startup, be part of that journey of these SMEs, right? So if you were to give some quick tips or advice to the startups in helping this SME sector, how and what would you say to them?
I don't think that is a problem anymore, because during COVID, SMEs realized that, they can't do business the way that they've been doing for the last 10, 20 years. If I compare what we are seeing right now to 2 years ago, any uncles, grandfathers will tell you, I've been doing this way for the last 40, 50 years. Why would I need to change? But that is not the same conversation anymore, because if they don't change, COVID is going to whack them out. So there won't be any relevance for them anymore. So for them to work with startups, I think it's more of figuring out, for them to understand what startups would be the best partner for them. And from the perspective of any young or tech companies, they always want to work with the traditional businesses as well, because they wouldn't want to do what the traditional businesses are doing. For example, in Indonesia, we have a property tech company or a travel tech company. They used to do a lot more with short stays, meaning they compete with Airbnb, etc. They are similar to Beike from China or Tujia from China, but they evolved to become a long-term property management company. Now, they are not carrying any assets. They are not managing. They're only the manager, but the partners are all the traditional developers. And we are in the midst of helping them to expand to Thailand and Malaysia as well, without them having to really go out there to acquire assets. So I think that's where the difference between the mentality from a startup point of view and the SME.
Okay, that's very interesting. So I'm going to go to CK over here. You mentioned about talent in terms of having the right management team. So I really want to further understand from you on your perspective when you were trying to build your startup or your company, Oxwhite, was it difficult to find talents? And building right talents is also very key in running your execution, operations, and growth of the company. So what do you think would be helping to shape the talent of future talents of Malaysia? What kind of people do you need to build the company, to support your company? So are these people from data analytics? It's very interesting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think who is the audience here have issue hiring talent? 请人难吗? No? Oh, okay. They don't have issue, Diana?
They don't have issues?
Yeah, nobody raised their hand.
It's quite
I don't think I need to share because it's no issue, right?
I've been hearing a lot of startups coming from Magic perspective. We meet startups every day, and one of the key challenges that they address to us is looking for the right talent. So,
but they don't. The audience not.
Maybe the virtual audience would have. So maybe you want to share your view in this.
Sure. Diana, Oxwhite is a perfect example. I myself not like someone like them. I'm not born in e-commerce. I was working for someone else for more than 10 years. I only started business when I was aged 37, and I have 2 young children, 2 years old and 6 months old. So I took the leap of faith. I was in retail business. I have a Gmail account, Instagram account, just like everybody else. I don't know about e-commerce world, but I took the leap of faith. I believe that this is the future, and same belief that I believe in the young people today. Like I have a team of mine, she's YY. For the last 10 years, she was in the event company, but today, and then she got retrenched and joined Oxwhite. And today, she part of the e-commerce lead, and that transformed in just 6 months because I believe in her, right? And then we give her the tools and the environment, community for her to grow. Anything I don't know, I ask a friend. Hey, can you guide her for like a while? And then now she can advise me on many things. So if you want me to share with one thing, and one thing only, I invest in young people. My staff are really, really young, and they keep younger and younger. I say, forget about college. What you are passionate about. I don't care. You study accounting, engineering, want to do engineering. Just tell me what you're interested in. Okay, e-commerce, or I would say digital marketing. I get my team to groom her in no time, in 3 to 6 months, and she can be an expert in that field. And she get really proud. Like today, YY is very proud. She talk louder than I do because she know more knowledge than I do. So able to believe in the young people, because often, I work for someone else before I know. In the shoe of some of our seniors here, we need to hire someone who knows their stuff. But to know something, especially in e-commerce, is very expensive, right, Victor? And William, you agree? And people are 抢人, how to say,
poaching.
Poaching, yeah. You know, so but you don't push YY, yeah. I grow myself so hard. But what I say is that it takes so much time and effort to push someone, and they are not loyal. So I prefer we grow from very young. Trust me, 3 to 6 months, that's all it takes for someone to master something they want, because today, all the information or know-how they want to learn about something is available online, either free or paid. So as long as your company trusts them and pay them and invest in them, they can be a small expertise in some area and know better thing than you. So that's what we do. And today, from a very humble team, from 1 person staff, and today we have a team of 28 people. They are all in e-commerce field. So I think that's my own experience, coming from a founder that don't know anything. And that's how we had to.
I must really congratulate you on that, you know, growing from a small team to now 28 people, and I believe that there's more potential growth for you. So, William, so the comments made by CK, is that something that resonates with you in growing Agroz as a group?
Yes, I fully agreed with him on that part in terms of talent. All our workers, right, and almost all are graduates, right? So if you ask a typical graduate, would you like to work in a farm? First thing they think of, traditional farmland, under the sun, right? Pesticide, herbicide, or whatever the pollution that contribute to our climate warming today, right? So, but when they see our vertical farm, right, and it's under a controlled environment, right? 23 degrees at all time. It's like in Cameron Highlands all the time, right? We even on music in our farm, right? So if you go to our farm or you check my Instagram, you can see all the pictures there. It's actually very comfortable. And because of that, vegetables are also living organism, right? So when they grow in a stable and consistent environment, they thrive as well, right? So our yield of our vegetables is actually shorter than a traditional farming, right? And of course, the only setback people always compare us to traditional farming, all right, is the capex required, all right? But can you imagine if you ask people, right, to join you and, oh, I have 100 acres of land or even 10 acres of land, right? And you need them to harvest, right? You can't. You have to get labor, right? Those are from foreign laborers, right? But if they come to our farm, they know that because we actually measured every input and output, because we want to increase the efficiency, right? Every reduction of 1 week of harvest, I mean, compared to 6 weeks, if you save 10 cycles, you have another 1 cycle. That increased the yield already, right? And for example, we have a 3,000 square feet farm now. But don't forget, it's 8 layers, right? So 8 levels of that is equivalent to 10 acres of land. Right, so we are able to produce 3 tons of vegetable per month, 100 kg per day, right? But if you compare that to an open farm, right, when it rains, when it's shine, you can't, right? And one thing I also salute CK is wow, the wife can actually work with him. My wife will probably kick me out if I do any business with him. So I think that is also through the entrepreneur, where he has to utilize all the resources that he have, right? Regardless of whether it's wife or not, right? So I think almost all business in Asia started with family members, all right? Be it your brothers, be it your wife, or even your children, right? I think that therefore SME in Asia are still predominantly driven by family business. Okay, and of course, during this difficult time, a lot of family business came to us. So, for funding or even to how to transform their business, I think this is either you make it, all right, or you decide to call it off, right? So this is actually at a crossroad now, because a lot of our clients or even the businessmen are thinking, is there any end to the current pandemic, right? Because if they have not pivoted fast enough, right, or changed their business model, they can't keep up already. right? Bank moratorium will be off anytime now, right? By end of the year, okay, coming 2022, right? Therefore, the credit crunch will happen. Right, back to you, Andrea.
I wonder, where is your farm? You want to tell everyone here where's your farm so we can have a visit?
We have 2 farms. One is in Sering Kembangan, Mines 2. We have Tan Sri Lee supported us in our first farm. Okay, so we have 3 containers farm there, and that is our pilot farm. Okay, we tested everything in 1 container, which is the 300 square feet. All right, and it works. Okay, and our second farm, we call it a warehouse farm, right? 8 layers, full stack. Okay, that is in Sungai Buloh. All right, that is actually a partnership with another deal that I'm involved. I'm also involved in solar, right? So he has a warehouse. My partner has a warehouse. Okay, so conveniently, we actually set up the farm there. Okay, so we work out arrangement, a profit sharing arrangement. Okay. And yeah, here we go. Right. So although we do not highlight that, actually one of our key business component will be the AgTech, right? But at this moment, we want to focus on the infrastructure to build our own vertical farm to produce more vegetables. Thank you.
Nice, nice. So I mean, talking about talent and resources, and these are one of the key enabling supports in terms of a startup's growth. So in the perspective of a VC, perhaps you don't have, talent to supply. So what is your advice to a particular startup if they're finding it challenging in, looking for talent? So what do you tell them, and where do you funnel them to?
Honestly, we ourselves do find it difficult to hire for our portfolio companies to actually bring the people with the right skill sets, depending on what you're looking for. If you're looking for financial background, yes, probably there's a tons of accountants out there, but the issue is to find the right one that can fit the startup culture. Because working in a startup is different from working with a corporate, with an MNC, or even with an SME. So that's the part where there's still a bit of transition of mentality for any professionals to work who used to work in the traditional sectors to join any startup or any tech companies. But in terms of the rest of the skill sets, digital marketing, etc., I guess one thing that everyone needs to start embracing is that you don't want all your employees or your team members to be in one single country. You need to be open to remote working. So, for example, with some of our portfolio companies in Malaysia, in Indonesia, we do have our employees in Vietnam, in China. So the idea of tech, the idea of digital, is so that anyone could be a part of any big ecosystem if they want to be. So we do try to encourage our portfolio companies to go out there to hire talent from the markets where there's more, I guess, more options. If you're talking about, say, for example, creative industry, since we're talking about KOL later, we do find that Thailand probably has more creative talents, and hence a lot of our portfolio companies will start engaging agencies from Thailand and eventually build an in-house team. In fact, Carson, we have a very strong Thai team as well. Even though the company is from Malaysia, but they have local talents. And because of that, they are able to also build an engineering team out of China. So that's where companies would need to start thinking, how can I employ someone, build a team in a foreign country without being there? And I think that's probably the best advice that anyone can give to any entrepreneurs or any companies.
Thank you. I think that's very insightful and true. I mean, that is also what I have been hearing a lot from the startups, from our Magic alumni members, part of the ecosystem, regarding talent. Don't put all the talents in the same basket, meaning don't put it in the same country. Have it diversified, and so that you have the enabling support at any time that you need, really. So looking.
Sorry, if I may just add.
Sure.
Because most of Southeast Asia is a big region with 10 countries. So let's take, for example, one of our other portfolio company, EPOS. I'm not sure whether they're here, but they focus a lot on bringing products from China to Malaysia or vice versa, West to East Malaysia, etc. So for those companies, for those sort of companies that has regional exposure, do you think it makes sense for them to have employees only in one market? It doesn't make sense because you need people who are familiar with the local partners, stakeholders, or customers as well. So companies need to think about how to go regional from day one.
I think that's very, very true because we are always promoting for our Malaysian SMEs and startups to think regionally, not just about in the growth of the Malaysian market. We are, after all, in Southeast Asia, and the market opportunity is abundant within Southeast Asia itself. So looking back into, developing a startup company or just trying to kickstart at the very beginning or early stages of entrepreneurship, may I just now ask Victor, why do startups fail at the early stages of entrepreneurship?
I suppose because I'm a VC, I would say that the inability to raise funds is one of the big factors. But then again, if you dig deeper, companies or startups can't raise money because they don't have the right ingredient to make a successful company. Like what William and CK has mentioned, the people itself. If they don't have the correct lineup of the first batch of team members, then VCs or investors are not going to fund. And if you're not able to garner the support, or if you're not able to attract partners, then you're going to fail as well. But most of the time, I think because of the people element, startup companies will fail as well because they don't have the right fit. There could be clashes between partners as well. To a certain extent, we also would be careful if let's say that there's a company that has family members, especially husband and wives, things like that, for example, because we also want to make sure they don't bring the business issues back home. Because if you take it personal, you're probably not going to be able to make objective decisions when you're making a business decision. So we try to, I think in other words, investors or VCs are like psychologists. We are trying to dissect and understand how entrepreneurs actually think. How would they make decisions under different environment? And sometimes I think we are guilty to be evil enough to somehow purposely put them under pressure to see how well can they take pressure. Because if they can't take pressure, you should just stop doing any startups because it's a journey of torture in a way as well. But of course, the reward is good, just that there's going to be a period of great torture.
Thank you so much, Victor. So if I can circle back to CK over here, I mean, Victor mentioned about the combination of resources, and you have your wife as supporting you also in this journey of entrepreneurship. And you are one of the successful entrepreneurs, I would say, in building this company and for apparels, right? So in your opinion, so why do you think startups fail? I mean, there's so many startups out there, and you yourself, you are one. So in your opinion, why do you think some of the startups fail at the early stages of entrepreneurship?
Well, this is really from my personal experience. I really don't have a big set of data to back me up. I get a lot of people that come for me to want to get some advice or have a talk. But often I find that, and they fail in later stage, is that they ask too many people. And too many people give them too many opinions, and they don't know which one to take, right? For me, my journey rather simple. Starting with the Oxford wasn't my idea to begin with. I just want to start a business. I about to sell durian, frozen durian. Then my friend said, CK, this one is very capital intensive and you don't have the supply chain to back you up, although I came from Kampong. And then I want to do coffee and sell to China tourists, like a premium coffee. And that to do an experience store that is very expensive. So then I turned to a friend who is in e-commerce. He says, CK, from data, it's good that you can sell white shirt. A lot of people searching for their words. And with that, I say, okay, and then he gave me the idea, I ran with that. I didn't cross-check with William, is it a good idea, do you buy white shirt? No, of course, after I find out it's quite rather difficult choice, I would rather sell underwear to begin with, that everybody will buy and wear regardless what style it is. It is that able to believe in someone and try all out and not double doubt yourself. Ideas, of course, is always never perfect to begin with, and is pivot along the way. I think it's true for Victor, who advised Eric from Custom, they pivot a little bit by little bit from along the way, but that able to get the right mentorship and from someone and believe in them, right? I believe in someone who tell me in very well versed in e-commerce world. I do not ask someone who don't do e-commerce and ask them, do you think it's a good idea I sell shirt online? So get advice from someone who with the right, we say knowledge and good attitude. Because if you ask your friends and family, guess what? They try to protect you. They don't want you to fail. And even you have a best idea from a friend, let's say I say buy Bitcoin, for example, right? Cryptocurrency. Your son to try you 12 years old, Papa, buy Bitcoin is good, it's going up. He said, no, like, son, this is gamble. You turn off this idea. So some parents say, Yana, $100 go and play. It could end up making you a lot of money. But I just saying is that if we ask peer, even myself, if I ask peer, they don't know your subject matter so well. Guess what? After I'm knowing Victor today, and he has successfully guided Custom to so many rounds of funding. If I do need some advice or opinion, of course I turn to him and William, right? So this is come naturally to an entrepreneur. So asking the right question to the right one and believe in that and go with that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a very insightful piece of advice. So coming from the experience of William, who also not just invests in companies, but also building companies. So what would be your advice to startups,
I think there's various reasons, but I think it all comes to one single word, okay, the purpose, right? What is the purpose of you starting a business? Right, because my friend started it, it's a lifestyle. Everybody selfie, oh, I'm a businessman now, right? I think Victor do get a lot of wannabes business plan, right? Copy and paste, right? So if the purpose is not strong enough, right? If you look at VCs, right? 99% of deals are not even true because it just doesn't make sense, right? And if you look at entrepreneurship, how many rejection you have got when you speak to supplier, right? To get the best material, to get the right price, right? To make 10% margin, there's a whole process to go through, right? And so if your purpose is not strong enough, okay, if you're not there to solve a problem or to help someone to achieve or to solve their problem, right? Then along the way, you get distracted, right? When you get rejection, you say, oh, why am I doing this, all right? And you see someone doing something else. Like what CK mentioned, a lot of opinion. I cannot work work this, buy Bitcoin, tomorrow go up, right? I got a friend who said, I bought 0.1 cent of, I don't know what, I can't remember the name. If it becomes 10 cents, he makes 10 million. So, wow, okay. I can't understand that, right? So there's always opinion. So, but if you stick to your purpose when you first started, right? I'm a big fan of Dr. Tan Yu Sing here, right? If you look at the book that he gave to me, his purpose, his INTI college purpose, that was there, right? So if you're not sure of your purpose, think about it again, right? And think the original plan that you have. Why do you even started, right? Like what CK did, or what even Victor, right? He left his thing to start up his own fund. And why is that? There must be a reason why he doesn't want to join Blackstone or Carlyle, right? Fly business jet and all over the place and money drop from the sky, right? So it's not easy for a VC to even go out to raise fund for their own fund, right? So of course, when they manage other people's fund, they are very, very cautious in that, right? I think, so back to the purpose is, okay, I think important, right, for everyone to move further in their business.
Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Thank you so much for the sharing. I mean, if I could just concisely summarize what they are saying over here is building, if we're talking about the topic building businesses of tomorrow, creating ideas to impact with the purpose, right? So I think this is what the message that we can share with you today, and to all the audience tuning in virtually. I'm afraid that we have come to an end to our panel discussion. Please give a round of applause to our panel members, CK, William, and also Victor. And signing off, thank you very much, everyone, and over to you, Mr. MC.
Thank you very much, Ms. Diana. Thank you so much. And thank you so much to all our panelists for sharing your knowledge and experiences with us. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite once again Organizing Chairman, Mr. Brian Chong, on stage to present a token of appreciation to our panelists as well as our moderator. So I would like to invite Brian. Would you please kindly come on stage? Yes. Right, first we would like to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Victor Chua. Mr. Victor Chua, Mr. William Tu. CK Chang, last but not least to our moderator, Ms. Diana. Thank you very much to all the panelists as well as our moderator, and we would like to invite all of you to have a group photo together with Mr. Brian.是的，我们感谢各位主讲人对我们今天有这么精彩的分享啊！我们现在是请张博元先生，我们的工委会主席呢，给我们的主讲人呢就颁了一个纪念品，之后呢还有我们的主持人 Diana 颁发纪念品。现在呢就来一张大合照。非常感谢他们给予我们这么一个有趣的分享。Thank you so much for the very interesting yet insightful sharing. Thank you very much to Ms. Diana. Thank you so much to Mr. Victor Chua, Mr. William Tu, and Mr. CK Chang. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them another big round of applause. 再给他们一个热烈的掌声。这是一个非常精彩，告诉我们如何就是创业哈，就是在现在的一个新科技的新趋势之下。好，那现在呢，各位来宾，我们马上呢就会有一个，我相信是很多年轻朋友啊都非常期待的一个环节，就是我们的 KOL Fireside Chat。是的 ，Do you know what is KOL? A lot of you actually was wondering what is KOL. KOL actually stands for Key Opinion Leader， 就是呢，其实就是现在网上大家一般上都会看到一些，好像刚才我们的几位分享嘉宾啊，就是刚才的这个座谈当中有说到 KOL 呢，就是他们怎么样的去就是去推，就是把他那个货品呢推出去，就是怎么说带货哈。现在这个是在线上呢是非常非常夯的一个趋势。好，那我们今天就有了请到了好几位相当就是。其实，在我们这个行业里面呢，非常非常出名。然后呢，可以说他们所呈现的内容表现出来都相当的有意志性，而不是那种一般上我们觉得垃圾的那种带货的方式或者是说那种不同那内容的呈现方式呢是非常有趣，可是又不失意义的。Ladies and gentlemen, next we would like to invite on stage, because we're going to have the KOL fireside chat. We are going to gather a 3 KOLs, and they're going to be on stage with us. But before that, we are going to invite the first KOL to be on stage. Yeah, and he is none other than, but before that, okay, just give you a little bit of clue. Do you know where has he come from? He actually flew all the way. 他其实是越洋漂洋过海来到这里，可是呢，他不是来自中国哈，因为暂时 you know a lot of all this restriction SOP and stuff, so he's not from China, but it is also across the sea, but from Sabah, all the way from Sabah, they came here, just arrived yesterday, to be with us, to share with us some of the tips on how this KOL industry is actually operating. Okay, just give them a little bit of time, because I think we are actually checking on some technical issues, but no worries, because you just trust me, okay? I promise you, it's going to be a very interesting sharing, because this KOL from our homeland is going to invite KOL from China on stage, together, and they are going to, elaborate and relate to us all those interesting facts that relating to the KOL industry, okay? So, but before that, okay, have you guys actually buy things, or you actually have got, you actually purchasing online? Do you do that? 是吧？有好多朋友，我相信呢，其实是网上购物已经成为一个趋势了。不过我们今天的这个 KOL 呢，它是会告诉我们这整个趋势呢到底是如何来进行的。好，我们现在呢就有请这3位来自马中两国的网红呢，他们在台上到底会擦出怎么样的火花？我们现在就把舞台交给这位溜一溜MIDIA 的表哥利欧刘怡兴 Leo， 掌声有请 Leo。
Yes, Leo has been waiting for quite some time to appear on the stage. Over to you, Leo. Yeah, thank you for our MC, our MCCC, President, Deputy President, Vice President, and all the leaders. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I'm from Sabah. I am the founder of 616 Media, founder and MD. We are, dealing with KOL, economy, and social media marketing. And I'm very glad that I can be the host today. First of all, I would like to, today we have invited one very, very trendy, very famous, KOL. Alright, my Malaysia cousin, 马来堂哥, popular Malaysian KOL. Hello, good evening. I'm very happy. I'm very glad to have been invited by the conference to attend this sharing. I hope our interaction would bring about you some of my experience and also bring you some tips so that you are able to, be a Douyin or TikTok KOL. And Malaysia cousin. Some of them may not know our Malaysia cousin. Actually, Malaysia cousin, because of the pandemic, they have started to create some video. He is introducing Malaysian culture and also the food, delicious food from Malaysia. According to my information, they already have 1 million of fans on TikTok and 450,000 fans on Facebook. Yeah, actually, I have not thought that I want to become a KOL. I want to have a initial intention. We want to introduce Malaysia to more people, especially to China, the greater China market. This is our initial intention at the very beginning. From June last year, when we were making the videos, we shoot some culture, delicious food. We fork out money from our own pocket, and we have many challenges, and we face a lot of difficulties because I have zero foundation. I'm not a videographer. I did not study this. Just like CK said, you are not going to learn it and you do it, and then you'll learn along the way. From zero knowledge, I do this while learning and improvising. Therefore, my direction was very clear. I want to introduce Malaysian stuff to China, and I know that after knowing this, in future, the traffic is going to help Malaysian business. It is going to help Malaysian businesses to sell our local products, to sell to greater China market. And we have also experimented ourselves. In 8 August, our first live broadcast, we sold it for 2 hours. We sold for 600,000 renminbi, and the second one we sold 500,000 renminbi. So we have a little bit of achievement. I hope a lot of SME and other companies, you will be able to achieve such great result. So when you are doing this live broadcast, have you encountered any issues? Yes, we know when we are doing live broadcast, this is not my expertise. We know, Su Qin, Miss Su Qin. We do have another speaker. She is Miss Su Qin from China. Well, maybe Miss Su, a lot of Malaysians may not know her. Miss Su, she is not only a KOL, she is a writer and author. She has already published 10 books, mainly on female growth and female lifestyle topics and sharings. And Miss Su Qin, mainly she focuses on media as an editor in China. She is a specially invited advisor. And let us put our hands together for Miss Su Qin. Hello, good evening. Hello, can you hear me? All right. Our host and our Malaysian cousin, because of the pandemic, I'm unable to come to the event. Therefore, I am at home in Beijing and online with you to take part in this event. I'm very happy today. First of all, I want to introduce myself, right? Yes, please, Miss Su Qin. Miss Su. Well, let me introduce myself, because today I think everybody who comes here to take part in this entrepreneurs conference, I am actually a KOL. So first of all, I want to tell you I am an author, and until now I have published more than 10 publications, books. And secondly, I am also recording some TV programs and also a TV host in China. And in my leisure time, I will manage my own self-media. And actually, in China, I am a self-media practitioner for 14 years. So it has been 14 years I work as a self-media person. I have undergone the 3 main stages on online media broadcast. So I just review my experience on internet for the past 14 years. In year 2007, which is 14 years ago, I shot my own blog, and that was what we call it is a web blog. we will write all the posting, and I also reply to the questions by my reader. And on the blog, I also have some interaction. In just a few years, I think within 2 to 3 years, I have accumulated, more than 100 million of readership, because at that time it is, judged by the readership to determine whether or not this person is a KOL. And in just a few years, I have accumulated more than 100 million of readership. And until today, my blog is called Su Qin's Institution. In the web blog, it is the biggest traffic and with the most highest readership. And I believe in 2011, I went to Malaysia to take part of the Chinese book exhibition. A lot of Chinese friends came here and interacted with me. They are my fans on my blog. From 2007, they started to read my blog. And then this is my first stage of becoming a self-media publication person. In 2010, we have this web blog. And web blog and blog, they are totally different. Because in blog, at that time, especially because I am an author, and I always write very long articles, maybe a few hundred thousands of words in a book. And a web blog, they have very limited, words, 140 characters. From blogger to web blogger, I spent quite some effort to transform. I have a lot of, zones I need to get used to it in 1 or 2 years' time. Then only I got a hack of it. And after becoming a web blog, what is helping me is that a lot of friends, they will see that the web blog. Now I have 50 over million fans. Actually, what I want to tell you is this 50 over million fans is an accumulation of 12 years, and every day I am writing articles to managing my accounts, and finally I have this figure, which is to say that until today, Sina Weblog gave me an award, a very big award. I'm not bringing it here today to show you today. Well, it says 12 years of weblog, growth award. And you can see that this is a very determined process. And today I'm very thankful to weblog, because in these 12 years to weblog, it gives me a platform to express my emotion, and I have obtained a lot of commercial opportunities, especially every time when I publish a book, whatever I want to announce it on my weblog. All the fans, including my fans, when they see this, they will go and buy the book, and they will click on the link and buy. And every day I will write some of my lifestyle and opinion on my lifestyle, my opinion. A lot of brands, they say your lifestyle is very near to our brand philosophy, so they invited me to certain events, and I can even be their spokesperson, their ambassador. I did not say I want to become a commercial weblog. However, what I want to say is that as a self-publication media person, it enables me to showcase my personal opinion, and through showing my personal opinion, character, I have attracted a lot of commercial opportunities. I think this is a very great assistance to me. And of course, in these few years, in these 3-4 years, I'm entering the short video era, like Douyin, Kuaishou. They have these short videos, and we have a lot of posting on those because of the pandemic, and to sell online, live broadcast online. Actually, I did take part in this live broadcast. Nowadays, every week I would have 1 to 2 times of so-called live broadcasts and also audio broadcasts. And my friends, and every time, Miss Su is going to have a live broadcast, we are going to ask her question, and we will go there and to chat with her. I can say, as a self-publisher, this is my big experience. This is maybe with a lot of KOL, it's different that because as a self-publisher, self-media publisher, this is not my full-time job. This is not my first job. This is more like my leisure hobby, and it's an extension of my job. And because of this leisure extension, it enables my first job, like my books and my program, my TV program, to perform better. So this is an intercomplementary process, and in these 14 years I haven't given up on this. Therefore, I will think of all the ways to keep abreast of the contemporary time to be a self-media publisher. So this is something about myself, and I hope to interact with friends from Malaysia. Thank you, Miss Su. And because we were talking about entrepreneurship just now, Mr. William and Victor, they have also shared, and basically about digitalization and business digitalization. This is already very common, and because of the pandemic, this has become a must, a necessity for us to transform. So like Edison and Miss Su, they are having a lot of traffic. They are actually managing their self-media to draw the traffic, to give up more information. So how do you think this traffic would be useful to companies? Now let's listen to Edison. Well, first of all, I want to thank Miss Su for giving this introduction. I actually, this is not easy. She can have so much content for so long. And within this time, you will think that you are actually depleting yourself, because if you are unable to have the input, you will be anxious. Therefore, as a self-publisher, they will have this anxious period. I believe Miss Su also may have experienced these feelings. You have the ups and downs, and like what our moderator said, our KOL, she can brings about economic benefits. So we can call them self-media publisher. I think everybody can become a self-media publisher. Let's give an example. Previously, the traditional media, like the mainstream media, TV station, radio station, they are gathering people to one place. For instance, in Malaysia, we have the Malaysian radio stations, 1, 2, 3. So before you have internet, every night you need to read the news on TV, and you need to read the drama at 9 o'clock. Only rich people, they have the wealth to expose on this mainstream media. However, now everybody has the opportunity to publish for your own products or your hobbies to draw the traffic. Of course, it is going to bring a lot of economic effect, because they are diverting the traffic. So I think this is something good. It's something good. Thank you, Edison. And Miss Su, what do you think about that? is traffic. How does traffic help businesses? Yeah, thank you, our Malaysia cousin. Yes, I think traffic to the company, the biggest usefulness is it is able to help you to bring fame to your company. And what I want to share with you is that today I am sitting here. When I am looking at this traffic, what is it going to help? And actually, what we want to do to accumulate the traffic is a very long term. Everybody knows traffic is very useful to companies. However, what I want to share with you is that the effective and non-effective traffic, because as a self-publisher, I've been doing this for 14 years, and we know that traffic is something good. Traffic is going to help a lot of business people to sell the products. They can elevate somebody to fame and celebrity status. We need to know traffic to you. Is it a very accurate traffic, or perhaps like my weblog? I have a 50 over million, and I have 1 million viewership on my TikTok. So this 1 million, it doesn't mean that it is going to bring 1 million people to buy your product at the very same time. Therefore, I want to share with you is, although it looks like we have a big traffic, we need to extract those traffic which are useful, which are relevant, which are accurate to you, because this is a traffic area. A lot of companies, they are talking about this, exposure line. I want to see, somebody is leaving a message, somebody is commenting, and after commenting, they're buying my products. So this to me is a very effective and very accurate traffic. And for those non-useful traffic, well, we are still thinking about this. A lot of friends are talking to me. They say to those non-effective traffic, we actually don't need them. Currently in China, internet, we will call this fans. So this fan, maybe they are just coming here, dropping by, and they may not want to buy your products, or they may not want to come here and want to have a long-term relationship with you. Therefore, sometimes you will see that maybe every time when I am posting my content, and I do have a smaller viewership, but that's okay. And within this process, when you are really selling one product, so long as the effective traffic, the accuracy, positioning is there, then this is a very important thing. Therefore, traffic to a company is very useful, but what I think is that more usefulness is effective and accurate customer focus. Thank you, Ms. Su. And about this traffic usefulness to companies and also the business model transformation, actually the live broadcast selling stuff, because of the pandemic, it has become very common. From the MCO last year, we can see that a lot of media, all the social media, you can see a lot of live broadcast selling stuff. We can think that, live broadcast selling stuff, is it a future trend, or is it just a temporary hit because of this MCO? Okay, let us listen to Malaysian cousin. I think this is going to be a new normal. Live broadcasts. I think every company, they are going to have a self-broadcast compared to traditional brick-and-mortar shops. And the new normal would be, you will be employing one person, and he is going to broadcast from 9 to 6. And every shop, they have their own traffic. Just like Ms. Su says, the accurate fans, we always emphasize, if you do not understand Malaysian market, the traffic, because there are a lot of companies, they do not know number of fans does not equal to accurate fans. A lot of people, they will see, oh, you have a very high number of fans and they want to fine her for advertisement and they spend something unnecessarily. Therefore, this is something that in Malaysia we are actually educating some businesses how to choose the accurate fans. Instead of getting a KOL or self-publisher to do advertisement in the front line, I think in the later stage you need to do the broadcast yourself. We need to discuss a lot of things like a live broadcast. Maybe this is a future and it is going to be very normal. It is going to be new normal because online and offline you need to coexist. It's not going to be only entirely online or entirely offline, because now we can see that everybody wants to go for travel in China, and the same happens in Malaysia, and offline consumerism and experience is very important as well. Yeah, because nowadays we can see that Douyin or TikTok live broadcast is also very normal, like in China, Hong Kong. In a lot of celebrities, they are selling stuff online. And what does Miss Chin think about this? Is this going to be a long-lasting trend, or this is going to last only for 1 or 2 years because of the pandemic? All right, I think this live broadcast in future, it is going to exist, and maybe it is going to be better, because when we want to see something, whether or not it is going to be long lasting, we can see that whether or not it is booming in this mushrooming. And at the time, I don't see anything of such nature yet, because in China, the internet, it is moving too fast in China. And I have been in the self-publisher 14 years, and maybe 1 year later, something that is very popular, it is going to be replaced, but it is going to be a very important lifestyle at the moment. In future, maybe it is going to be better. It is going to be more perfect, but I think it is going to be there in 3 to 5 years, and it is going to be an integral part of our life. And just now I was saying the KOL selling stuff online. Why do I think that it is going to be a very important lifestyle in future? I think it has a very great advantage, because right now the broadcast selling products, it is a introduction, showcasing of a product. We know that previously a lot of businesses, they are selling things, they are because previously we can see that when we look at something at a shop, they will say, wow, this thing is very, very good, and whatever they say is this, the good things about this thing. And after that, some more smarter seller, instead of telling you everything about good, they will tell you maybe this is a little bit thick. If you are staying in the southern part, maybe you don't have so much opportunity to wear it. They will tell you some shortcomings. However, now I think talk about the good side, and some of the things they will say, they will tell you what is good about this, what is bad about this. If you and then they will even tell you the most unique part is that they are going to share. I think why KOL economy is so hot, because a lot of KOLs, they are being loved because they are have the mindset to share. You can see that a lot of broadcasters, they are selling something, some junk food, some food stuff, some snack. They will tell you how does it feel, when you bite on it, and how does it taste, and how does the texture. This is something that you are sharing. It is like we are on the same level. It's like I'm your friend, I'm telling you, I'm sharing my feeling with you. So traditionally, I think this is what is lacking in traditional selling approach. he is not a merely salesperson. He is not only like a friend, and he's like an experienced person. He's a sharer, and he has got a lot of identities. They are, introducing to you this stuff. I think this is what currently I can see. Not only young people, even old people, they buy into this method. It is like they are letting you to share the experience. Because I am from the psychology, this is like sharing and transmitting emotion, love, affection, because everybody likes to be understood. They want to resonate with other people's emotion, and they want to feel what you feel. Therefore, I think this is currently what we, especially the selling stuff online, live broadcast, I think in the 3 to 5 years, it is going to be a very important part of our way of life. Not only it is just a way of selling things, it is going to be our way of life. It is going to be a very important lifestyle. Thank you, Ms. Su. I believe, and a lot of audience here, you may have something that you want to ask, because when we talk about live broadcasts, about the possibility of cooperating in China and Malaysia. Basically, right now, Malaysia, our businesses, we want to sell our own products, to sell our things to China via live broadcast, and we also want to bring some Chinese special localities products to Malaysia. Therefore, in the live broadcast, what is going to happen is that there are some challenges. What are the challenges, Edison? All right. First of all, I think when we are doing the field live broadcast, I think the biggest challenge is about the product. Now, what we are at is we are really unique, because we have Chinese fans, and in Malaysia we have Malaysian fans. Therefore, we are like in the middle. Therefore, we always have the companies, from both countries to find us. Recently, we are also helping some Malay Chinese logistic companies, and we are also helping some traditional products in Malaysia to sell into China. After we have tried a few videos, I think it is the product problem, because the whole world knows China is the biggest consumer country. They have the biggest spending power, and they have a lot of requirements towards the products. It is like they are one of the top demand. Therefore, overseas product, if they want to enter China, you need to know who your fans are, who your consumers are, what is their spending behavior. Very simple. For example, instant noodle in China, they will say in Malaysia, we still are very traditional. We are still selling like normal instant noodle. You are not going to reach, even if you can export, you will not be able to let them to have repeat sales, because you cannot, fulfill the requirements. Not only they want to have aesthetic, they want to have fun products. Therefore, when we are selling products, we can only say a good product, a delicious product. It is actually basics. Today, when we are doing marketing, it is not that we are not saying that we do not have MSG, natural. This is not your selling point. This is not your USP. Because nowadays we have very rich materials. We do not have, if you want delicious, they are more delicious than you. People want to find fun products. Therefore, when we want to sell things to China, we need to ask this question. I hope in China, we can see some consumer behavior according to our own observation. We will find some business in Malaysia to have some R&D. So we have the R&D to fulfill what the Chinese want. And for example, recently, besides our Malaysia cousin brand, we also are exporting the Nyonya culture. From April, we have a new account which says we talk about our Nyonya culture from Northern. From April, 2-3 months, we have 500 over 1,000 fans, and the fans are very accurate. 94% they are females, and the age group is 24 to 30 years old. Therefore, I want to try this. I want to show to Malaysians we are able to do that. Therefore, I want to duplicate this example to other sellers. For example, my Nyonya account, I have already 500 over 1,000 fans. These people, of course, they love Nyonya food. I've already got traffic, I've already got fans. Therefore, what do I do next? Coming up next, what I want to need to do is to find people who are, doing Nyonya food or Nyonya apparels. Then I want to tie them to my Kuaiso and Douyin and also my self-media. Therefore, you need to develop from content. You cannot just use this product and you want to enter China. No, it is not so easy. To me, it is not so easy. This is my suggestion. I hope that you can improvise your product, and I hope that you can elevate the product quality, and I hope that after the pandemic we would have more Chinese company that will come in to help us in our big environment to elevate our environment and market. And in China, just now we are seeing self-media and traffic. You have cooperated with some sellers overseas. I haven't actually worked with overseas foreign sellers. I cooperate with our local companies. When we are selling online broadcast, there are a few things. It's like the product selection. Product selection is very important. This is very, very meticulous because it is going to and I'm also very concerned about the logistics because I am also promoting some brands. And of course, I will also buy some foreign, purchase. So sometimes I will have some overseas purchase, and I will pay attention to the logistics. And after that, and like some medication, some unique food from certain countries, I will ask them. And you are buying products, is it like you are buying from directly Korea to me, or it will reach China first, or is it going to be available directly in China? So this is 3 types of different method. Therefore, if you are doing cross-border e-commerce, they will be very concerned about the product, the timeline from your, broadcast. If I want to buy something, if I'm going to get it, half a month or 1 month, maybe I wouldn't think about it. I will give up because the waiting time is too long. Therefore, logistics, I think it is very important. Now, this is something which draws a lot of concern. Now, there is a lot of online broadcast. A lot of people, when they want to buy things on the live broadcast, they will ask, they will ask you, does it include courier? Does it include delivery? I'm staying there, and how many days will reach? Therefore, everybody is asking this. Firstly, what we say is that we may, buy something that is unique to certain place. This is very unique to these places. Second is the price. So it is a very good price. Thirdly, maybe within 2-3 days, it can be couriered to my house, to my doorstep, and I'm don't need to go out, and I've saved a lot of time. Therefore, I think the logistics is a very, very important thing. And when we are selling stuff online, I want to attribute it to our logistics and also online payment. If the logistics is not good, I think a lot of people, they want to give up. They do not even want to consider buying stuff online. Therefore, nowadays, when I want to buy something, important things, I will, buy from cross-state e-commerce. If I want to wait for so long, I will think that, maybe or not, I will buy something, near to me. Product selection and logistics, I think these are two very important things. Okay, because of time constraint, we more or less have already covered. Everybody knows about our live broadcast in China and Malaysia, the possibility of collaboration and the possible challenges or issues that we may face. And if we want to sell into the Chinese market, the live broadcast, you need to focus on the product. You need to have a very good product and make it into, something which is accepted by China. And at the same time, Tanke, Malaysia cousin, you have anything to add on? Yeah, I want to add on something. Besides, you need to upgrade your own product. I think in Malaysia, the SMEs, you need to, utilize this self-media platform like a blog and web blog. We know that you need to have copywriting, pictures in 5G. When we have the internet speed, broadband speed, they will have a higher requirement for the content. Now they want to watch video. Therefore, shooting video, creating the content, the ability, I think in future, the companies need to have the ability. Not only you need to create a product, you also need to have the ability to create good videos. Okay, even if it is a 30 seconds or 1 minute video, and it must touch the heart of the consumers. This is our biggest challenge, because actually, like Miss Su, because we are Chinese, we always speak Chinese, but a lot of the jokes, it is unable to say. Today, I can, chat with you in, Mandarin. I'm unable to tell you the second or third dimension. Maybe, one glance or something, you will know what is the internal or hidden meaning. Therefore, we need to have one or two, Chinese colleague, so that they will know, what the Chinese people want to know, want to watch. Therefore, this 1-2 years, we are learning from our experience. And if the merchants want to understand how to create content, and maybe if I have the time, I will share with you, in more details about how to enter the China market. All right, we hope that our sharing today will be giving you different information, and I hope that we can share more, and we hope that in future we can have a media session with Miss Su and also our Malaysia cousin. And this wraps up our session today, and I hope to see you again in future. Okay, thank you, Edison. Thank you, Miss Su. Very, very great sharing. Thank you, our cousin Leo and Miss Su. All right, now.
来赠送纪念品给我们马来堂哥以及利欧表哥的哈，有请。Well, ladies and gentlemen, shall we now invite MCYEC Vice President Mr. Lim Likan to present token of appreciation. 首先呢，我们请Mr. Lim 呢就把这个纪念品呢颁发给马来堂哥以及表哥利欧。当然，我们大会也没有忘记苏秦老师哈，我们将会在过后呢把纪念品邮寄到中国给您的。谢谢苏秦老师。是非常精彩的分享哈，让我们了解到呢，就是网红或者自媒体背后的一点滴、一点一滴哈。其实不管是在场或者线上的朋友呢，相信大家都在我们这个分享会，在这一场的分享呢都大有所得哈。非常感谢表哥利欧以及马来堂哥，还有苏秦老师给我们这么精彩、这么有怎么说这么有用的一些这个见解，谢谢。好，在这里呢非常感谢，再一次给热烈掌声给予我们的分享嘉宾马来堂哥苏秦老师以及我们的主持人表哥利欧。好，那各位来宾，现在呢大会将会小休10分钟，那请大家稍作休息呢，然后就重返会场，因为稍后的环节呢将会有更精彩的，我们将会提到的呢就是有关于数字化转型。Digital transformation is going to be our next topic of discussion later. So now we're going to have a break for 10 minutes, and we would like to invite you to come back to us after the break. 10 minutes break. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please, just enjoy yourself. Take a seat and relax, or you may just go to, take some deep breath, or just have a break, and then we will see you after 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Selamat datang and welcome to Malaysia. I am Dr. Nur Hisham. As we move forward with the new travel norms, we as a nation are focused on the health, protection and the safety measures for the benefit of all travelers. Evidently, Malaysia Airports continues to make improvements and adapt to the latest safety protocol. Please take this time now to familiarize yourself with the new health and safety measures for your arrival at KLIA. I wish you a safe and a seamless travel experience throughout our airport.
Upon arrival, passengers will be ushered towards the aerotrain and asked to download the National Contact Tracing app, MySejahtera, allowing them to receive up-to-date health alerts and information while contact tracing data is captured for the safety of all. Walking past the thermal scanners, body temperature are detected for possible fever. This is the first means of containment. All passengers are requested to observe the physical distancing floor markers and to have masks on. Prior to passport control, the Malaysian Ministry of Health requires arriving passengers to be processed through the Health Declaration Centre. At this point, all necessary documentation will need to be filled. And lastly, the virus detection test is administered by the health workers. Upon clearing passport control, passengers will proceed to collect their luggage at the baggage reclaim area and subsequently ushered towards the airport exits where their luggage is sanitized by the disaster control team. Passengers then board the bus, taking them to their respective quarantine locations.
Air travel is one of the safest modes of travel. We hope with your cooperation to the safety and health protocols, air travel can continue to be safe for all. The team at the Malaysian airports and I wish you a safe travel and a joyful journey.
Dear traveler, welcome to Malaysia, a precious gem in the middle of Southeast Asia with its unique biodiversity, history and culture. That's what Malaysia is all about. I take this opportunity to invite you to experience for yourself a country well known for its hospitality, with many different races living harmoniously together, and awesome sights that will amaze you. Memorable, pleasant and safe vacations await you. Explore and enjoy our pristine rainforests, exciting cities, cool highlands, green countryside, secluded islands, and white beaches that have made Malaysia so appealing to visitors around the globe. Try our tantalizing cuisine that reflects our people and experience the vibrant and colorful cultures that make us so wonderfully different. It's all here in Malaysia. To make your stay rewarding and enjoyable, our industry players are offering a host of value for money packages and attractive deals. In order to curb the spread of the COVID-19 virus, guidelines and regulations are in place. Don't worry, all our hoteliers, tour operators and product owners will be operating under a strict SOP. Health and hygiene will be of utmost importance. Do cooperate with us to practice the new norm, such as wearing your face mask, sanitizing your hands, and keeping a distance of 1 meter to keep yourself and others safe. Let's come together, support one another, and enjoy your holidays with peace of mind, as your safety is our priority. Let's travel again. Malaysia is happy to welcome you.
Malaysia-China Chamber of Commerce (MCCC) was established in 1990 as a non-governmental, non-profit, multi-ethnic and independent business association. MCCC provides a dynamic platform for Malaysian and Chinese entrepreneurs to create a mutually beneficial environment for business cooperation, enhancing the national economy and boosting enterprise development.
马中总商会创会的前辈一开始就给我们这个商会很清楚的定位，它是设计马来西亚各族的商家有兴趣到中国经贸和投资的一个总会。未来的两国的一个发展的新动力，必然是来自高科技，包括于人才的培养。
马中总商会青年团是在2003年4月份成立，并在2018年我们改名为青年企业家委员会青企会，以更贴近企业家的形象。作为青年的商业平台，青企会也通过举办各种各样的活动，让他们装备好自己，迎接更多的商机。
我觉得21世纪女企业家通过这个平台走出马来西亚，然后走入全中国。我们不只是要学习如何做一个成功的女企业家，更重要的是我们要如何成为一个更有价值的女企业家。
As a platform for connecting private enterprises and government resources, the MCCC has been maintaining close contact with the government departments of the two countries to ensure the exchange of resources and projects, domestic and foreign investment opportunities, encouraging and implementing the international expansion strategy. As a platform for international interaction, the professional teams of the association and the 9 state administrative branches have successfully encouraged numerous numbers of Chinese investors to collaborate with local entrepreneurs over the years.
MCCC being a focused China-Malaysia trade organization, it opens up a new avenue for us to look at trading with China. China is a country that we cannot ignore. It's humongous and the trade opportunities are big.
MCCC not only enables Malaysian entrepreneurs to experience the prosperity of Malaysia-China business, but also enables the Chinese entrepreneurs to experience the diversity of Malaysian culture. This has boosted the confidence of cooperating with local businesses, therefore strengthening trade development. In order to truly understand China's economic status, MCCC led local entrepreneurs on a visit to the commercial hub in Nanjing, China, and to meet the local entrepreneurs there. MCCC started a course related to the investments in China and Malaysia, organizing the One Belt, One Road English Forum. MCCC also organized a Greater Glory 45th anniversary of Malaysia-China diplomatic relations to celebrate the close relations and the rich historical ties, to further encourage the economic development and maintain the high accelerated growth between Malaysia and China. The rapid growth and increase of business activities in China make it a globally coveted market. Malaysia's strength lies in its stable, growing economy and multicultural environment.
3, 2, 1.
对于马中总商会未来的发展，马中总商会一定要尽量的有一个机制来够授权 给我们的各个委员会、各州的州分会，让他们有这个领域、有这个舞台去表现他们各自的才华。这一点是我们这个总商会会成功的一个要素。
Regardless of the business nature, choosing only the strongest and advanced platform is the most effective method to venture into any foreign market.
Every entrepreneur dreams of overcoming all challenges, to experience the sweet taste of success, and to see their business soar to unrivaled heights. Affin Bank propels your business forward by offering banking without barriers and supporting your business goals.
Selangor to this day remains a leading contributor to the national GDP. The state continues to attract high-quality direct investment in the manufacturing and service sectors, which is testament to the significant role Selangor plays in the growth of Malaysia's economy.
Selangor boasts geographical merits that work to businesses' advantage. This complemented with top-notch infrastructures, conducive business environment, and access to the biggest talent pool of skilled workforce in Malaysia, positioning Selangor as the most ideal destinations for investments.
Selangor, as a state, will focus on 5 core industry clusters that have been identified as the key drivers with the highest potential to promote economic growth. By establishing a strong industrial foundation, we want to create a more vibrant, complementing service sector summarized by our guiding principle, manufacturing-based but service-driven.
This will heavily impact the way we do businesses, especially ones within the 5 core clusters, namely food and beverages, electronics and electrical, machineries and equipment, life sciences, and transport equipment.
Selangor, as you know, is the most advanced state in Malaysia, and they have 2 airports, Subang and Sepang, and they have actually most developed infrastructure as well.
In Selangor itself, I think close to 55% of the total aerospace companies in Malaysia are represented in Selangor, and at the same time, there are about 30% of the total international aerospace companies represented in Selangor as well.
We have seen biotechnology development taking place in Malaysia. We have a very good talent pool in Selangor state. We see a number of talent coming in from other states. In this area as well, Selangor has got an upper hand.
And also the very capable staff that we are able to source here locally, speaking many different languages that can be utilized when we send them out throughout the region.
There are many supporting facilities like utility and electricity is very good for us, and also government authority in Selangor is very friendly to the business.
And we are right next to the port because 60% of our revenue comes from export. So this is a very, very strategic location for us. And today we export to over 40 countries around the world.
Invest Selangor is at the forefront of the mission to realize Selangor's aspirations as the economic powerhouse of Malaysia. We actively support industrial transformations by bridging investors as well as ventures to what Selangor has to offer as an investment destination.
Invest Selangor will continue to play a key role in promoting Selangor to potential investors from both the local and international business communities.
With Invest Selangor leading the charge, I have no doubt that Selangor will be the next global trade center in the same league as its counterparts across the globe.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. 是的，欢迎各位来宾。现在呢，可以重回我们的现场。我们马上呢就要进行下一场的座谈会了。好，有请各位来宾呢，现在还在场外的来宾，现在可以回到我们的场内。我们马上就要进行下一场的座谈会。Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all our guests who are still outside. Would you please kindly return to the hall because we are about to start the next session of our forum. 是的，各位，我们都知道呢，疫情啊，其实就驱动了数字化转型，但是它也为各行各业带来新希望。那接下来呢，我们就掌声欢迎我们这一场压轴座谈会的主持人，就是 Cyberview 创新和产业发展商主管洪家兴先生。好，我们有请我们洪家兴先生 Mr. Ang Kah-heng, the Head of Innovation and Industry Development Department, to come on stage because he's going to be our moderator. 当然呢，我们也要欢迎我们的主讲人，我们的 panelist。首先，我们欢迎来自中国的蔡福宇先生 ，Mr. 蔡福宇，聚合云播直播基地创始人 ，the founder of 聚合云播，有请蔡先生。再来，我们欢迎甄国刚先生 ，Mr. Gander Chen， 爱贝营创办人兼首席执行官 ，founder and CEO of iPayLinks， 也是来自中国的朋友。然后我们要邀请的是两位来自马来西亚，第一位是 Mr. Carlson C. To， Pingo 有限公司首席运营官 ，COO of Pingo NCT Berhad。Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Carlson. And last but not least, please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Lester Leon, Cloud Mall 私人有限公司区域经理 ，Country Manager of Cloud Mall NCT Berhad, Lester. So we would like to invite on stage all our panelists as well as Mr. Ang to be our moderator. So now, Mr. Ang, I shall pass the mic. I shall pass the floor to you. The stage is yours.
谢谢大会司仪。
Thank you, MC. Hello, good afternoon. And this is the second session about digital transformation. I'm the MC. I'm Ho Ang. So first of all, we have 4 panels here. So let me introduce 2 of them coming from mainland China. We have Mr. Cai Fuyun. He's a founder. Have 15 years of experience also the speakers in Taobao, e-commerce. Currently, he has produced more than 10,000 students. He's in charge of TikTok, e-commerce transformation. Also, he's training a lot of talents for the company. Mr. Cai, can you please say hello to everyone? Can you hear me, guys? Thank you, yes. Hello, everyone. MC, hello, good afternoon. I'm coming from Zhejiang, Hangzhou. I'm a founder of JuHeYunBo. So mostly we're doing a live stream for a lot of years. I have 15 years of e-commerce operation experience because mainland China. You see, I'm the earliest one who playing the e-commerce. So in China, a lot of bases, including Hangzhou, Beijing, Anhui, and different regions. We have few bases as well. In terms of management, we have more than 70,000 people in management. Thank you, MC. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Next, we have 爱贝营甄国刚先生 iPayLinks. iPayLinks is the in terms of the company formed in 2035 and cross-border e-commerce development also, and also later on he has a lot of experience in this field. Say hello to everyone, please. Hello everyone, good afternoon everyone. I'm very happy to be together with all of you to share my opinion. I am founder of iPayLinks. I'm a CEO as well. iPayLinks. So our purpose focus on based on Shanghai. So my company has built a one-shop solutions, and for all those cross-border business, and in terms of to solve the problem of collecting payments in terms of different currency clearance and all that. iPayLinks for the past 6 years, and currently we're in Hong Kong, Singapore, UK, America. We have different branches ready. At the same time, across the world, we have all have the compliance of the legal system. So we already have the paymentship in 6 countries. We also have level 1 certification. So in terms of the paymentship, it is the highest level of the certification. And also for the we also getting the certification ISO system as well. So until to this year, 3rd season, so we have more than 100,000 of those clients. So I really hope from today's sharing we can build a relationship between you and me. So further we can keep pushing the further collaboration between 2 countries. And okay, now let's see our panel from Malaysia as well. First of all, we have Carlson, Sidu Shangjun, Mr. Carlson, and he's the CEO of Pingo. He also has 10 years of the experience. He's coming from engineering, and he's using his logic power to to further promote his company, and he is the voluntary association member. And please say hello, and then please introduce your company as well. Thank you, MC. Thank you, moderator, and hello everyone online and offline. My name is Carlson. I'm a CEO of this Pingo. So first of all, let me introduce my company. Actually, my company, we're connecting 2 countries, the Malaysia and China. So we're building a platform to provide, customers to purchase product without any doubt and hesitation. So whosoever, regardless of, anyone who doing cross-border business, our company also provide them a one-stop solution. So all businessmen from our services. So Pingo.com, you can demonstrate your products on our platform, so the customer can also come to our platform to purchase the product. Thank you, Carlson. So finally, we have another Lester Leon, and he's coming from Wanli, the Cloud Miles company. He's having 20 years of the industry experience in terms of big data and all those automation and digital transformation experience. So he's leading his company in terms of cloud computation, and he also formed a cloud company. And thank you.
In Chinese, right? So CloudMile, we are a cloud-based company. We use machine learning, data analytics, and AI to help enterprise accelerate their businesses, right? 中文就说 CloudMile 我们是亚洲领先人工智慧服务与云端的供应商， right? 我们唯独跟 Google Cloud 做。
We only have a connection with the Google Clouds. We are the partners in 2004. We have our business go up to 6 different countries: Taiwan, Philippines, India, Singapore. So we're very advanced cloud technology, AI learning providers. Thank you, Lester. So let's quickly jump to our Q&A section. I also welcome our audience. If you have any questions, please put it up. So Later on, we will pass your questions up here. Our panel will answer your questions. So first of all, let me ask Lester a question. So the SME in Malaysia, the accounts of the GDPs, 30%, 38% actually. So pertaining to the cloud computing. So currently, what's the situation like? So, for SME companies, what your suggestion? How can help the business to grow? As I say, okay. However, I'm using Google Translate to help my. Let's see, this is to prove the technology developed so fast. Well, pandemic gave a long-term obstacles. Also, digital transformation happen is already a necessities for all industry. Okay. Even SME is the same story. To me, SME in Malaysia, using the cloud computation. I mean, there's a few companies doing that. Most of them, they have no idea about the cloud computation, how to capitalize the tech knowledge to help the business to grow. So most of them only using a very minimum, very basic functions of it. So it's the only surface function. To me, it's like the only order cloud services. It's a very basic thing. But how to understand further all different functions, for example, to help SME to customize the services, the workload, for them to help them to transform. Well, it's also below par. So personally, my suggestion is they can adopt divide conquer. Is to see, so to have different steps. So firstly, those necessary transformation steps to using the cloud data to transform first, and later on step by step to eventually to transform, to accomplish this digital transformation. So for example, maybe they can first of all using AI function to fix some issues for finance area. The other resources you can put aside, maybe you can make some profit of it. So they don't need to hire more talents, you see. So the other thing they can do is like we call imitation. It's also a short cut. So you see, vertically, they can learn from the other industry. They just use the use case to study. This is my suggestions. SME can start off from this by using the cloud computing to take these measures first. Thank you, Lester. So next, how does I say? Maybe I will just put forward the question, Mr. Carlson first. So a cross-border e-business is very important. So the pertaining to COVID-19 pandemic, so between two countries, and what kind of changes happen now? So actually, between Malaysia and China, we have a long history already. It is because of this COVID-19 pandemic, China's custom pertaining to the clearance, they have a very strict restriction though. Well, it is because to avoid the product, when this the cross-border goods maybe to bring about and the pandemic happen again. So the post-pandemic, they have even stricter restrictions. The next step, the cross e-commerce, they have to pivot to the quality control. So there will be new trends right now, and currently our platform Pingo. So we are going to working together with certification. So we are providing the service of this quality control. Therefore, all these your product going through this certification process, not only helping your the custom clearance, also all those consumer. It is because of the product already received the certification, therefore can guarantee the quality. Besides this, our platform also make a use of blockchain technology. Therefore, they can clearly to show the whole process of manufacturing. So by only using the scanning of QR code, they will know this particular products coming from where, and in certain way the customer can to differentiate whether this product are fake or not. Let me ask you a question. Carlson also touching of the cross-border e-commerce will definitely have impact against them. Let me ask you this question. So pertaining to cross-border e-commerce solutions, what's your understanding? Well, as everybody have seen, they have a lot of obstacles happen, but in terms of cross-border paymentship, in certain way, it further accelerating the process. So a lot of a big change has taken place in this world. Nobody using cash right now. For example, in North America, in 2020 year, they have dropped 22%. European country, 33% dropped. In Latin America, it's like even more. In Asia country, it's like 36% of those decline. So, well, in terms of the usage of this currency, cash, is the lowest in the history. So in terms of this volume, it's only 5.6%. People are using the cash. In America, it's 11% only. So what happened in Australia, Hong Kong, Sweden is not only up to 10% yet. So this pandemic to brought about, the countless of those settlement. So also to bring the interest of people are using the e-wallet. So in mainland China, we have this our research organization. So he come out with a report and says during 2020, the data has shown from this organization the cross-border e-commerce, because of the very swift processing power and also from the multi-platform, it surpasses of the bank clearance, and therefore they become cross-border e-commerce the main characters. Because iPayLinks our own experience, so during the pandemic, we also make a good use of our the capacity to. So we have a lot of business to surpass of the difficulties. For example, a lot of companies have difficulties when they're doing clearance, and not only this, a lot of businessmen at the very beginning when the pandemic just break out, so they have a lot of like lacking of the orders coming in, and then so people are scared of those pandemic. A lot of people returning the product, so therefore they have a lot of difficulty obstacles. So during those days at the beginning of the pandemic, Uplink, we have collaborating all different platforms, for example Amazon and Lazada, to help our clients to open up the green link. So at the same time, we also implement new measures, reducing process or cutting the processing fees, so directly to release the cash flow obstacles. And also we are to provide them necessary help to help them business to grow. All right. So during, after the pandemic, actually, so we are opening the bank account for them. We provide them a one-stop solution to help the cross-border business, to giving them a very good environment to fix the issue of refinancing. Thank you, Ganta. Okay, Mr. Tsai. Okay, now it's your turn. So just now from Mr. Ganser and Carlson, as they mentioned, the understanding of cross-border, clearance and all that. We understand during the pandemic, they have a difficulty and obstacle, but they all hope they can surpass of this pandemic. So SMEs, for example, they want to sell the product from social media. And how do you see, by using the KOL strategy, how can make a good sales business? Well, SMEs, by using of the KOL, it's a big topic though. From the current trend, we can understand, especially during the pandemic, in terms of this marketing, especially for KOL business, is already become a new trend. And then, you know, it's happen everywhere. So in this, a lot of SMEs, they're kind of different. Okay, let me show you some case studies. Maybe you can take an example. First of all, is that during 2020, you know, it's during the pandemic. In terms of this, we're comparing with Coca-Cola and Pepsi. During 2020, so their sales volume, you know, goes up to top because they have 0 calorie. So they're ranking as a number 1, 中雪糕. We also have some other medium size of the brand, 华西之, also 万宝宝 as a cereal product. They also have a lot of wonderful marketing strategy in place. So from these cases, we can conclude that all those SME companies quickly come up with a strategy. So the logic, fundamental logic is, let me share with you. First of all, they are very speedy. Regardless the Yuanqi or some other brand as a SME company, from the startup until they become a super popular product, only like 3-4 years, very quickly. So therefore become super popular and then grow very quickly. And also in line with our, you know, the sales of the internet business. So in terms, I mean, we only focus on one product or maybe one platform during certain period of time. They can complete of more than 10,000 of the sales, 10 million of the sales. This is, you know, the highly focused target. Thirdly, it's called super, what do you call? A lot of company focus on those 高颜值, means, you know, the super pretty girls. Because in terms of the KOL market, most of them are young people. So young people, they need this product and they are curious. They have the curiosity, you know, highly focused on the product. SME actually can make a use of this, can quickly come up with a strategy. You know, from these cases, you can understand, you know, to identify a suitable solution for your company. Therefore, they can develop your own strategy, and therefore you can quickly to implement in terms of e-commerce development, especially for the digital transformation. You can have even, you know, faster and stable measure. Thank you. And of course, you know, currently more or less we understand where it comes to, you know, era of looking at the faces. So before it comes to next session, let me ask you any question from our live audience. So any questions here? Any? First time? Second time? Gone. Okay, maybe I will have another round. So continue. First of all, let me come back to Mr. Lester. Let's come back, you know, about the entire digitalizing transformation. So in terms of SMEs, okay, while they're doing investment, so usually they will come to they were connecting to the ROIs. So pertaining to what's your understanding? First of all, let me see, Kanta, you forgot to mention Amazon. You're working with Amazon. Please consider for Google. Google have a better data. Okay, yeah, a little bit sentiment. Thank you. Okay, pertaining to the question, let me answer you. A lot of SME companies, their setup is like, you know, they worry about the cloud, you know, the costing, so a strategy as well, and how to solve the current or the past and the structural problems. You see all of the questions. So therefore, to prolong the transformation journey, let me tell all of the SMEs, okay? Because of the cloud services, they hit as you go. So, you know, it's when you use it, therefore you pay. If you're not using it, so it's free, you know, it's zero costing. Not like the traditional business. If you want to develop any business, you need to purchase a certain servers, hardware, softwares, you need to pay first, then you can develop a business and operation. In cloud, it's different. When you have this demand and need, therefore you pay money. So therefore, so the TCO ROI is definitely very logic. Let me give you a few examples. For example, one online game company. So recently they are working together with us. So they have 50,000 of customers. Recently, should I say, they are starting of new gaming show. So the 330,000 of the new gamers comes in. So I mean currently, in terms of server software, they cannot support like 300,000 users. How they can find us for the cloud solution? I immediately discover. So within 1 week of time, that competition. So the necessary capacity of the competition. So only within 1 week they have go smoothly to accomplish competition, and also the costing only have to pay for the costing of this 1 week only, because they have 300,000 of those customer comes in. You see, the profit comes in, the marketing branding always going very high. If they use the traditional server, they're not possible for them to accomplish this goal. So the thing I want to say is that the SMEs, TOR, RCEP, if you comes to cloud, it's definitely a better options if compared to traditional setting. Recently, we have so many digital native company. Yeah, we call it digital origin startups. So at the very beginning, they're not purchasing any hardwares. They go straight to cloud computing. So that's why they grow very quickly. For example, iFast, Unicorn Cars is always like that kind of company. So because they have this company, they have the acceleration grow. So that's why I'm telling to SMEs, TCR ROI definitely go cloud is even better because it's pay as you go. Thank you, Lester. Okay, maybe we pivot to a different topic, Mr. Carlson. So Leslie also mentioned ROI is a highly focused topic in terms of for SMEs. So let me ask you a question. For a cross-border business, e-commerce, what are the challenges do you have? And what kind of method you can fix all the issues and to look at the issue at minimally? So currently, the cross-border e-commerce or cross-border e-business, the most challenging for us is like, the cross-border payment shape and clearance. Most of the client, they have no idea about those cross-border clearance because it's very troublesome. And pertaining to all those questions, our platform already collaborating of Belt and Road Initiative, working together with Shanghai. Those people who wants to go into China market, they can come to our platform, so we can give them a solution and services. Thank you, Carlson. And also, let me come to Mr. Gunter. Just now you mentioned about a different topic, also cloud computing solution, and also cloud computing, also the cross-border e-commerce. They have their own individual challenges they need to face in differently. So let me ask you a question. In terms of digitalization transformation, the online fraudulence and criminal cases, in terms of SMEs, what do they need to understand to understand the basic knowledge about this? Well, this is a very good question. Every individual needs to face into the problem from two aspects. First of all, so it's pertaining to personal information of the product. So let's see the design of the product, the R&D of the product, testing of the product, and also in operation. From all aspects, you need to closely follow the security structure. In terms of those organizations, R&D, safety measures, and HR of the company, the legal appliances, you need to cover every aspect. So that's need to for the long time run, therefore can avoid the risk. So especially for SMEs company, So they have to plan for long run. They need to get ready. So all the information from all different country, they have different, every different country, they have different policies. So pertaining to this, for those for these cross-border sellers, actually, they will continue focus on the cybersecurity issue. It's very important to implement a necessary measure to safeguard the personal information, also including personal information system protections, the control system, also the personal privacy, encryption technology, all particular, the tools and measures, and also the privacy, log protections. You need to have some implementation rule and regulation. Of all the employees, you need to have those regular education training courses. You need to give them mobilized. You have to understand the particular process of those legal issues as well. And also, we also suggest have some auditing. You need to understand the risk. So at the same time, you understand to avoiding the hackers comes in. Therefore, to avoid those very important information being leaking out. Just like Mr. Lester mentioned just now, we also suggest, so in terms of the safety, to working together with all those big companies, for example, Google company, iPayLinks company, because the legal compliance is very important for them. So in terms of the privacy protection, so it's a very basic requirement for them. For example, iPayLinks, from a very early time, we already signed up the certification. So because of the certification for ISO 2100, so because of the certification, we can keep on upgrading our standard as well. So in addition, we also from the technology development, and we also implement our measures. We keep on, to further accelerating of the production measures as well. Thank you for your sharing. So now pivot to Mr. Tsai. So Tsai has also mentioned we have this two panel from Malaysia. They're not the DOL or themselves. So during this session, let me ask you a question. So for example, you also mentioned you have touched about those Double 11s issue in mainland China. So how those DOLs doing in terms of this DOL? Well, it's like this. During this November 11, it's a very important, huge event in China since 2009 until now. Is for consecutive, more than 10 years of the history. So all the data has shown it's very quick acceleration volume. So this year, we can see, so during this years of the November 11, the Solomon reached to the Jingdong accounts for, if compared to last year, still growing. However, the government actually this year a little bit slower. Well, November 11 actually is not only a single date of volume. Nowadays also cross few days. So during October 20th actually, we're doing pre-orders. Liachi, only one person alone, have already reached 1.8 million. So the one individual can reach to more than 20 billion actually. So for SMEs, you can understand this. Okay, first of all, during this year's of November 11, so yesterday transaction been there. The millions of the companies have reached into the new target. So during this November 11, actually providing them a very good opportunity and platform. So during this event, so we are not only competing our brand. So most important is that for SME company, by taking the opportunity to accomplish their strategy in terms of marketing, to make their branding, have a showcase of the branding. So in general, when we are doing planning, so in the simple words, 3 points. So who are we selling to? Who are we selling to? And so in China, during the pandemic, before the November 11, we need to, for example, you know, we have to hit warm-up first. Secondly, how are we selling? So this is during the November 11. We have a lot of activity in plan. Maybe, you know, a lot of promotions are ready. So you need to, you know, warm up the market. Thirdly, will be who is going to buy. So this is very, very important. And currently, especially for SMEs, okay, they are trying a lot of different ways like KOL, live stream. Who is going to purchase? It's very important. Is to see how are going to make a decision. A lot of people notice this DOL is very popular. His sales data is very good. But one point maybe you're missing out. What about the fan strategy? Whether feed your brand or your products. So this is a very important issue. So the product selection is very, very important. To fit for your DOL is very important. You know, you only select the correct product with a correct DOL. Especially, this is very well fit for our SME company. So, based on our statistics, it's about 8.8% SMEs will implement, you know, as a DOL method to promote the products. Thank you. And now, okay, my dear guest, this is the second round of the question. Any question, please? Welcome. Okay, we have one question over there. Any mic here? Thank you. Okay, because our MC is very actively inviting question. Okay, I need to thank your effort. So first of all, we need to thank all our panels been sharing with us, you know, digital transformation suggestions. Okay, maybe, you know, from different perspective. In terms within the digital transformation, different industry have different problems. Let me ask you a question. So in terms of digitalization transformation, so what is the normal mistakes for SMEs? So I want to listen to your suggestions. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, maybe our panel. Okay, let's see. Maybe from Lester go first. Maybe you can share with us, presenting to SMEs, you know, the common mistakes do they have, especially when they selecting, for example, the cloud computing solutions. Okay, to me, it's like, so SMEs, okay, usually when they selecting of a computer, cloud computing, so they're not really going to, for example, the professional team to give them a solution. So maybe they just go straight to the cloud using the credit card to apply the cloud services. So suddenly they have discovered, you know, they are not using it. However, you know, the costing is going. I mean, this is a common mistakes for them. So this is my opinion. So my suggestion is like for SMEs, okay. So I really suggest you work together with professional team and to teach them how to optimize in their cloud computing. Therefore, they can avoid this mistake. So pertaining to cross-border e-commerce for SMEs, the first time they are trying the e-commerce, and what necessary step? What are the mistakes they always committed? Well, to me, for SMEs, okay, most of the time, in order to save some costs, so the traditional SMEs, okay, they always focus on the old way, you know, as a physical shops. They're not focusing on the product. So when it comes to the digitalization transformation, especially for cross-border e-commerce, so client always focus on the product itself. So, for example, you go to Lazada, Shopee, and Taobao. You see, only from the design of a product, they will make a decision whether to purchase or not. So therefore, if the traditional SMEs, if not doing in order to save some further cost, and then pertaining to the packaging and whatnot, so to me, that's a very big mistake. So they have to, to have some look of this. Thank you, Carlson. Cantor, let me ask you a question. Pertaining to cross-border paymentship, do you have any common mistakes they have? Okay, well, it's a very good question though. In fact, we also encounter certain SMEs have response questions like this. Well, SMEs, okay, they are very particular with all those like the costing and return. So maybe they don't have a very limited resource, so whether they can choose a cheap service first. So to be honest with you, in terms of payment shape, so the safety of those finance is very important. So I usually encounter SMEs find us to say with certain companies, I have never heard of the company, however, within the first 2-3 months are still going smoothly. So later on they have discovered very difficult for operation, even the cash flow problem. So my suggestion is, if you are doing cross-border e-commerce, so the finance returning is a necessary steps. Definitely the safety is the first priority. You need to find all the service provider have a certification, and the product or services of this company, even it is more expensive, but for long run it's making a lot of sense. Okay, Mr. Cai Zong, pertaining to KOL business, the first time when you comes into this, especially for SMEs, what are mistakes do they have? Okay, like this. Okay, all our panel already talking from the technology perspective in terms of digitalization transformation. Okay, now, so in terms of SME transformation, during the transformation, actually, for SMEs, indeed, we have some obstacles. I've encountered a lot of, so many SMEs in China have same problem. So most of their traditional company, the structure of the management is the hierarchy. So therefore, it doesn't fit into this digital transformation, especially a certain company in terms of the product transformation. That in terms of the R&Ds, they believe my product is the best in the market. So they never even do some, competition, analyze, and then they never do some precision, customer analyze. So in terms of product, so this is a common mistake. The other thing is for services. So in terms of digital transformation, is a very big topic in terms of digital marketing as well. So in terms of transformation, the marketing transformation also are very important steps, especially in terms of those business transformation. Operation actually is very, very important. The traditional SMEs usually is a hierarchy pyramid system. So in terms of e-commerce are completely different. We need to flat management system. So for example, certain products and services, so when they have overselling issues, they have sort of the inventory. So the speed is very important. Therefore, maybe SME have no idea about the inventory. It must be very clear. So this is another issue for SMEs in terms of the digital transformation. It's a very common mistake we encounter. The other issue is the after-sales service. SMEs, so while we're doing e-commerce, so we have to meet the requirement. Therefore, we can have those adjustments pertaining to those different measures. Okay, now let's come back to Lester. Okay, for those people who haven't even started yet and they wanted to, you see, for SMEs, okay, they are starting to do this digital transformation. What suggestion do you have? Well, it's a kind of similar question as just now. Okay, my suggestion is similar. Okay, same story. I suggest them working together with the professional team. So they come up with a very clear mindset and target. The business plan is very important. And working together with your partners, accomplish the objectives. So therefore, you know, your goal and objectives are very important. And secondly, for SMEs, the most important is like the definition. Identify your problems first and what do you change your mind. And therefore, you can guarantee the end result. So therefore, working together with the professionals team from the customer solution, customized services, you can precisely to identify your problems. So now they can have to embrace this technology, IT technology. So for those, you know, you have to open up your heart and mind to embrace the cloud services and new tools. This is a very important issue for SMEs, okay? And please, our boss, and this is a very important concept. By using the of those cloud computing flexibility, so therefore they can expand the operation efficiency and customer experience as well. So finally, so they can build up the business model from product become client, from, you know, the product oriented, the pivoted to client oriented. If you can add in the AI technology, therefore you can expand the comprehensive operation and the comprehensive operation as well. So together with the enterprise culture, therefore can reach to the highly precise of identify the project, business plan, working together, and then to the final words. Okay, only 3 steps here. So the from the basics, firstly, so the analyst, and secondly AI, and machine learning, and therefore you can, you know, be succeed. Thank you, Lester. Okay, pertaining to cross-border e-commerce, they want to sell the product to mainland China for SMEs. Okay, what's your suggestion like? All right. China market, I do believe all the businessmen know how big is the China market. They have a lot of opportunity, and however, well, pertaining to cross-border e-commerce, any business, you want to bring your customer to your product to China market, it's very, very difficult. A lot of knowledge you need to learn. And therefore, my suggestion is like all those business SMEs, you want to go to China market, you need to understand more policies from China, concern more, you know, the custom policies. Definitely will help your, you know, help your business to avoid more mistakes. You need to avoid to pay more. You know, you have to save more. Okay, if you want to save more money to come to our platform, we will provide you a one-stop solution. Also can save more. You know, our platform can also help you to find your clients and also help them to, you know, to apply all those documentation processing. Also, the businessman only focus on your R&Ds and providing a high-end product, working together with our platform. Therefore, you can have a good selling. Thank you, Carlson. And Mr. Ganta, pertaining to SMEs, okay, and they want to implement e-commerce technology in terms of paymentship and digitalization. What are the most important considerations here? All right. From the company itself, we believe, so practically you need to calculate the costing of the digital transformation and return as well. So in terms of this pandemic, they have a huge impact to all individual companies. Before pandemic, so we have all those shops their business, if compared to the traditional one, maybe become better. The digitalization transformation, they have a big advantages. For example, our offline business stopped, my online business still, orders still coming in, you see. We can maintain growth. Currently, we're SMEs company, so they experience the obstacles right now. And all those difficulty and painful experience, also including in getting the traffic, are very difficult. When customer comes in, they cannot maintain the customers here. Very difficult. So lacking of those the proper marketing plan. So also very difficult to maintain the customer. The other point is that they also lacking of digitalization talent to really understand this field. So pertaining to payment shape, in certain, we also provide our service to fix the issue. So in terms of the payment shape, okay, pertaining to digitalization transformation, and also, for example, Leslie also mentioned about Google company, Abli. I mean, currently, just to send a message to my colleague, we are try our best to, maybe Leslie can further discuss about the issue. So we are really helping the companies to fix, during the different phenomena, and by using of different payment shape, we can precise to identify your clients. So from a certain particular channel of the payment shape, analyze of the clients and the marketing. So all those data, we can provide them the information. On top of that, we have AI ready for them big data analyze. So also can help the company to provide them necessary information. Thank you, Ganta. Okay, Mr. Cai Zong. So November 11 already ended. So during 2020, in China, you see what's the new trend here? Okay, let's see this. So in the past few years of overall understanding, especially during the pandemic, so speed up the whole process. So e-commerce have a new business model. So within this, okay, so maybe now come to the mature stage during 2020. One of them is online. So why I'm saying this, a lot of panel already talking about those costing and return. The SME need to understand this risk. So we need to maintain our very successful ROIs. Okay, the DOL or KOL marketing, they also have a different understanding. I mean, it's a little bit different. So maybe a mature, the KOL can only maintain a long-term success. So that's so maybe I'm using a different way to achieve that. Secondly, is the variety of the IPs. IP, okay, usually we identify the KOL. So usually from those time of observation, and all different individuals have different background. So therefore, in general, our IP maybe only focus on certain area or brand or a certain group or a virtual character. They all become IT. So we have a variety of the IPs. Thirdly, it's a very, very important point. So the traffic now is very expensive right now. Maybe within these few times, getting more expensive. So the traffic actually pertaining to SMEs is very important. So they can guarantee, for the low cost of the operation. So therefore, SME need to implement a certain strategy with a different strategy to accomplish that. Fourthly, the content also very important. The marketing and content are very important. So this scenario is very important. That's concerning of those scenario, of those content, of those live broadcasting. Not only live broadcasting, you see the marketing method is very important. So this year, you see, because of the flood issue happen, so this is a phenomenon, and so we always watch the program from TikTok. So Yaya went to the snow mountain. That's how they have a new setting of those new environment. Okay, that's a very concrete example. The content must be a lot of very different. So maybe sometimes for SMEs, certain selling point, an idea, and there's a cutting point might resonate a different selling point. Therefore, can promote your product and services better. So in the near future will become a very new important trend. Thank you, Cai Zhou. And maybe today the time is up. And one more time, thank you our 4 panel here. Thank you, Mr. Cai Hu, Mr. Lobster, Tu Shangjun 先生, also our Lester Leong. And now my name is Hong, Mr. Ang. And now come back to our MC.
分享啊，其实让我们看到了数字转型里的无限可能，也再次的谢谢中国的主讲嘉宾我们蔡福宇先生以及曾国刚先生的参与啊。希望我们下一次的这个交流分享呢是面对面的，而不是像现在这个我们是 virtual 的。不过真的非常感激，因为我们刚才可以从中的了解到了从这个跨境电商啦，到这个云端科技啦，到还有这个网红的营销策略各方面呢，其实对我们中小企业呢是真的是大有裨益的，所以真的非常非常的谢谢我们的这个主持人洪先生，还有我们的嘉宾哈，我们这4位主讲嘉宾的这么精彩的分享。那这个时候呢，我们就要邀请马中总商会副总会长严登义先生上台来赠送纪念品给我们台上的嘉宾的。我们有请。Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite MCCC Vice President Mr. Ngan Teng-Yi to present token of appreciation to our panelists. 是有请我们首先呢就是颁发给这个纪念品呢给 Carlson。再来，我们有请。副总会长严登义先生呢颁发纪念品给 Lester。Lester 呢虽然说他是 banana 哈，虽然说他中文不好，可是我觉得他今天的表现非常棒哈，就是用词各方面呢都非常的精准。谢谢 Lester。还有呢，那我们台上就是更重要一位就是我们今天这个中文说的非常流利，我们的主持人洪嘉欣先生，有请我们颁发纪念品给我们的 Mr. Anka King， 就是 Cyberview 的这个创新及产业发展商的主管洪先生，非常。还有就是我们另外2位中国的嘉宾呢，我们将会把纪念品呢稍后就会把纪念品邮寄给你们的。非常谢谢我们这2位中国的主讲嘉宾蔡福宇先生以及曾国刚先生的参与。那接下来呢，我们就会请各位。就是我们的主讲人，还有主持人呢，以及我们另外2位中国的主讲嘉宾来张大合照哈，来跟我们的副总会长。非常感谢我们主持人以及的洪先生，还有 Lester Carlson 以及2位中国的主讲嘉宾，就是蔡总以及曾国刚先生的参与。非常的谢谢你们。那我们有请我们有请呢，就是严登义副总会长留步致副总会长的留步呢致闭幕词，有请严先生。Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of our event. It's now our great pleasure to invite the Vice President of MCCC, Mr. Ngan Teng-Yi, to deliver a closing speech. 有请我们的副总会长。
Mr. Lu Guoxiong, Organizing Chairman of the 11th Malaysia-China Entrepreneurs Conference, Mr. Brian Chon, Organizing Chairman of the 2nd Malaysia-China Young Entrepreneurs Conference, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening to all of you. Okay, before I start, I actually have a big question to all of you. Why are you still here? Well, whatever is the reason, I'm very grateful for all your support here, and let's give all of you a big round of applause. Thank you. Okay, the 11th Malaysia-China Entrepreneurs Conference come, the second Malaysia-China Young Entrepreneurs Conference is coming to an end. COVID pandemic has been with us for the last 2 years, and it's an understatement to say that this has not been 2 easy years for all of us, be it individuals, businesses, to government. The pandemic has brought many changes to our daily life. Social distancing and masks are now a new norm. Online meetings and conferences are also well-accepted practices when these have not been the case before the pandemic. It's in this context that we are holding MCEC and MCYEC this year, both online and offline hybrid format. With a high vaccination rate of 92% for adults in Malaysia, we are now transiting towards a post-pandemic period. And we are all trying to adopt to the new normal lifestyle. Businesses are trying to reboot and restart and be ready for this new era, and trying to shift to a high gear to capitalize in the new business opportunities. It's therefore timely that MCEC this morning brought us prospects and challenges under RCEP treaties. As highlighted in the morning, Malaysia signed RCEP with 14 other countries and will ratify RCEP by the end of this year. And RCEP is the world's largest free trade agreement with a market covering about 1/3 of the world population, or 2.2 billion people. And the 15 countries within this RCEP region alone are generating almost 30% of the global GDP. It's therefore important for businesses to capitalize on this opportunity. On the other hand, it goes without saying that more competition will be coming in from regional competitors, and therefore preparation for these competitions has to be made. For that, we are honored to have 4 distinguished guests delivering keynote speeches and special remarks this morning, giving our conference participants a clear picture of RCEP framework. And under the thematic discussion, we have 6 industry experts and entrepreneurs sharing on RCEP opportunities under 4 industry sectors, namely trade and investment, logistics and transportation, healthcare and cultural tourism, and Agrotech. They have filled in the details pertaining to this industry under the RCEP framework. In the afternoon, the second Malaysia-China Young Entrepreneurs Conference, MCYEC 2021, we focus on entrepreneurship and digital transformation. This is to cater to our young entrepreneur participants. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are entering post-pandemic period, acceptance and adaptation to a new digital age has been accelerated. Young entrepreneurs will harness their energy, agility, and entrepreneurial spirit to capitalize on this digital age. With this in mind, MCYEC has organized 2 panel discussions and a KOL fireside chat. In the first panel discussion, which focuses on entrepreneurship, we have 3 panelists discussing entrepreneurship from the perspective of venture capitalists, agrotech industry player, and serial entrepreneur. It was professionally moderated by a representative from Magic. In the second panel discussion, which covers the topic of digital transformation, we have 4 panelists and a moderator. Each key personnel of their own companies and industry, covering topics ranging from online marketing, cross-border payment, e-commerce platform, to cloud computing. In the KOL fireside chat, we are honored to have hosted a virtual dialogue between our Malaysia KOL, my Malaysia cousin, and well-known China KOL, Ms. Su Qing, who has the enviable record of 52 million Weibo followers. The fireside chat is also moderated by Mr. Liu, founder of 616 Media, who himself is also a KOL. I'm sure this dialogue has been quite informative and allow our participants a better understanding of the KOL industry and how businesses and individuals can better harness the KOL, the power of the the social media marketing. Ladies and gentlemen, through this year's MCEC and MCYEC conference, from the sharings of experts coming from various sectors, including government representatives, industry leaders, entrepreneurs, and social media KOLs, I hope everyone will have acquired good take-home values and be better prepared for the post-pandemic era. Whilst discussion is underway, we are hopeful to host next year's MCEC and MCYEC in China. With this, I declare the closing of 11 MCEC and 2nd MCYEC. I would like to take this opportunity to wish all of you good health, prosperity in the post-pandemic era, and hope to see all of you again next year in the next year's MCEC and MCYEC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ngan. 谢谢我们的严登义副总会长。是的，相信在座与线上的参会者呢，都收获满满的。我们也诚恳的希望呢，透过嘉宾们的分享，以及马中企业家大会，还有马中青年企业家论坛这个平台啊，能够促进马中两国经贸交流，迈向深度合作，以及共创美好未来。在这里呢，要告诉大家一个好消息，我们今天一直提到这个流量哈。今天呢，我们是线上线下的方式来进行这一场的座谈会，这一次的论坛。那我们今天呢，透过这么多的这个平台，我们一共累计了超过21万人次同步参与我们今天的这个论坛。非常感谢我们线上的参与者，谢谢你们的参与，也非常感谢我们线下所有还留到现在，尤其是刚才我们严副总会长所说的，为什么我们留着呢？因为我们想要一起参与，我们想要一起见证数字转型化对我们中小企业所带来的好处，我们希望这能够让我们中小企业呢能够迈向更崭新的一个新的里程碑。所以呢，我们再次的感谢所有嘉宾以及演讲者以及台前幕后的每位成员，也要感谢您的出席，为我们这场大会画下圆满的句点。谢谢大家的参与。Well, ladies and gentlemen, the day has come to an end, and I believe our participants, both online and here in KLCC, have received many tips and ideas throughout the day. And we sincerely hope that through the MCEC and MCYEC platforms, with the sharings and exchange of ideas between speakers and panelists from two countries, we are able to promote friendship and bilateral trade between Malaysia and China. On behalf of MCCC and MCYEC, we would like to extend the deepest appreciation to all of you for being here with us today. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Stay safe and stay happy. Thank you very much.